After her death, a woman's soul unexpectedly experiences 3 rebirths, even gaining a golden finger, a portable dimension, to show off and cheat her way through life. Unfortunately, in her second life, she backed the wrong horse. The very brother she personally helped ascend the throne discarded her, and she met a miserable end under his sword. As her body lay cooling on the icy ground, the woman swore with her last shred of consciousness, if there was a next life, she would never love anyone again. It seemed even the heavens sympathized with her plight. And so, she was reborn again, back in her childhood years, within the walls of the cold palace courtyard, bathed in bright sunlight. Gong Yimo abruptly sat up, touching her head, her face etched with disbelief. What was happening? She hadn't died? Her eyes swept across the room and landed on the mirror on the table. She immediately snatched it up for a look. Unbelievably, she had returned to her youth. If her memory served her right, the place she currently resided in was a cold palace. Because she wasn't the emperor's biological daughter, having even a cold palace to live in was considered a great fortune. As she pondered, her stomach rumbled. Looking at the scene before her, she couldn't help but recall the tragic end of her previous life. In her past life, she was the elder sister of the regent Prince Gongju and the empress of Emperor Gongche. But unexpectedly, Gongche listened to the slanderous words of Su Miaolon, the young lady from the Marquis Zhengguo's estate. He directly cast her into the cold palace. There, she suffered endless torment, ultimately being killed by Gongju with a single sword strike. Thinking of this, Gong Yimo's gaze hardened with resolve. She absolutely would not make the same mistake again. She immediately flipped over and got out of bed. She had to find a way out of her current predicament. However, this wasn't something that could be resolved in a moment. The most pressing matter right now was filling her stomach. Following the memories from her past life, she found the kitchen. Sure enough, a steamer basket filled with fragrant buns was cooking there. Without a care for anyone else, she began to eat. As she walked and ate, she suddenly heard a torrent of curses nearby. Following the sound, she peeked around a corner. She saw a eunuch relentlessly berating a young boy. "Do you still think you're some high and mighty master? In this cold palace, I am the law. Why I tell you to drink the medicine, you drink it," the boy retorted, calling him a scheming dog. The eunuch flew into a rage. He pried open the boy's mouth and forced the medicine down his throat. Looking at the boy sputtering and coughing on the ground, the eunuch slowly said, "Blame yourself for offending Consort Cien. Don't worry, that medicine won't kill you. It will only make you mute, a cripple for life." With that, he slammed the bowl onto the ground. Lifting his size 44 shoe sole, he aimed to stomp on the boy's body. But Gong Yimo, watching secretly from the side, couldn't bear it any longer. What kind of skill is bullying a child? The eunuch, who was just getting into his stride, suddenly felt a sharp pain on his head. Looking up, what the hell? Why were buns raining down from the sky in broad daylight? Clutching his head, he scrambled away. Meanwhile, Gong Yimo, perched on the wall, grinned. Then, with a swift movement, she leaped down. She approached the boy and asked if he was all right. The boy shook his head, asking haltingly, "Which imperial sister are you?" The moment Gong Yimo saw his face, she was stunned. It was actually Gongju. Her mind went blank. She had only intended to kindly save a child. How did she run into the nemesis from her previous life? Gongju found it strange that the sister who had just saved him was keeping such a distance. He immediately started walking towards her. But suddenly, his expression changed. His hand clutched tightly at his throat. In a trembling voice, he choked out, My throat." Then he collapsed onto the ground, writhing in agony. Gong Yimo, witnessing everything, understood. No wonder Gongju's voice was so unpleasant in the previous life. No wonder Gongju favored Su Miaolon, who often gave him loquat paste, and even helped her torment Gong Yimo. But now, Gong Yimo's heart was torn. Should she save him or not? Looking at Gongju's pitiful appearance, Gong Yimo's soft heart instantly shattered. Forget it, never mind. She stepped forward and pulled Gongju up, and she helped pat his back, making him vomit out what he had just been forced to drink. With Gong Yimo's help, Gongju finally managed to spit out the medicinal concoction. Seeing his wretched state, Gong Yimo couldn't help but marvel. He endured such pain without even crying out. This child's mental fortitude was terrifyingly resilient. No wonder he would become so twisted later on. Once Gongju wasn't suffering as intensely, Gong Yimo helped him to a nearby support to rest for a moment. Gong Yimo wiped the sweat from her brow, thinking thankfully that her portable dimension hadn't vanished upon her rebirth. Otherwise, not even the gods could have saved him. To avoid revealing it to outsiders, Gong Yimo deliberately reached into her sleeve, pretending to retrieve something. A flash of red light emanated from the portable dimension on her middle finger, and Gong Yimo immediately withdrew a bottle of acute cough syrup from within. Gong Yimo's eyes shone as she twisted open the cap. Beside her, Gong Ju broke out into a cold sweat at this scene. Gong Yimo gave him no chance to react, directly lifting his chin and making him drink the concoction. After drinking it, Gong Ju clearly felt the pain in his throat subside. Just as he was about to thank her, Gong Yimo quickly raised a hand to cover his mouth. "Don't speak right now." She then placed the cough syrup into his hand. "Drink a little whenever your throat feels uncomfortable." Then she warned him, "You are not to mention this matter to anyone." Having given her instructions, Gong Yimo scurried away. Time flew by, and night arrived. Outside the cold palace, rain poured down in torrents. Inside the cold palace, however, it was bone-chillingly cold. Gong Yimo huddled under a thin blanket, shivering uncontrollably. She couldn't help but curse herself inwardly for her lack of resolve, saving the very person who killed her in her past life on the first day of her rebirth. Thinking of this, she started to worry about Gong Ju. In such cold weather, and with such severe injuries, could something have happened to him? Ultimately, she decided to go check on him. She told herself inwardly that she was only going to see if he was still alive, definitely not because she was worried about him. Upon reaching his quarters, Gong Yimo pushed the door open and entered. This room was even more desolate than her own courtyard in the cold palace. Apart from a sound of her footsteps on the floorboards, there was no other noise. Suddenly, her foot caught on something, and she stumbled, landing in intimate contact with the ground. Scrambling up, she saw it was Gong Ju. He lay stiffly on the floor, his face as pale as paper. Gong Yimo touched his forehead. He was burning with fever. No wonder he had fainted. She immediately helped him onto the bed, then prepared a bowl of medicinal liquid for him. "Luckily for you, your imperial sister transmigrated from the modern era before this rebirth. I have plenty of modern medicine in my portable dimension. Otherwise, no one could have saved you today." She promptly fed the medicine to Gong Ju, who slowly fluttered his eyes open. Seeing him awake, Gong Yimo prepared to leave. But Gong Ju grabbed the sleeve of her robe. "Please wait." Gong Yimo turned her head, saying somewhat irritably, "Don't move around. Do you know how much effort it took me to move you onto the bed?" Gong Ju could only obediently shrink back onto the bed, murmuring softly that he just wanted to thank his imperial sister. Hearing this, Gong Yimo looked smug. She tossed the food and medicine to him and then left without a backward glance. Gong Ju couldn't help feeling a pang of sadness. "Imperial sister, I'm afraid even you don't want to be associated with someone as troublesome as me." By the next morning, Gong Yimo was sitting cross-legged on her bed. Fortunately, she still remembered the cultivation techniques from her past life. By circulating her energy for less than 4 hours, she managed to dispel the chill she had caught from being drenched in the rain last night. Just as she was feeling pleased, suddenly, the door was kicked open. The newcomer was the palace, made responsible for bringing her meals. Gong Yimo pretended she had just woken up. After entering, the palace maid slammed the bowl onto the table, spilling half of its contents. Then, she looked down condescendingly at Gong Yimo. "Get up and eat, you sickly ghost. You've been ill for 4 years and haven't died yet. Consider yourself lucky." Gong Yimo felt fortunate she had prepared in advance. Seeing the bloodstains on the handkerchief, Gong Yimo exclaimed in alarm, "Elder sister, could I have contracted consumption?" Seeing how severely ill she appeared, the palace maid feared catching the disease herself. She immediately turned and fled as if her life depended on it. Witnessing this, Gong Yimo couldn't help but smirk. Trying to challenge me with such meager tricks? Now, she could finally focus on her cultivation in peace. Spread by the words of the fleeing palace maid, the very next day, the imperial household department sent people to seal off the cold palace courtyard. Inside, Gong Yimo remained completely oblivious to the events outside, wholeheartedly immersing herself in her cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. On this day, Gong Yimo stood in the courtyard, pinching a leaf between her fingers, aiming it toward a tree trunk on the side. With a thud, the tree shook violently, its leaves scattering and falling to the ground. Seeing this, Gong Yimo was overjoyed. Finally, a breakthrough. Strange. Why was the effect of this cultivation method even better than in her previous life? Could it be that her past self was too impetuous, while this technique valued a tranquil state of mind above all? Unexpectedly, her current self, free from worldly desires, had stumbled upon this truth. Suddenly, a noise came from the doorway. Gong Yimo whipped her head around, only to see a chicken leg being pushed in from outside. Gong Yimo looked towards the door, puzzled. Someone had delivered steamed buns the other day too. Why had the people in the cold palace suddenly become so charitable? There had to be something fishy going on. She needed to go out and see. Immediately, Gong Yimo scaled the wall. At a glance, she saw Gong Ju. So he was the one who sent the chicken leg. She also discovered that Gong Ju had moved in next door. Wasn't he afraid of catching tuberculosis? Filled with doubt, Gong Yimo entered the Han Chun courtyard where Gong Ju now lived. Perched in a tree, she saw that Gong Ju's life here was incredibly difficult. He was even subjected to the eunuch's insults and beatings. They even forced Gong Ju to eat leftovers off the ground. Witnessing this scene, Gong Yimo couldn't help but burn with fury. Without hesitation, she used a single leaf to pierce through a eunuch's head. The remaining 2 eunuchs were terrified by the sight. Wailing for their parents, they fled. At that moment, Gong Yimo leaped down from the tree. Just as Gong Ju was holding the bowl, kneeling on the ground, utterly lost, a chicken leg was suddenly offered before him. Gong Ju looked up and couldn't help but ask, "Is your illness all better?" Gong Yimo smiled faintly. "Thank you for taking care of me during this time. Eating the food you sent naturally cured me." Then she patted Gong Ju's head, saying, "Eat this first. Tonight, Imperial Sister will take you out for a proper meal." Night fell upon Concubine Zhou's hall. Gong Yimo scaled the roof of the main hall. Carefully, she lifted a tile and peered down. She saw Concubine Zhou eating while asking a servant, "How long has it been since His Majesty last came?" Seeing this, Gong Yimo couldn't help but purse her lips. This Concubine Zhou was truly pretentious, even wearing makeup just to eat. Turning her head to look beside her, "Damn it, where did he go?" She saw Gong Ju still struggling to climb up. Gong Yimo sighed inwardly. He really was a handful. Finally, after exerting immense effort, Gong Yimo managed to pull Gong Ju onto the roof. Exhausted, she panted heavily on the rooftop. It couldn't be helped. Her current body was still too small, limiting what she could do. Suddenly, furious roars from the room below made them both jump. They saw Concubine Zhou grabbing a palace maid's hair, berating her loudly. "Don't you know I only use rouge from the Wenxiang Pavilion? How dare a lowly maid like you try to fool me? Even if I am out of favor, and am not someone a slave like you can bully." With that, she smashed the rouge the maid had bought onto the girl's head. The palace maid knelt, kowtowing repeatedly and admitting her mistake. But Concubine Zhou had no intention of letting her go. She immediately summoned several attendants. "Drag her out and chop off her hands." The maid desperately clung to Concubine Zhou's clothes, pleading tearfully, "No, Your Highness, I beg you, please spare this lowly one." Concubine Zhou, however, merely admired herself in the mirror. The harem has always been a place that devours people. "Spare you? In your dreams." Witnessing this, Gong Yimo clenched her fists tightly, infuriated. This is going too far. She was about to jump down and save the maid, but Gong Ju, behind her, grabbed her clothes. Gong Ju asked bewilderedly, "Imperial Sister, what are you doing?" "Saving her, of course. Let go quickly, or it'll be too late." But Gong Ju argued, "In the palace, masters inherently hold the power of life and death over servants. It's the right of those in power, just like before. Back then, one of my mother consort trusted maids offended noble consort Xian. Out of consideration for their past master-servant bond, mother consort specifically went to Father Emperor to plead for mercy. But in the end, her wish was not granted." Hearing this, Gong Yimo glared at him. "According to you, does that mean you and I are also the upper class? The greatest power a true superior wields is not prejudice, but forgiveness." Gong Ju was stunned speechless by her words. By now, Gong Yimo had already jumped down. Gazing at Gong Yimo's retreating figure, Gong Ju looked utterly mesmerized. Imperial Sister is so cool. In less than half a quarter hour, Gong Yimo had beaten the eunuchs until they repeatedly begged for mercy. Then, she walked over to the palace maid. "I saved you. Fine if you don't say thank you, but why? Why are you crying even harder?" Let me ask you one thing. Do you want to live or not? The maid sobbed, saying of course she wanted to live, but her highness would never let her go. But Gong Yimo confidently stated that wasn't necessarily the case. She then instructed the palace maid, later, go and plead with the cold palace supervisor. Say you offended concubine Zhou and voluntarily wish to go to the cold palace to care for that sickly princess. If she dies, you'll handle her burial. The palace maid immediately stopped crying, asking, is that really possible? Gong Yimo assured her they would agree. Go quickly. Hearing this, the maid mustered her courage, deciding she would go right away. After all, who would choose death if there was a chance to live? After sending the maid off, Gong Yimo's gaze shifted to concubine Zhou's residence, the Luo Yun Hall. Since concubine Zhou arbitrarily beat and scolded the servants, she would give her a taste of her own medicine, letting her feel what it's like to be beaten. Shortly after, she pulled a sack over concubine Zhou's head and, wielding a stick, relentlessly struck her body. Concubine Zhou, beaten, begged for mercy repeatedly. Gong Yimo pressed down on her head, asking if she would ever dare to randomly beat and scold servants again. Concubine Zhou sobbed, saying, I wouldn't dare anymore. Please, Grandma, just let me go. Gong Yimo was quite satisfied with this outcome. After issuing a final warning, she grabbed the roasted chicken from the table and slipped away. Reaching the rooftop, Gong Yimo presented the roasted chicken to Gong Ju. Look what I brought you. Gong Ju's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, roasted chicken. Gong Yimo immediately tore off a drumstick and handed it to Gong Ju, urging him, eat up, you're too thin. You need to eat more. Watching Gong Ju devour the food ravenously, Gong Yimo couldn't help but smile, reaching out to wipe the crumbs from the corner of his mouth. Then she told Gong Ju, I've already saved that palace maid just now. I told her to come and take care of you. Gong Ju immediately retorted, saying he was grown up now and didn't need anyone to take care of him. Gong Yimo looked at him sternly. Don't need anyone to take care of you? Are you planning to keep living by stealing things like before? Seeing her anger, Gong Ju quickly said, Imperial sister, I eat very little. I won't trouble you. But Gong Yimo firmly insisted, you must listen to me on this matter. Hearing this, Gong Ju threw himself into Gong Yimo's arms, crying, you specifically found someone else to take care of me. Do you find me troublesome? Do you not want me anymore? Please don't abandon me, okay? Gong Ju tightly grasped Gong Yimo's hand, pleading, Imperial sister, I promise I will listen to you in the future, and I won't be a burden. Please don't abandon me. A ripple stirred in Gong Yimo's heart. Children truly were perceptive. He had sensed her thoughts so quickly. Looking at Gong Ju's pitiful expression, Gong Yimo ultimately softened. She quickly changed the subject, saying, what's with all this nonsense? Hurry up and eat. But Gong Ju, still persistent, asked, Imperial sister, will you abandon me? Gong Yimo was about to die from exasperation. She immediately pinched his cheek, saying, I won't abandon you. Hearing this, Gong Ju's previous gloom instantly vanished, and he became much more vibrant. Gong Yimo then told him her name. Seeing Gong Ju's curious gaze, Gong Yimo asked, haven't you heard this name before? She thought to herself, it was no wonder. That name had caused such a stir back then. It wasn't just her name. It was also the iron-blooded emperor's declaration to her mother. Thinking of this, Gong Yimo grasped Gong Ju's shoulders, saying, in the future, you must never be like Father Emperor. He clearly promised my mother a life of mutual devotion, yet he couldn't protect her. Gong Ju, however, was somewhat puzzled. Father Emperor is the emperor. How could he possibly be devoted to only one person? Hearing this, Gong Yimo pointed a finger at his head, saying, a good man will only marry one woman in his lifetime. Forget secondary consorts and concubines. It should be one couple for one lifetime. Gong Ju tilted his head, carefully pondering the meaning of her words. Suddenly, he seemed to understand something. He immediately took Gong Yimo's hand and placed it over his own chest. Imperial sister, then in the future, I will also marry only one person. Gong Yimo finally revealed a satisfied smile. Ruzu ke jiao ye, ruzu ke jiao ye. This child is teachable. Then Gong Ju raised his hand and solemnly swore, by the heavens above, I swear that in this lifetime, I will definitely protect Imperial sister completely. Gong Yimo was moved to tears of joy. This kid wasn't raised in vain. Imperial sister believes you. Time flew by, and soon it was noon the next day. Gong Ju arrived as Gong Yimo had requested. Gong Yimo said, "No matter what I teach you, you must not tell anyone, understand?" After receiving Gong Ju's promise, Gong Yimo promptly placed a book titled Ideology and Morals on the table. "Starting today, you will begin learning from this book." Gong Ju opened it and repeatedly praised, "How exquisite!" Gong Yimo smiled, saying, "But of course, this is a classic text from your imperial sister's private collection. You must study it diligently." Inwardly, Gong Yimo sighed, hoping that after reading modern books, he wouldn't turn out warped like in the previous life. As soon as the words were spoken, Sheer entered the room, her face clouded with gloom. Sheer was precisely the palace maid Gong Yimo had saved before. Seeing her return, Gong Yimo found it strange. "Sheer, you're back. Why the long face? Didn't you go to fetch our meals? How come you've returned empty-handed?" Sheer explained aggrievedly, "Just now, when this servant went to get the food, they drove me back. They're truly bullying us too much." After comforting Sheer, Gong Yimo declared, "Since they won't let us fetch it, then we shall go over there and eat directly." Gong Ju, standing nearby, wanted to go along, wishing to protect his imperial sister. But Gong Yimo smiled and said, "There's no need. You'll have your chance to shine later. Go on, read your book. I'll be checking when I return." After waving goodbye to Gong Ju, Gong Yimo left with Sheer. Only Gong Ju remained, sulking alone. In the imperial kitchen of the rear palace courtyard, a woman was reclining on a chair, resting with her eyes closed. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the main door was violently kicked open by a foot. The woman jumped in fright, sitting bolt upright and shouting, "Who dares act so insolently here?" Gong Yimo, standing in the doorway, replied, "It is I." So, seeing who it was, the woman couldn't help but sneer inwardly. "Isn't this just an unfavored little lass?" she thought. Then, in a sarcastic tone, she drawled, "My, who could be throwing such a tantrum? So, it's the seventh princess residing in the cold palace. Has your highness recovered from consumption?" Gong Yimo felt anger surge at the sight of her. Pointing a finger, she demanded, "Was it you who bullied Sheer?" The woman replied nonchalantly, "So what if it was? The power is in my hands. I can bully whomever I wish." Hearing this, Gong Yimo laughed out of sheer fury. "Though I have been cast into the cold palace, my status as a princess has not been revoked. Treating me thus, aren't you afraid I might turn the tables and seek revenge in the future?" Cold sweat instantly beaded on the woman's forehead, rendering her speechless. Gong Yimo pressed on relentlessly. "Even the most unfavored princess has the option of being married off far away for a political alliance. When that time comes, you had better not regret today." The woman looked at the princess before her, inwardly alarmed. This seventh princess, so young yet possessing such methods, her mind so shrewd. She must be guarded against. Instantly, she rose and spoke humbly to Gong Yimo. "What is the princess saying?" "It's the servants below who are ignorant and neglected, your highness." Gong Yimo stated expressionlessly, "Are you saying I have wronged you?" The woman was choked up, unable to utter a word. Gong Yimo stood up, clapping her hands together. "You'd best watch yourself. This princess is hungry and won't disturb you further." Turning, she beckoned Sheer to leave with her. The woman immediately bowed, saying, "Please rest assured, princess. This old servant will dispatch people at once to deliver fine foods to the princess's residence." After Gong Yimo had departed, a palace maid approached the woman, Nanny Sue. "Just now, that was the seventh princess?" Nanny Sue's face was grim as she replied, "You saw everything. There's something different about this seventh princess." She then sternly instructed the maid, "Report the seventh princess's unusual behavior today upwards, and from now on, do not skimp on her food and necessities." Meanwhile, back in the cold autumn courtyard, a scene was unfolding that Gong Yimo wouldn't have dared to imagine in her previous life. Rows upon rows of palace maids walked in, carrying all sorts of dishes. Gong Yimo quickly served Gong Ju some food. The eunuchs who had been nearby were promptly dismissed by her. Gong Ju was very curious. Why had those servants changed so drastically after just one visit from his imperial sister? After Gong Yimo recounted the events, Gong Ju slammed his palm on the table in anger. Servants like that, what's the point of reasoning with them? We should just let them know who's boss directly. If they refuse to submit, beat them until they do. Hearing this, Gong Yimo nearly sprayed out the food she had just eaten. She immediately tapped Gong Ju's head with her chopsticks. Did you read the books I just gave you in vain? What good does acting on momentary anger do? Gong Ju pouted and fell silent. Looking at his expression, Gong Yimo thought inwardly with concern. So, this child has already formed such violent ideas at such a young age. If left unchecked, what will become of him in the future? Thus, Gong Yimo spoke earnestly. Child, listen to your imperial sister's advice. Not all problems can be solved with force. We are young and currently lack power. We must remain low-key and not reveal our trump cards too early. Gong Ju thought for a moment, then said, Imperial sister, I understand. You mean either we don't strike, or if we do, we must eradicate them completely, root and stem. Otherwise, if we reveal our hand, we'll be the ones who won't survive. Gong Yimo couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Is there something wrong with this child's comprehension? What did I ever mention eradicating anyone completely? Gong Ju, however, seemed to have made up his mind, telling Gong Yimo that he wanted to learn martial arts. Gong Yimo was instantly shocked. What? In her previous life, she had died at his hands precisely because she couldn't defeat him in combat. And now, he wanted to learn martial arts again? At this moment, Gong Ju clutched Gong Yimo's trouser leg pitifully. Imperial sister, please just agree. I'm not afraid of hardship. Once I master martial arts, I will protect only you. There was nothing Gong Yimo could do. She had absolutely no resistance to his diamond. Endearingly innocent and slightly clueless. Look. So, she gripped Gong Ju's shoulders and said, All right then, I can teach you supreme martial arts. I can even enable you to comprehend the heavens above and the earth below to wield supreme imperial power. But I ask you only one thing. In the future, will you betray me? Hearing this, Gong Ju immediately ran into the courtyard, knelt on the ground, and swore, Ancestors of the Gong family, hear me. The ninth son of the third generation, Gong Ju, hereby vows. In this life, I will never do anything to harm my imperial sister. If I break this vow, may heaven strike me down and the earth swallow me whole. May my soul never enter the ancestral shrine after death. May gods and men alike condemn me. Hearing this oath, Gong Yimo couldn't help but shed tears. She immediately helped Gong Ju up. From now on, we are true siblings. We share blessings and endure hardships together. Let's go practice. And just like that, every day thereafter, Gong Yimo taught Gong Ju martial arts. Regardless of the biting cold of winter or the scorching heat of summer, Gong Ju trained diligently every single day. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 6 years had passed. One day, Gong Yimo was sleeping in when she was suddenly awakened by a voice. Imperial sister, why aren't you up yet? How can you skip breakfast day after day like this? The speaker was none other than Gong Ju. Hearing his words, Gong Yimo sat up, saying, What time is it even? Disturbing my sweet dreams. Annoying. She then beckoned Gong Ju closer with a finger. As Gong Ju leaned his head forward, Gong Yimo immediately grabbed his ear, ignoring his pleas for mercy. Who taught you to be so naggy these past few years? Even your cheeks don't feel as nice to pinch as before. Gong Ju, blushing, said aggrievedly, I'm already so old, yet Imperial Sister still loves pinching my face. You clearly promised not to treat me like a child anymore. He then stepped closer to Gong Yimo. Imperial Sister, you must keep your word. Besides, you clearly said you would teach me 2 new subjects today. You can't go back on your promise. Gong Yimo immediately lay back down flat, claiming she couldn't remember. It must be lack of sleep. I need to sleep a little longer. Seeing her like this, Gong Ju couldn't help but grin mischievously. Imperial Sister, if you insist on being like this, then don't blame me for being impolite. He instantly flipped onto the bed, directly pinning Gong Yimo beneath him. While Gong Yimo was still stunned, his hands began tickling her relentlessly. Gong Yimo instantly couldn't bear the tickling. With a swift turn, she flipped Gong Ju underneath her. Perhaps due to the vigorous movement earlier, Gong Yimo caught sight of the dense network of scars on Gong Ju's chest. While Gong Yimo was momentarily lost in thought, Gong Ju directly hoisted her onto his shoulder. Ignoring Gong Yimo's various threats, he started walking out. Watching the 2 siblings playfully fight, Shi-er in the courtyard wore a smile. The relationship between these 2 siblings is still as good as ever. After putting Gong Yimo down, Gong Ju said, "If Imperial Sister demolishes my Hanshun courtyard, then I'll have no choice but to come here and squeeze onto one bed with Imperial Sister." Gong Yimo's face instantly flushed red. She crossed her arms and retorted, "You come here then. Do you think that scares me? I was just thinking how sleeping while hugging a quilt lacks the right feel." Gong Ju couldn't help but shake his head, truly at a loss with her. Just as they were enjoying their breakfast in harmony, they were unaware that a major crisis was stealthily approaching them. Meanwhile, in the Empress's chambers, maids were reporting the latest news to the Empress. "Reporting to Your Majesty, the Empress. The Grand Chancellor has sent word. King Jinshi has dispatched Li Changfeng this year to celebrate the Empress Dowager's birthday." Hearing this, the Empress couldn't help but smile faintly. Over these years, King Jinshi, that maternal grandfather, has indeed been quite thoughtful. If it weren't for the decree that King Jinshi cannot enter the capital without summons, the one arriving now wouldn't be his son. That virtuous consort has always seen Gong Ju as a thorn in her side. With King Jinshi's son entering the capital this time, I fear the virtuous consort won't be able to sit still. I wonder if that useless Gong Ju can escape this calamity. A nearby maid bowed and said, "Your servant will immediately send people to keep an eye on things." The Empress finally instructed, "Remember not to alert the enemy. Let the virtuous consort do whatever she wants. How could we refuse a gift delivered right to our doorstep?" The next night, Gong Yimo was teaching Gong Ju's son Su's art of war. Suddenly, her attention was caught by the pastries before her. She immediately asked Sheer, "What is this? It's so exquisite." Sheer replied, "These are joy cakes. It's because the newly promoted consort Li in the palace gave birth. His Majesty was overjoyed and bestowed these rewards." Gong Ju couldn't help but feel a little resentful. We are all Father Emperor's children. Outside, it's bustling with prosperity, yet we are thrown into the cold palace to fend for ourselves. Gong Yimo mused aloud, resting her chin on her hand. Whether a child in the palace can grow up safely isn't determined by where they live. Besides, Consort Li is Father Emperor's cousin. But children born from close relatives are highly susceptible to congenital defects. That's why prohibiting closed-kin marriage is the scientifically responsible thing to do. Gong Ju paused, taken aback. He then grasped Gong Yimo's arm tightly. What if we don't have children? Is it all right not to have children? Gong Yimo's face flushed at his question. Finally, she flicked his forehead lightly with her finger. "There are countless women in this world," she said. "It's not like you can only marry a close relative. Why trouble yourself over this?" For a moment, Gong Ju was rendered speechless. Just then, Gong Yimo's attention shifted entirely to the persimmon cakes on the table. The sight of these cakes made her mouth water. As she was about to offer one to Gong Ju, her expression suddenly changed. Instantly, she clapped a hand over Gong Ju's mouth, silencing him. In that instant, a dart whistled in from outside. Gong Yimo ducked slightly, deftly catching the incoming projectile between her fingers. With a flick of her wrist, she sent it flying back out. A sharp cry of pain immediately echoed from beyond the room. Realizing they were exposed, the assassins outside abandoned all pretense of stealth. They swarmed towards the room in a single wave. Gong Ju instantly drew his sword, ready to face the enemy. Gong Yimo did likewise. The lead assassin charged towards them, shouting, "Brothers, attack together. Kill Gong Ju, and Her Majesty promises a hefty reward." While fending off attacks, Gong Ju demanded loudly, "Who is behind this? Who sent you?" But his opponents were solely focused on taking his life. "Since you won't speak," Gong Ju declared grimly, "then I'll kill you until you do." Seeing that every assassin was targeting Gong Ju, Gong Yimo's heart leaped in alarm. She sprang into the air. "Dare to assassinate my imperial brother? Then you shall pay the price." Gong Yimo saw these assassins were all aiming for Gong Ju. Instantly, she soared into action. With a single strike, she dispatched an assassin. The leader glared at her maliciously. "We originally intended only to kill Gong Ju. Since you meddlesome little girl insist on interfering, we'll send you on your way first." In a flash, he appeared before Gong Yimo, his blade slashing down towards her head. Gong Yimo gasped, startled, but it was too late to evade. At the critical moment, Gong Ju pulled Gong Yimo into his arms, shielding her with his own body, taking the full force of the blow. He gritted out word by word. As long as I am here, no one will touch a single hair on my imperial sister's head, let alone harm her. With a powerful kick, he sent the assassin staggering back 3 meters. But just then, another attacker crept up silently behind him. The assassin struck swiftly with his blade, then followed up with a vicious kick. Caught completely unaware of the enemy behind him, Gong Ju stumbled forward violently. Even so, he held on to Gong Yimo protectively. Imperial sister, don't be afraid. I will protect you. As the siblings clung to each other, the remaining enemies in the room surged towards them for the kill. Gong Yimo forcefully shoved Gong Ju aside. She thrust her own sword forward, blocking the assassin's deadly strikes and forcing them back. Gong Ju, go quickly, Gong Yimo urged. There are too many of them. We can't keep fighting like this. You must go find Father Emperor for help now. Otherwise, neither of us will survive. Gong Ju planted himself firmly in front of her. He decided he would hold them off here, allowing Gong Yimo to escape for help. Hearing this, Gong Yimo couldn't help but give a wry smile. Don't worry, your imperial sister will be fine. Before Gong Ju could react, Gong Yimo grabbed his hand and pulled him towards the window. With a final decisive motion, she flung him out. Gong Ju scrambled to his feet, grief-stricken but resolute. He could only race towards the emperor's location, praying desperately in his heart. Imperial sister, I will come back for you. You must wait for me. Meanwhile, inside the room, the assassins saw their primary target had escaped and immediately gave orders to pursue. Gong Yimo stood firm, sword in hand. So eager to chase? She said coldly. Are you trying to silence him or deliver a message? You'll have to get past me first. On the other side, Gong Ju landed after his leap and finally reached the Hanyu Gate, where the emperor was currently residing. The guard stationed at the gate saw someone approaching and immediately issued a stern warning. Who goes there? How dare you trespass upon the palace gate? Gong Ju quickly announced. I am the 9th prince of the current emperor. I have urgent matters and seek an audience with Father Emperor. The guards replied resolutely. Without His Majesty's summons, no one is permitted entry. Gong Ju had no patience to waste arguing with them. He drew his sword, holding it ready. And what if I insist on entering? Seeing his stance, the guards immediately raised their spears to block him. Trespassers will be killed without mercy. With a mere wave of his hand, Gong Ju cut down several guards. Staring at the bodies on the ground, Gong Ju murmured to himself, since you all obstruct me, I can only eliminate these obstacles. So this is what it feels like to kill someone. It's truly intoxicating. Meanwhile, inside Chaeyong Hall, the emperor was enjoying the dance of palace maids beside him. A serving girl was using every ounce of her charm to please the emperor, just as the emperor was delighting in the maidservant's flirtations. The chief eunuch rushed in to report, Your Majesty, this servant has something to report. The 9th prince seeks an audience outside the palace. The emperor looked utterly astonished. Do I truly have such a son? Outside the hall, Gong Ju had completely lost himself in a killing frenzy. Anyone who dared stand in his path was cut down instantly. Even if the guards branded him a traitor, he didn't care in the slightest. Only one thought consumed him now. He must bring reinforcements back to save his imperial sister. Finally, alone, he slaughtered his way to the very gates of Chaeyong Hall, where the emperor resided. The guards, already terrified beyond measure, stammered, His Majesty has ordered anyone forcing entry into the palace hall will be executed without pardon. Stand down now. Hearing this, Gong Ju burst into laughter. It has come to this. Do you truly believe anything can stop me now? Just as Gong Ju prepared to strike again, a eunuch's voice suddenly cut through the air. Your Highness, please return. His Majesty has decreed. Today is a joyous day of universal celebration. Thus, Your Highness is pardoned for the capital crime of forcing entry into the palace. Should it happen again, you will be executed without pardon. Gong Ju couldn't help but sneer coldly upon hearing this. Executed without pardon? So this is the imperial father I once looked up to, celebrating the birth of a new son on one hand, while threatening to execute another son without pardon on the other. If that's the case, why did he tolerate me slaughtering my way here? As he spoke, he raised his sword towards the eunuch, but the eunuch merely lifted the horsetail whisk in his hand slightly. effortlessly neutralizing Gong Ju's attack. Just as the two were locked in a standoff, the emperor arrived with his consorts. "Both of you, cease this at once." He walked up to Gong Ju, looking him up and down. "So, you're my ninth son? You assaulted the guards and forced your way into the palace. Do you not fear death?" Gong Ju immediately dropped to one knee, reporting to Imperial Father. "Assassins attacked the cold palace tonight. Imperial sister is in mortal danger. I beg Imperial Father to save her life." Hearing this, the consorts nearby covered their mouths, stifling giggles. Is that how one begs for help? Did he grow up in the cold palace? Did no one teach him etiquette? Gong Ju remained unmoved by their mockery. He had to endure it. Even if only for Imperial sister, he had to endure. With this thought, Gong Ju slammed his forehead heavily onto the ground. "I beg Imperial Father to save Imperial sister." The emperor seemed intrigued upon hearing this. "So, I actually have a daughter in the cold palace? What's her name?" "Imperial Father, years ago, you bestowed upon Imperial sister the name Yimo, taking it from the phrase, mutual dependence like fish in drying puddles with consort Shui. Now that consort Shui has passed away, have you forgotten even this name completely?" Hearing this, the emperor's brow furrowed tightly, and he remained silent. However, the empress standing nearby instantly darkened her face upon hearing the words mutual dependence. An emperor sharing mutual dependence with another. Where did that leave her, the empress? At this moment, the emperor regained his composure, a flicker of interest in his eyes. "Intriguing. I truly wish to know who dares to kill my children right under my nose." With that, he summoned the guards to accompany him to rescue her. Gong Ju's heart finally settled. "Imperial sister, I did it. I'm bringing people to save you now. You must wait for me." Back in the cold palace courtyard, Gong Yimo was still locked in a life-or-death struggle with the assassins. After the prolonged fight, her stamina was nearly depleted. Just as an assassin's blade lunged towards her throat, a sharp cry froze everyone present. His Majesty, the Emperor, arrives. "You villains, surrender at once." Seeing this, the assassin leader couldn't help but curse inwardly. "Gong Ju, how did that brat get here so quickly?" Gong Yimo seized the opportunity, kicking him to the ground. "It seems everyone who should and shouldn't be here has arrived. Why don't you see if your master is among them?" Then, right in front of the emperor, she questioned the assassin. "I'll give you one more chance. Tell me, who was the mastermind behind this?" But the assassin was tough. Even facing death, he refused to speak. At this moment, virtuous consort Lu rushed into the emperor's embrace. "Your Majesty, the 7th princess and 9th prince. So young, yet they suddenly possess martial arts. Tonight they killed so many people single-handedly. Could they be demons? Your concubine is terrified." The empress watched, inwardly sneering. "You bitch. You clearly sent these assassins yourself, yet you feign innocence. Today I will tear off this hypocritical mask of yours." She then walked up to Gong Yimo and said, "This is the culprit. Princess, quickly hand him over to your imperial mother. Imperial mother will certainly grant you justice." At this, the emperor directly ordered the assassin to be seized for harsh interrogation. Gong Yimo, however, raised her sword and said it was unnecessary. Since he wholeheartedly sought death, then she would grant his wish. With that said, she directly cut him down with a single strike. After finishing him off, she looked towards the emperor, aggrieved. "Father Emperor, this man wanted to kill me. It's not excessive for me to personally execute him, is it?" The emperor was quite angered by Gong Yimo's action. The empress, however, shouted loudly, "Guards, seize the 7th princess. Killing someone in the imperial presence is a grave crime." Hearing this, Gong Ju immediately rushed over. Standing protectively before Gong Yimo, he declared, "As long as I am here today, none of you shall even think of touching a single hair on Imperial sister." Virtuous consort Lu, witnessing this, couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. She then buried her head in the emperor's embrace, sobbing. Tonight was supposed to be a joyous occasion, yet the 9th prince and the 7th princess went on a killing spree in the inner palace. How truly inauspicious. The attendants at the side also chimed in. When princes violate the law, they face the same punishment as commoners. If they are not severely punished, it will be difficult to command respect. Listening to these words, Gongju could no longer suppress the fury in his heart. You malicious slanderers, trying to harm Imperial sister. I will not spare a single one of you. Just as Gong Ju resolved to seek justice for his Imperial sister himself, Gong Yimo suddenly embraced him tightly. Imperial sister is here. Don't be afraid. The Emperor watched the two embracing, seeming to recall something. He then spoke. Where is the steward of the cold palace? A plump man was seen running over in a panic. The Emperor looked down at the kneeling steward and spoke coldly. My child was attacked without reason. You were negligent in overseeing the cold palace. Guards, beat him to death on the spot. After dealing with the steward, the Emperor turned his gaze towards Gong Yimo and Gongju. Killing someone in the imperial presence is a capital offense. Forcibly breaking into the palace is also a capital offense. What do you have to say for yourselves? Gongju hastily spoke up. I was the one who broke into the palace. It has nothing to do with Imperial sister. Gong Yimo, unwilling to let Gongju take the blame, gently touched his head and said, It's all right. Leave this for me to handle. She then turned to face the Emperor. Father Emperor, your words are mistaken. As Father Emperor's daughter, upon seeing foreign enemies invade, I neither showed weakness nor fled. I directly took down the opponent. This act fully demonstrates Father Emperor's awe-inspiring might. What crime is there in that? As for the matter of forcibly breaking into the palace, someone was attempting to murder your children right under your nose, treating imperial authority as nothing. Your daughter could not bear to see Father Emperor deceived by treacherous individuals. Thus I risked death to enter and report. What crime is there in that? Hearing her explanation, a faint smile touched the Emperor's lips. If that is the case, then what do you propose I should do? Gong Yimo replied, Father Emperor should reward me. At this, the Empress could no longer sit still. This is sheer sophistry. Your Majesty, if you truly let her go, what becomes of the royal law? How will you uphold justice according to the law in the future? Gong Yimo quickly interjected, Father Emperor, you are the royal law. The Emperor couldn't help but laugh heartily. You are right. I'm the royal law. I shall reward whomever I wish. He immediately instructed a nearby eunuch. Transmit my decree. Confer upon the 7th princess the title Princess Chiang and grant her Wuji Hall. Grant the 9th prince Taya Hall. They are to move out of the cold palace effective immediately. Seeing everything resolved satisfactorily, Gong Yimo finally could not hold on any longer and collapsed. Seeing this, the Emperor immediately summoned the imperial physician, adding, If anyone delays the princess's treatment, drag them all out for immediate execution. When the imperial physician prepared to apply medicine to the wound on Gong Yimo's back, Gongju roughly pushed him aside. Clumsy hands, get back. Then, he carefully began applying the medicinal powder for Gong Yimo himself. A nearby eunuch worriedly said, Your Highness, your own wounds also require immediate bandaging. Gongju retorted that until he saw Imperial Sister awaken, he would absolutely not leave her side for even half a step. And the Emperor, looking at the wounds on the young girl lying on the bed, couldn't help but be moved. This girl, she's even more stubborn and strong-willed than her mother was back then. Truly a child that makes one's heart ache. It's just a pity she is not my own flesh and blood. Meanwhile, in the Empress's chambers, the Empress was furiously smashing everything in sight. It's bad enough that Wild Seed's mother received favor. By what right does she, who isn't even His Majesty's biological child, also receive such partiality? Princess Chaoyang, my own legitimate daughter, is only titled Qingza. I refuse to accept this. Just then, a voice came from outside the door. Mother Empress, why are you so furious? The person who entered was precisely the Crown Prince of Dayu, Gongche. After dismissing the servants, Gongche asked, Mother Empress, are you perhaps angry because of 9th brother? The Empress scoffed coldly. Mother Empress is angry about that Wild Seed. By what right does she alone receive such favor? Gongche didn't react for a moment. What Wild Seed? Mother Empress, what are you talking about? Only then did the Empress realize she had let it slip, instantly breaking out in a cold sweat. Currently, fewer than 5 people in the palace knew that Gong Yimo was not His Majesty's biological child. If His Majesty were to find out that someone had leaked this information, the the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus, she quickly changed her tune. It's nothing. You misheard. Your mother empress is merely angry. Who could be so audacious as to dare assassinate a princess and a prince? After Gong Che chatted about some everyday matters with his mother empress, he rose and took his leave. Upon returning to his own sleeping quarters, Gong Che asked his attendant, "Has there been any news from Taiji Hall these past few days?" The attendant respectfully replied, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, it is said that Princess Choyang's injuries are very severe. It's feared there won't be any news for the next day or two." Hearing this, the Crown Prince had the attendant send that bottle of life-generating, scar-dispelling imperial beauty ointment to Taiji Hall. After all, scars on a young lady's body were a serious matter. Gong Ju was preparing to attend his lessons, but was instead humiliated by others regarding his relationship with Gong Yimo. Finally, he even sought out consort Xian, demanding an explanation, only to unexpectedly learn from her what had happened between his own mother consort and Gong Yimo's mother consort back then. A tempest raged in Gong Ju's heart, but what concerned him even more was, if Gong Yimo learned the truth of the matter, would she still treat him as she always had? After the assassination attempt that night, Gong Yimo remained unconscious in bed for 10 days. On this day, Gong Yimo finally awoke. As soon as she sat up, she saw Gong Ju asleep beside her, keeping watch. Gong Yimo gently touched Gong Ju's head, her heart aching slightly for him. Gong Ju sensed the movement and snapped his eyes open. Seeing that Gong Yimo was awake, he was instantly overjoyed. He grabbed her hand excitedly. "Imperial sister, you're finally awake. I was so afraid you would just leave me like this and never return." Gong Yimo pinched his cheek and chuckled. "Nonsense, what are you saying? How could I possibly leave you? Silly boy, quickly get me something to eat. Not eating for so many days has left me starving." Hearing this, Gong Ju immediately turned and ran outside. "Imperial sister, I'll go have someone bring the food right away." In no time at all, dishes filled the entire table. Gong Yimo ate with ravenous gusto. After putting down her bowl and chopsticks, she couldn't help but sigh. Now this is living. Compared to this, what on earth was that stuff we used to eat in the cold palace? She immediately scooped up a full bowl of food and brought it towards Gong Ju's mouth. "Didn't I tell you to eat more? Children need to eat plenty to be adorable." Gong Ju ate as he spoke. "As long as I can be with Imperial Sister, I'm content. Even the finest delicacies in the world can't compare in my heart to that chicken drumstick back then." After the meal, Gong Ju said, "Imperial Sister, Father Emperor has ordered me to attend classes at the Imperial Academy from now on. You must take good care of yourself while I'm not here. Once you've recovered a bit more in a while, we can go to class together." Gong Yimo quickly urged him out. All right, I know. Why are you still so long-winded even after leaving the cold palace?" After sending Gong Ju off, Exner, who was beside her, smiled. "It seems both the princess and his highness are recovering well." Gong Yimo teased. "Aren't you the clever one? Go on, what is it?" Only then did Exner say, "It was his highness the crown prince who specifically pleaded with his majesty for permission to see you." Hearing this, Gong Yimo froze for a moment. Gong Che wanted to see her? The Gong Che of the present didn't know about the events of their past life, but she herself couldn't possibly forget. How should she treat him? Confront him with harsh words? No, that wouldn't do. There was no need to rashly make an enemy. But forgiving him felt far too stifling. Perhaps latch onto his powerful support? Yes, that was it. Latch onto his support. Why make things so difficult for herself? He was an enemy from a past life anyway. She could just handle him the same way she handled Gong Ju. Exiner looked at Gong Yimo with some concern. "Princess, what's wrong?" His Majesty decreed that no one is to disturb you during your recovery. If you don't wish to see him, Exiner can go decline for you. You needn't worry about this. Gong Yimo waved her hand. "It's all right. Go bring him over." And so, half an hour later, Crown Prince Gong Che arrived at the entrance of Taiji Hall. Gong Yimo hurried forward to greet him. The moment he saw Gong Yimo's appearance, Gong Che's eyes couldn't help but light up. So this was how sweet and lovely she looked. It was truly hard to believe this was the same person who had executed someone before the emperor that night. Gong Yimo approached Gong Che and whispered, "Can I call you Elder Brother Crown Prince from now on?" Gong Che replied, "Of course you can." Seeing Gong Che agree, Gong Yimo was ecstatic. "Wonderful. I have an elder brother too. Elder Brother Crown Prince, you look so handsome. You're the most beautiful person I've ever seen." Gong Che chuckled. "Young ladies should be reserved. You shouldn't praise people so easily, especially young men." Hearing this, Gong Yimo couldn't help but think of herself in her previous life. No wonder Gong Che had fallen for that deliberately demure Sum Yaolon. If she had understood this principle in her past life, perhaps she wouldn't have died. Gong Che watched Gong Yimo staring blankly at him and instantly realized he shouldn't have said that. Yimo grew up in the cold palace, untutored. Saying she wasn't reserved was tantamount to saying she had no upbringing. He quickly consoled her. You are my younger sister. It's fine to be like this with me, but you mustn't be like this with outsiders. He then took out a bottle of medicinal powder from his robes and handed it to Gong Yimo, explaining that this was jade dew ointment, remarkably effective for healing and scar removal. Gong Yimo accepted it, her heart filled with complex emotions. This Gong Che, giving me something so precious right after meeting. It seems he truly cherishes me as a younger sister. She immediately turned and ran towards Taiji Hall, glancing back at Gong Che to say, "Thank you, Elder Brother Crown Prince. I'll go apply the medicine right away." Once inside her room, Gong Yimo quickly hid herself on the bed. Exile was completely bewildered by this behavior, hastily asking, "Princess, what are you doing?" Gong Yimo peeked her head out, asking, "Has the Crown Prince left?" Exile couldn't help but find the situation both amusing and exasperating. His Highness the Crown Prince left long ago. You left him standing there alone. How could he not realize you were trying to send him away? Gong Yimo let out a sigh of relief. It's good that he's gone. I've built up some goodwill, got the item. If I didn't send him away quickly, Gong Ju would definitely cling to me if he saw him. Meanwhile, Gong Ju, attending his lessons elsewhere, was completely unaware that metaphorical storm clouds were gathering over his head. After applying Gong Che's medicine, Gong Yimo took an afternoon nap. She didn't know how long she had slept when she suddenly sensed someone approaching. Her eyes snapped open, and she struck out towards the newcomer. However, her hand was firmly caught. The visitor was none other than Gong Ju. Gong Ju asked with some curiosity, "Royal sister, did someone come by this morning?" Gong Yimo instantly relaxed. "Oh, it's you. You scare me to death. The Crown Prince came earlier. He brought me the jade dew ointment." Hearing that the Crown Prince had visited, Gong Ju froze for a moment. He then leaned closer to Gong Yimo, his tone slightly sour. "Royal sister's injuries already had medicine applied by Father Emperor. They won't leave a scar at all. Why did you accept Elder Brother Crown Prince's medicine?" Gong Yimo lifted his chin with her hand, smiling. "So you're jealous, aren't you?" She then placed the jade dew ointment into his hand. "Of course, I know I don't need it. That's why I accepted it, for you to use." Gong Ju stared blankly at the medicine bottle. Only 3 bottles of this could be produced a year. Royal Sister had actually given him the last remaining bottle in the palace. He abruptly pulled Gong Yimo into his embrace. "Royal Sister, you were always thinking of me, weren't you?" Gong Yimo stroked his head, saying, "I knew you'd cling to me over this. Such a little jealous pot. Who else would I think of if not you?" At this point, Gong Yimo urged Gong Ju to take off his clothes so she could apply the medicine for him. This jade dew ointment not only heals and removes scars, but also revitalizes the skin, making it radiant. Gong Ju suddenly became rather embarrassed, shrinking into a corner and refusing to be touched. Gong Yimo stood with her hands on her hips, pointing at him. "Look at you, so pale, and you don't gain weight no matter how much you eat. Don't think I don't know. Your injuries haven't actually healed yet." Gong Ju hunched over, trying to edge toward the door. "Royal sister, how could I trouble you personally with such a small matter? I'll go back and have the palace maids help me apply the medicine." Gong Yimo immediately grabbed his hand. "Don't ask anyone else. The people in this inner palace are dangerous. You'd better listen obediently. It won't be good if you force me to use coercion." Seeing no escape, Gong Ju could only start removing his outer robe. Gong Yimo, noticing how slowly he undressed, urged him to hurry up. "My hand holding the medicine bottle is getting sore." Gong Ju had no choice but to comply. Gong Yimo looked at Gong Ju's wounds and asked him if it hurt. Gong Ju insisted he didn't feel any pain at all. Gong Yimo then began applying the medicine for him. Feeling Gong Yimo's hand gliding across his chest, Gong Ju suddenly grabbed her hand tightly. Just as he was about to speak the words in his heart, Gong Yimo flicked him on the forehead. "Behave yourself. Let me apply the medicine properly." Gong Ju thought helplessly, why does Royal Sister never seem bothered by this kind of physical closeness? It seems like I'm the only one who cares. Royal sister, you're truly going to be the death of me. As Gong Yimo applied the medicine, she grumbled. Those people who hurt you are so detestable. It's also my fault for not protecting you well, letting you suffer so many injuries. Gong Ju replied, these are just minor wounds. It's nothing. By the way, royal sister, today the Grand Tutor even praised my unconventional perspective and insightful views. And Father Emperor, he originally thought I knew nothing and specifically tested me. Upon hearing this, Gong Yimo immediately threw cold water on his enthusiasm. Have you forgotten everything I've told you? Before our wings are fully fledged, we must maintain a low profile. We cannot leave others with the impression that we are too calculating. Gong Ju quickly raised his hand, insisting he had absolutely followed Royal Sister's instructions, neither standing out nor falling behind. But this time was truly just an accident. Gong Yimo gave a final warning. If there's a next time, watch how I deal with you. We can't even protect ourselves yet. Try not to attract unnecessary attention, understand? Gong Ju hastily promised, I'll definitely be careful in the future. Please don't be angry. After receiving Gong Ju's assurance, Gong Yimo continued applying the medicine for him. Seeing his shy expression, Gong Yimo couldn't resist teasing him. Is my dear highness feeling bashful? So, my highness is quite innocent after all. At this age, when feelings first blossom, it's easiest to be led astray by other women. In the future, if any other women approach you, be careful not to let them take advantage of you, all right? Gong Ju hastily replied that only Imperial Sister could get close to him. There couldn't possibly be anyone else. Hearing this, Gong Yimo suddenly turned serious. What nonsense are you talking about? You'll need to marry a wife in the future. If you won't even touch your wife, do you still want descendants? Gong Ju, however, said that having children didn't matter. Imperial Sister is the person who treats me best. As long as I have Imperial Sister, I am content. Gong Yimo couldn't help but shed tears moved. What a sensible and filial child. In this life, I must find a good girl for you. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Gong Ju went to the Imperial Academy to study, as usual. But as he walked through the corridor in the Imperial Garden, the hushed whispers of some palace maids made him pause. Isn't that the 9th prince? A useless prince who only knows how to hide behind his Imperial Sister. Without her, he probably couldn't even survive. Listening to these words, Gong Ju couldn't help but clench his fists. If Imperial Sister hadn't given strict orders not to act rashly before gaining enough strength, I would definitely teach you all a lesson. Just as Gong Ju was about to leave, he heard someone call him from behind. He turned around and asked, "Is there something you need?" The person who approached was the 6th prince, Gong Chi. "Oh, nothing much," Gong Chi said sneeringly. "I just wanted to see what a prince who relies on a woman to live looks like. Now that I see you, you truly are prettier than any of the maids in my palace." Gong Ju bowed slightly, clasping his hands. "If there is nothing else, your younger brother shall take his leave." With that, he turned it apart. Gong Chi watched his retreating figure and mocked. Truly a pretty-faced weakling. "Can't you hear me insulting you like this?" Gong Ju stopped, turned slightly, and spoke faintly. "Imperial brother, your own appearance is ordinary, so, out of jealousy, you speak ill of your younger brother. Your younger brother shall not provoke Imperial brother further." Gong Chi grabbed Gong Ju's sleeve. "Are you saying I'm ugly? What use is good looks? It's merely relying on appearance to gain favor. Mother Consort said that Gong Yimo will abandon you one day. Let's see what you'll rely on then." Hearing this, Gong Ju grabbed Gong Chi's hand tightly. "Your mother consort said Imperial Sister will abandon me. So what if she did? Wait until Gong Yimo doesn't want you anymore. Let's see how arrogant you can be then." After hearing this, Gong Ju decided to personally seek out Consort Xian to ask clearly. Within the Hanxiang Palace of the harem, Gong Ju respectfully bowed to Consort Xian. Consort Xian asked curiously, "May I know what brings the 9th Highness here?" Gong Ju said, "Today the 6th Imperial brother said something to me. I couldn't understand it, no matter how much I thought about it, so I came to ask." Consort Xian thought inwardly, this boy really cares about that girl's affairs. She feigned surprise. "I wonder which word your highness is referring to." The deep affection between Imperial Sister and younger brother is well known. Yet today, 6th Imperial brother insisted that Imperial Sister would grow tired of me in the future. So, I came to seek guidance from Consort Xian. Consort Xian covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. 9th Highness, do you know how Gong Yimo's mother died?" Gong Ju shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Looking at Gong Ju's expression, Consort Xian enunciated each word. Of course you don't know. Because the murderer was precisely your mother. Hearing this, Gong Ju's pupils instantly dilated, his face etched with shock. What did you say? Consort Xian was very satisfied with his shocked expression. Back then, your mother deliberately got close to Gong Yimo's mother. After gaining Consort Shue's trust, she poisoned her behind her back. If His Majesty hadn't thoroughly investigated, perhaps no one would have known it was her doing. Such touching sisterly affection, truly, she added sarcastically. Hearing the whole story, Gong Ju staggered backward, completely oblivious even when he knocked over a table and chair. Seeing Gong Ju in this state, Consort Xian couldn't help but laugh. I've only mentioned this one thing, and your highness can't bear it already? There are even more unexpected things to come. Does your highness know who caused your mother's death? That's right, it was me. But do you know who ordered me? Back then, to avenge Consort Shue, His Majesty ordered a thorough investigation. After learning the truth, he was furious and personally ordered your mother to be executed. I was merely a blade in His Majesty's hand. At this moment, Consort Xian laughed wildly in her heart. Gong Ju lost his mother at a young age, and is even seen as a thorn in the emperor's side. His current situation is all because of Consort Shue, that woman. After the truth about his mother's murder is revealed, I want to see how the two of you can maintain your deep sibling bond. A week passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Gong Yimo was reading a document when she asked Exile beside her, "How long has it been since Gong Ju came to Taiji Hall?" Exile replied, "It has been 5 days." Gong Yimo pondered carefully. Something isn't right. Could something have happened to that boy? Just as she was worrying about Gong Ju, a guard rushed over frantically, shouting, "7th Princess! Terrible news. The 9th Prince injured the 14th Prince at the Imperial Academy. His Majesty is questioning him now." Gong Yimo was instantly stunned, unable to comprehend why he would dare do such a thing. Hadn't she instructed him to keep a low profile? But anger was one thing. She still had to go rescue him. The moment Gong Yimo stepped through the gates of the Imperial Academy Hall, a wooden carved doll was thrown towards her. After dodging it with a turn of her head, Gong Yimo heard the Emperor roaring at her. "Look at the fine younger brother you protect. Not only does he dare talk back to us, but he also heavily injured his younger brother." Gong Ju, kneeling on the ground, quickly interjected, "This matter has nothing to do with Imperial sister." Gong Yimo immediately cut him off, telling him not to speak further. Hearing this, the Emperor grew even angrier. "Now you've seen it with your own eyes. What else do you have to say?" Gong Yimo immediately stepped forward, clinging to the Emperor's arm coaxingly. "Imperial father, calm your anger. They are just children who don't know better. Let me help you sit down first. Please calm down. Your daughter's servant will vent your anger for you right now." She then pointed to an attendant nearby, instructing him to explain the cause of the incident. The attendant respectfully reported, "Yes. Today, the 14th Prince saw the 9th Prince carving a wooden figure. The figure bore a strong resemblance to the princess. The 14th Prince made a few jokes, but unexpectedly, the 9th Prince flew into a rage out of shame and severely injured the 14th Prince." Gong Yimo then asked what the 14th Prince had said. The 14th Prince said the 9th Prince admired the Zhaoyang Princess incestuously, calling the princess and the 9th Prince a disgrace that would throw the palace into chaos. Hearing this, Gong Yimo's face turned cold as water. What a fine disgrace that would throw the palace into chaos. I am not the Emperor's biological daughter. How could the Emperor not overthink such an accusation? The person who designed this plot clearly wants my life. To harm me, they didn't hesitate to use the 14th Prince as cannon fodder. But you've miscalculated. Thus, she angrily rebuked the attendant. "This is utter nonsense." Turning to the Emperor, she said, "Imperial father, just now you threw that wooden figure at your daughter's servant because you believed slanderous words and doubted me." The Emperor retorted, "Shouldn't I be angry?" Gong Yimo said sorrowfully, "This is truly laughable. Imperial father, do you not know what kind of place the Cold Palace is? It's a place of lifelong imprisonment. From the age of 3, when I entered the cold palace, I fell gravely ill and never recovered. Later, it was rumored I had contracted consumption. It was Gong Ju, unafraid of contagion, who cared for me day and night. He was even humiliated by others over a bowl of leftover rice. The cold palace was so large, so cold. He was the only one who was kind to me all those years. Later, it was by chance that I found an internal energy cultivation manual, and only then did we gain the power to protect ourselves, preventing constant bullying in the cold palace. So, to me, Gong Ju is not just a younger brother and family. He's also a friend, a confidant. We have bathed together, used the same handkerchief to wipe our faces, and even squeezed onto the same bed to sleep. Does Imperial Father still intend to have us drowned in pig cages? The Emperor was momentarily struck speechless. Gong Yimo turned and picked up the wooden carving from the floor. This carving was meant to be Gong Ju's birthday gift to me. Yet, such deep affection has been deliberately twisted. Then I would like to ask Imperial Father, who sent me to the cold palace? Who caused me to be without a mother consort? The only person by my side all these years has been Gong Ju. What is wrong with me valuing him? Today, never mind that Gong Ju merely hit someone. Even if he had killed the 14th prince, I would still stand by his side. Gong Ju, slandered by villains and trapped in peril, trusted Gong Yimo to turn misfortune into good fortune with her eloquence. In the end, Gong Yimo even proposed a plan to the emperor. Let Gong Ju temporarily leave the palace, this place of right and wrong. This would also allow her and Gong Ju's own plans to proceed smoothly. Imperial Father, never mind that Gong Ju merely hit someone today. Even if he had killed the 14th prince, I would still stand by his side. If Imperial Father still suspects us of any improper relations, then please send me back to the cold palace. I only hope Imperial Father can be a little merciful towards Gong Ju and allow him to stay. Hearing his Imperial sister speak thus, Gong Ju hastily hugged her legs, crying, "Wherever Imperial Sister is, I will be. I don't want to be separated from you." Watching this scene of deep sibling affection, the Emperor felt a headache coming on. When did we ever say we suspected anything? We are furious that he injured his younger brother and refuses to admit his mistake. Gong Yimo immediately knelt down, saying, "In that case, this matter arose because of me. It was my failure to discipline my younger brother properly. If Imperial Father must punish someone, then punish me." Hearing this, the Emperor flew into a rage. "Since you protect him so fiercely, go kneel outside the Imperial Academy gates. You are not allowed to rise until 3 full hours have passed." Gong Yimo immediately stood up and walked outside. The Emperor watched her retreating figure, unable to help but rub his forehead. This girl is truly too much of a headache. If Consort Schwebak then had possessed even half of her daughter's determination, she wouldn't have met such an end. Outside the main entrance of the Imperial Academy Hall, Gong Yimo knelt down with a thud beneath the osmanthus tree. Seeing this, Gong Ju also knelt beside her. Gong Yimo looked at him, exasperated. "What are you doing following me? We're already under scrutiny. If you kneel like this, those with ill intentions will surely stir up trouble again." Gong Ju retorted with righteous conviction, "Do you think they wouldn't cause trouble if I did nothing?" But as soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed to the ground. Gong Yimo hurriedly supported him. "Gong Ju, what's wrong? How can your fever be so severe?" She immediately took out fever-reducing medicine and gave it to Gong Ju. After taking the medicine, Gong Ju clearly felt much better. Gong Yimo then turned her anger towards the nearby servants. Why did no one call for an imperial physician when His Highness's fever was this high? Is this how you attend to him? Gong Ju quickly motioned for the servants not to speak. Hearing this, Gong Yimo sensed there was more to the story. She immediately ordered the servants to reveal everything they knew. After listening to the servants' account, Gong Yimo silently turned her head away, refusing to look at Gong Ju. No matter how Gong Ju tried to console her, she ignored him. Once they returned to the Taiji Hall, Gong Yimo immediately ordered Gong Ju to kneel. Pointing at him, she raged. "Well done, Gong Ju. You've really grown up, haven't you? Someone poisons you, and you don't even tell me? You truly are capable." Gong Ju defended himself, saying it wasn't a fatal poison. Hearing this, Gong Yimo became even angrier. Pointing at his head, she exclaimed, "An aphrodisiac is still poison. How old are you?" How dare that palace maid give you such a thing? And you actually went to soak yourself in cold water, torturing yourself like that? For a whole night. How could your small frame endure it? Besides, since that woman was so forward, why didn't you just accommodate her? You could have sought revenge later. Why torment yourself? Gongju replied that he always remembered what Imperial Sister had said. A good man should only marry one woman in his lifetime. Gong Yimo couldn't help but curse him inwardly, calling him a fool. She then asked him, why didn't you come to the Taiji Hall for 5 consecutive days? But Gongju avoided answering this question. Left with no choice, Gong Yimo could only ask the servants beside her. The servants reported that after finishing his lessons 5 days ago, the 9th prince had gone to consort Xian Lu's Hanxiang Palace. Hearing this, Gong Yimo looked at him with disappointment, as if scolding him for failing to meet expectations. You're truly foolish. How could you believe her words? She wishes you dead, don't you know? Sheer, go fetch my sword. Shortly after, Sheer respectfully presented the sword. Gong Yimo grasped the sword and ordered Gongju to extend his hand. Hearing this, Gongju could only obey. Smack! The flat of the sword struck heavily onto his palm. Gong Yimo looked at Gongju, her heart aching. I never thought you'd be so easily provoked by others. What exactly did she say to you? To make you distance yourself from me like this? You've truly broken my heart. Gongju quickly hugged Gong Yimo's legs, pleading with her not to be upset. He then recounted his entire conversation with Consort Xian. After listening to Gongju's explanation, Gong Yimo instinctively started pounding on his body. We relied on each other for so long. Don't you know what kind of person I am? How could you distance yourself from me over something like this? I'll beat you, you scoundrel. Gongju let Gong Yimo hit him, murmuring, Imperial Sister, don't you mind? Gong Yimo retorted, mind what? How old was I when my mother died? All these years, the one who relied on me, and I on them, was you, not her. Are you stupid? If we follow that logic, your mother died because of my mother. Should I also distance myself from you? Should we become strangers for the rest of our lives? After they had talked everything through, the barrier between their hearts finally dissolved. Gong Yimo gently patted Gongju's back, saying, you are the closest, most trusted person I have in this world. Even if you brought me poison, I would drink it, because I trust you would never harm me. So, why should we concern ourselves with the affairs of the previous generation? All right, now that everything is explained, shouldn't you explain, what exactly is the deal with that wooden carving? Gongju averted Gong Yimo's gaze, stammering, that wooden carving was originally intended for Imperial Sister. After saying this, Gongju immediately stood up and fled, as if escaping. The next day, within the Chiryong Hall, the emperor and many ministers were discussing important matters. Interestingly, Gong Yimo and Gongju were also present, which sparked dissatisfaction among some ministers. Your Majesty, how can a woman be present during discussions of state affairs? Gongju stepped forward to refute. Princess Chaoyang is intelligent and wise. Since her enfeoffment, she has devised countless methods that benefit the people and the nation, such as papermaking and printing. Why could she not sit here? The minister was momentarily rendered speechless. Witnessing this scene, the emperor smoothed things over. Gongju is correct. However, the reason I have gathered everyone here today is to discuss the matter of Shizhou. As everyone knows, Shizhou is impoverished, sparsely populated, and suffers from perennial drought. In these times of peace and prosperity, we simply do not need so many troops. If we could recall half of the Jinshi King's 100,000 troops, the pressure on a national treasury could be greatly eased. Gongju couldn't help but frown upon hearing this. Could this be the opportunity his imperial sister spoke of? Gong Yimo had discussed this matter with Gongju before. The Jinshi King is your maternal grandfather, Gongju. Over these years, various powers have obstructed you, preventing contact. But Shizhou, guarded by your grandfather, has always been a thorn in the imperial court side. One day, someone will come to seize the military authority from your grandfather's hands. Yet for you, that will be a rare and invaluable opportunity. At this moment, the left chancellor stepped forward, saying, Your Majesty, the Jinshi King has rendered meritorious service guarding Shizhou. Besides, he is advanced in years. It is time for him to return to the capital to enjoy his retirement. Gongju sneered inwardly. How righteous it sounded, ostensibly calling him back to retire, but in reality, seizing his military power. Without military authority, the Jinshi king would be fortunate just to avoid disaster, let alone protect his family. However, the emperor turned to Gong Yimo, who was sleeping soundly beside him. "Royal daughter, what do you think of this matter?" Hearing someone call her name, Gong Yimo immediately woke up, asking groggily, "Father Emperor, what is it?" The emperor stroked her head, saying, "The left chancellor believes the Jinshi king is getting old and wishes for us to bring him back to the capital for retirement, incidentally reclaiming half of his troops." Gong Yimo instantly shook her head. "Your child believes the person who said this should be the one going home to retire. It is utterly thoughtless." The left chancellor then remarked, "It seems the princess has some profound insights." Gong Yimo retorted without reservation, "Profound insights? I wouldn't dare claim that. Compared to you, left chancellor, I am still far behind. Bring paper and brush." Immediately, Gong Yimo began drawing on the paper, explaining to the assembled officials as she did. Shizhou is flanked by snow-capped mountains. The mountain snowmelt is initially a good water source, but due to the hot climate, the meltwater quickly dries up, leading to perennial drought in Shizhou. However, if the sun could be blocked, and underground channels were used to connect reservoirs. But as soon as this suggestion was voiced, it met with skepticism from the officials. In their understanding, water channels of such construction simply did not exist. Gong Yimo paid them no mind, instead going directly before the emperor. She explained, simply by digging vertical shafts at appropriate locations halfway up the mountain, connecting these shafts underground to reservoirs, and also digging the reservoirs deeper into a curved shape, wide at the bottom and narrow at the top. This way, whenever the snow melts, the water will flow entirely into the vertical shafts and then into the reservoirs. By then, whether for human use or irrigation, it should surely be sufficient. But this project is immense. Yet, once completed, it will solve the problem once and for all. Even if I were given 100,000 troops, I would still find it insufficient. How could anyone consider withdrawing troops? She then turned back to the emperor. The Jinshi king has guarded the border for years. Having him coordinate and supervise the construction is most suitable. Father Emperor, am I right? The emperor affectionately ruffled Gong Yimo's hair. Whatever my royal daughter says is right. Let this matter be settled thus. Royal daughter has contributed meritorious counsel. We shall reward Gong. Yimo threw herself into the emperor's embrace, saying happily, "If you truly wish to bestow a reward, Father Emperor, why not let me serve as an imperial commissioner for once? Personally going to Shizhou to supervise the construction. Now, that would be interesting." The emperor immediately rejected the proposal. "The northwest region is so cold and harsh. How could Father Emperor bear to let you go?" Gong Yimo, still unwilling to give up, said, "Then Father Emperor should send Gong Ju. Everything I know, he knows too. That should be suitable now, right?" The emperor pondered carefully. Gong Ju, this child, though not outstanding, had committed no faults. "Very well, let Gong Ju go." Gong Ju felt deeply moved. "Imperial sister, rest assured, I will certainly not fail your careful planning." After returning to Taiji Hall, Gong Yimo rummaged through her belongings, retrieving the gold thread soft armor previously gifted to her by the emperor. She handed it to Gong Ju, telling him to wear it when he went to Shizhou. She then found a sturdy dagger from her bed and had Gong Ju take that as well. However, because she had searched too vigorously, she accidentally unearthed a book. Gong Ju curiously picked it up and saw it was actually Jin Ping Mei. He then asked Gong Yimo why she was reading such a book. Gong Yimo replied that she hadn't read it. It was specially prepared for him. Hearing this, Gong Ju felt somewhat surprised. "For me to read?" Gong Yimo looked at Gong Ju and said, "You are too innocent. Understand? It's quite necessary for me to educate you on matters between men and women. You've grown up now. In a few more years, you'll need to marry and have children. So, during these years away from home, you must conduct yourself with integrity. Be especially careful with girls. Don't come back after a few years with a child already." Gong Ju immediately declared that he absolutely would not. Then, before Gong Yimo could react, he pulled her directly into his arms and kissed her. After a long moment, the two separated. The next morning, Gong Yimo prepared to see Gong Ju off. On the way, she unexpectedly encountered the crown prince, Gong Che. "Elder brother crown prince, are you also here to see Gong Ju off? Then let's walk together." As they walked, Gong Yimo glanced at the box in Gong Che's hand, very curious about what gift he would give Gong Ju. Gong Che didn't try to hide it. After opening the box, inside lay a gleaming dagger. Gong Yimo couldn't help but exclaim, "How beautiful! Gong Ju will definitely like it." Gong Che could see that he also liked the dagger very much, so he said he would give him a better one another day. "Then I must thank Crown Prince Brother in advance." When the two arrived at Gong Ju's sleeping palace, they were informed that the ninth prince had gone down to select accompanying warhorses and was not currently in the palace. Hearing this, Gong Yimo felt they couldn't just stand around idly now that they were here. Thus, she suggested to Gong Che that they might as well go for a boat ride on the lake. Gong Che readily agreed with Gong Yimo and instructed his attendant to fetch the fine wine he had privately stored. After taking a sip of wine while seated on the boat, Gong Che praised it endlessly, truly a superior vintage. At this moment, Gong Yimo revealed her purpose. "Crown Prince Brother, there's a saying that goes, one feels indebted after eating another's food or taking their things. Imperial Sister has lured you onto this small boat because I have a favor to ask. To be honest, Crown Prince Brother, although I haven't left the palace, I have opened quite a few shops through others. Recently, in the grain shops around the capital, even the lowest grade rice has become scarce and in high demand. Therefore, I suspect someone intends to tamper with the disaster relief supplies accompanying Gong Ju." Hearing this, Gong Che understood. "Imperial Sister has said so much. How do you want me to help you?" Gong Yimo was immediately overjoyed. "Gong Ju departs in 3 days. I wish to borrow the troops under your friend's command, Crown Prince Brother, to help me escort the grain supplies from the south gate." Gong Che patted her head, indicating it was no problem. But suddenly, his expression changed drastically. He immediately ordered the boat to dock. Just as he prepared to stand up and disembark, his body swayed unsteadily, and he collapsed directly onto the floor. Seeing this, Gong Yimo rushed forward to support him, but Gong Che turned his head and looked at her coldly. He knew that an imperial prince with a physical ailment could never become the crown prince. Anyone who saw him in this state had to die. Instantly, a box containing a mechanism slid into his palm. Just as he was about to act, suddenly, a soft hand rested on his arm. Gong Che was momentarily taken aback, somewhat unsure how to react. Gong Yimo then said, "It's all right. I will save you. Actually, I've known about Crown Prince Brother's secret for a long time, but I haven't told anyone, including Gong Ju. Please try to trust me this once." Gong Yimo never disappoint. She immediately used her internal energy to help Gong Che stabilize his condition. After a short while, Gong Yimo helped Gong Che off the small boat and instructed the attendants nearby. The crown prince caught a chill just now while picking lotus pods. You must take good care of him after returning. After seeing Gong Che off, Gong Yimo let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, she had reacted quickly enough. Otherwise, her life might have ended on that boat today. When she turned around, she saw Gong Ju standing behind her with a jealous expression. Just as Gong Yimo was about to say something, Gong Ju stepped forward and grabbed her hand. "Imperial Sister, don't meet the crown prince alone again in the future." Gong Yimo paved the way for Gong Ju's future, arranging for him to go to the border. However, she hadn't expected the right chancellor to interfere, and even the crown prince became implicated. Even the empress pleaded bitterly with Gong Yimo to save them. In the end, the chancellor shed blood in the imperial court, and the crown prince and the empress were saved by Gong Yimo at the cost of her own future. Gong Ju looked at Gong Yimo, somewhat reluctant to part. "Imperial Sister, you must be careful after I leave." Gong Yimo reassured him, saying she would wait for his return in the imperial palace. Several days later, Gong Ju set off with a grand procession. But what he didn't know was that his group had long been targeted. The leader of a group of black-clad figures spoke. "My lord, this Gong Yimo is too cunning. She actually had the convoy heading to Shizhou depart from 3 gates simultaneously. We don't have enough men. We can only choose one route to intercept and swap the goods." Meanwhile, the crown prince was directing his subordinates, ordering them to ensure the safe passage of the supplies from the south gate out of the territory. Seeing this, the black-clad figures were momentarily confused, unable to understand why the crown prince would help Gong Ju. However, the crown prince's actions also indicated one thing. Both routes could potentially be traps. The real goods must still be in one location, and distinguishing them was simple. Just see which route had the deepest cart tracks, the disaster relief grain must surely be there. Thinking this, the leader of the black-clad figures sneered coldly. Letting those barbarians eat rotten rice and spoil grain was good enough. Ninth Prince, please accept this grand gift. As Gong Ju and his entourage arrived at a place called 10 Mile Pavilion, they were surprised to see Gong Yimo waiting there with her maidservant Sure. Gong Ju immediately dismounted and ran towards her. Seeing him approach, Gong Yimo smiled and asked, "How was it? Was the journey smooth?" Gong Ju replied, "With Imperial Sister strategy, of course, it was smooth. I tied willow branches all over the carriage beams and cleared away the wheel tracks. No one could possibly tell that the carriage leaving the south gate was carrying anything." Then, Gong Ju poured a cup of tea for Gong Yimo. "Since there's no farewell wine, I'll toast Imperial Sister with tea instead. Thank you, Imperial Sister, for planning for me all these years. I will remember all the hardships and difficulties. So, this first cup is for Imperial Sister. Thank you for giving me a new lease on life. This second cup is for Imperial Sister for giving your all for me over the years. And this third cup is still for Imperial Sister. I've imagined countless times, if I hadn't met you in the cold palace back then, what would I be like today? So this cup is a toast. Thank you for existing in my life." Gong Yimo couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Time had passed so quickly. The child who couldn't get enough to eat back then was now ready to spread his wings and fly high. After finishing the tea toast, Gong Ju stood up, came before Gong Yimo, leaned down, and whispered in her ear, "Momo, wait for my return." With that, he mounted his horse, waved goodbye, and rode off. Gong Yimo touched the lingering warmth on her ear, staring blankly at Gong Ju's receding figure. She wondered when they would meet again after this parting. Just as Gong Ju, with a heart full of reluctance, embarked on his journey to Shizhou, the emperor in Chaoyang Hall was furious, pointing at the kneeling right chancellor and roaring, "Corruption and perverting the law, conspiring to harm an imperial heir. Such treasonous crimes warrant the extermination of 9 generations. Right Chancellor, do you plead guilty?" Before the Right Chancellor could answer, the Left Chancellor stepped forward. "Your Majesty, it must be the Empress colluding with the Right Chancellor to dare commit such a heinous act. Someone who endangers the state like this is unfit to be the mother of the nation." The kneeling Right Chancellor finally spoke. "This matter arose entirely because of this guilty subject. It has nothing to do with the Empress. I implore your Majesty to investigate clearly." But the Left Chancellor persisted. "So many troops could not have been mobilized without the Empress's command token. Your Majesty, please depose the Empress." Just as all the court officials sided with the Left Chancellor, the voice of Crown Prince Gong Che sounded from outside the door. "Father Emperor, regarding the private switching of disaster relief grain, your son has something to say. This entire matter arose because of your son and has nothing to do with Mother Empress. Your son is willing to bear all responsibility. I beg Father Emperor to show leniency and spare Mother Empress and the Right Chancellor." Meanwhile, Gong Yimo, having seen Gong Ju off, returned to Taiji Hall. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she was stopped by the anxious-looking Empress, who immediately knelt before her, begging Gong Yimo, for Gong Che's sake, to save him this time. Gong Yimo said helplessly, "Your Majesty, let's not mince words. I am not Father Emperor's biological child. How much weight do you think my words carry?" The Empress quickly grabbed Gong Yimo's hand, pleading with her, "For the sake of Gong Che, who usually looks after you, and for the dozens of innocent lives in the Liu family facing execution, you must help this time." Seeing Gong Yimo's hesitation, the Empress immediately kowtowed to her. "Seventh Princess, you can definitely do it. Please save them." Gong Yimo felt uneasy witnessing this scene. She then said, "I can promise you I will do my utmost to protect the Crown Prince. However, your father's crimes are punishable by death. I am powerless there. Furthermore, helping you this time might implicate me as well. So, regardless of success or failure, you must agree to one condition." Hearing this, the Empress hastily nodded in agreement. "As long as you can save Chaeir, I am willing to pay any price, even my life." Meanwhile, in Chaoyang Hall, the Left Chancellor spoke passionately. "Since the Crown Prince believes this matter is entirely his fault, then your Majesty should depose the Crown Prince and appoint a new heir." Just as his words fell, a clear female voice came from outside the door. Why is it so noisy today? I could hear it from far away. The emperor looked at the newcomer sternly. Momo, this is the court discussing important matters. No mischief allowed. Gong Yimo walked up to the emperor and said, I'm not making mischief. I came to lodge a complaint. It was the right chancellor who framed Gongju, intending to switch the disaster relief grain. Fortunately, Crown Prince Brother acted selflessly and helped out. Otherwise, Gongju probably wouldn't have even made it out of the city. The empress, too, because she failed to restrain her father, wanted to atone with her life. Luckily, your subject arrived just in time to save Mother Empress. Hearing that his mother had nearly died, Gong Che, standing aside, turned pale with shock. Gong Yimo then walked up to the right chancellor. Even Crown Prince Brother, to protect the Empress's dignity, was willing to take the blame for you. Are you still unrepentant? Do you really want to harm both mother and son? She then shot him a meaningful glance. The right chancellor saw it and suddenly understood. This was a strategy to sacrifice the pawn to save the king. Instantly, he lunged towards a nearby pillar. In the next second, blood splattered like an arrow. Everyone in the court was stunned by the scene. The chief eunuch nearby immediately stepped forward to check. A quick check for breath revealed no sign of life. Turning back to the emperor, he reported, Your Majesty, the right chancellor is dead. Hearing this outcome, Gong Che collapsed to the ground with a thud. The emperor himself hadn't fully processed it yet, but the left chancellor continued his address. Your Majesty, the right chancellor must have committed suicide out of fear of punishment. Did he think that by dying, he could absolve the crown prince of his crimes and save the entire Liu family? Gong Yimo, however, spoke up. The right chancellor has already paid with his life. Although the others from the Liu family were accomplices, they didn't succeed in swapping the grain supplies. Moreover, if it weren't for the crown prince's help this time, I wouldn't have foreseen the plot and learned that someone intended to tamper with the provisions. Therefore, Father Emperor, please spare the crown prince and the other innocent members of the Liu family this time. The emperor, clearly troubled by the whole affair, decreed, The crown prince has redeemed himself through meritorious service and is without fault. Escort the crown prince back to his palace. With a trembling voice, the crown prince asked, What about the rest of the Liu family? The emperor retorted, This concerns the dignity of the imperial family. How can you be so insensible? The right chancellor is pardoned, but the others of the Liu family cannot escape punishment. They shall be executed. He then ordered the guards to escort the crown prince back to his palace. Just then, a hand stretched out before Gong Che. Gong Yimo stood protectively in front of him, pleading, Father Emperor, since the Liu family's plot failed and the right chancellor has paid with his life, please grant the innocent members of the Liu family a chance to live. The emperor erupted in fury. Silence. It seems I have spoiled you too much, making you so lawless as to question my decisions. What benefits did the Liu family promise you that makes you defy me repeatedly? Father Emperor, the Liu family offered me no benefits. Your daughter merely wishes to make a trade with Father Emperor. Over the past 2 years, your daughter has made countless contributions. I wish to use these merits to exchange for Father Emperor sparing the Liu family. The emperor slammed his hand on the table and raged. Fine, then you shall bear the Liu family's crimes. Gong Yimo has repeatedly defied her superiors. As a woman, she has interfered in court affairs. Effective immediately, she is stripped of her title and demoted to a commoner. Seeing the decision was final, Gong Yimo bowed respectfully. Your daughter accepts the decree. As a commoner, Gong Yimo straightened up and walked out of the imperial palace. Once on the streets, she found the secret contact she had previously arranged, instructing him to rush to the western Zhou border to inform Jin Cheng of the events. She emphasized that he must keep Gongju in the dark, ensuring he never learned of her demotion. Just as Gong Yimo finished giving her instructions and was about to head back to the inn, she was startled by a horseman and fell to the ground. The rider was none other than the heir apparent of Prince Ping. Shun Shirya looked down at the fallen Gong Yimo and mocked. Isn't this Princess Chaoyang? Oh, almost forgot. There's no Princess Chaoyang anymore. Just a commoner. Gong Yimo stood up, brushed the dust off her clothes, ignored him, and turned to leave. Seeing this, Shun Shirya immediately shouted, Stop! Did I say you could leave? Gong Yimo turned back to look at him. Could this be the heir apparent of Prince Ping, who had never shown his face at court? If she remembered correctly, in her past life, this heir apparent was killed by his stepmother at the age of 18. She stepped forward and asked his age. Shun Shirya replied, 18. Suddenly, he realized and said sternly, "Wait, why should I tell you?" Gong Yimo heard this and shook her head inwardly. So, he was nearing his end. She wouldn't hold a grudge against him then. Changing the subject, she asked, "What business does Shun Shurya have with me?" Shun Shurya instantly grew furious, raising the horsewhip in his hand to strike Gong Yimo. "I just don't like the look of you." Gong Yimo swiftly grabbed the whip and, with a reverse pull, yanked Shun Shurya off his horse. After being thoroughly tied up, Shun Shurya finally calmed down, saying indignantly, "How can there be such a fierce woman like you in this world? You better let me go, or I'll make you pay." Gong Yimo just shook her head playfully. "Your world is too narrow. You need to get out more, see the world, then you'll know. A girl like me is, of course, one of a kind." She then pinched Shun Shurya's ear. "Good boy. Now, can you tell me why you don't like the look of me?" Shun Shurya retorted, "Isn't it because you made Sister Su unhappy?" Gong Yimo stroked her chin, pondering. "The Sister Su you speak of, is she Su Miaolon, the cherished daughter of the Marquis Jingwa? What is your relationship with her?" Shun Shur blushed and stammered. She's the daughter of my mother's sister. My cousin." Gong Yimo instantly understood, but she hadn't even met Su Miaolon. Why would Su Miaolon hate her without reason? Shun Shurya said, "You may not have met him, but you took something of hers." Little sister Su spent an entire year embroidering a double-sided piece for the Crown Prince. After you saw it, you merely mentioned you liked it, and the Crown Prince gifted it to you. When little sister Su found out, she grieved at home for over a month. Gong Yimo instinctively clenched her fists. She had clearly been deliberately avoiding him ever since her rebirth. Why was he still haunting her like a lingering ghost? Then, she reached in her robes, pulled out an object, and casually tossed it to Shun Shurya. "You mean this, right? Here, take it back." She then untied Shun Shurya's bonds. "I hope you won't cause me any more trouble in the future. Farewell." But immediately, Gong Yimo paused. Where is she supposed to go now? She definitely couldn't go to those shops. Otherwise, Gong Ju would surely find out she had been expelled from the imperial palace. At this moment, Shun Shurya seemed to notice her predicament. He spoke up, "If you have nowhere to go, my mother consort did leave me a residence." He quickly added an explanation. "Don't misunderstand. This young master just noticed it hasn't been cleaned in a long time and thought of finding someone to tidy it up, that's all." Gong Yimo found this heir apparent of Prince Ping rather amusing. He wanted to help her, but couldn't bring himself to say it directly. So, she smiled at Shun Shurya and said, "Since that's the case, thank you very much, Your Highness the heir apparent." Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away on the western Zhou border, Gong Ju was leading a troop inspecting the frontier. At this moment, his thoughts turned again to Gong Yimo. Gong Yimo had thought that after her demotion to a commoner, Gong Che and the Empress would be safe. Unexpectedly, the Empress was directly placed under house arrest, and Gong Che was effectively deposed. In the end, Gong Yimo managed to secure a chance for Gong Che to make a desperate comeback, leave the capital, and head south. Gong Yimo was worrying about finding a good place to settle down. Unexpectedly, the heir apparent of Prince Ping, Shun Shurya, presented himself. After Shun Shurya escorted Gong Yimo to her new residence, he went straight to the Jingwa Marquis Manor. Seeing Shun Shurya arrive, Su Miaolon wasn't surprised, murmuring shyly, "Brother Shun, what brings you here?" Shun Shurya handed her the object in his hand. "Look, isn't this yours?" Su Miaolon took it and looked quite astonished. "Isn't this the double-sided embroidery I made? Didn't this embroidery end up in Princess Chaoyang's hands? How do you have it? Could it be you've met Gong Yimo?" Shun Shurya nodded. "I exchanged this handkerchief for something from her. She was kicked out of the imperial palace and had nowhere to stay. Coincidentally, I have a vacant residence." Hearing this, Su Miaolon couldn't help but curve her lips into a smile. "Hearing you say it like that, Princess Chaoyang is quite pitiful. Coincidentally, I'm hosting a tea party this afternoon. Why don't you bring her over to relax?" Shun Shurya immediately agreed. Watching Shun Shurya's departing figure, a meaningful smile touched the corners of Su Miaolon's lips. Sure enough, in the afternoon, Gong Yimo arrived punctually at the Jingwa Marquis Manor for the gathering. Seeing the 3 words, Jingwa Marquis Manor, she frowned slightly. If Shun Shurya hadn't pleaded so earnestly with her, like hell she would have come. Owing favors and repaying them is such a hassle. After taking a deep breath, Gong Yimo lifted her foot to walk through the gate. But just as she was about to enter, she was stopped by the gatekeeping servant. Where did this poor wretch come from? Is this a place you can enter? Hurry up and scram. Gong Yimo took a step back, retorting sarcastically. So this is the Jinghua Marquis Manor's way of treating guests? I've certainly learned something today. Her words left the servant somewhat flustered. Just then, a sharp reprimand came from within the gate. Which ill-mannered creature is this? How dare you offend Princess Chaoyang? Su Miaolon was seen walking out from inside. Princess Chaoyang, your esteemed presence graces us. Miaolon failed to welcome you from afar. Please forgive this servant's ignorance. Don't hold it against them. Hearing this, Gong Yimo couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Staring into Su Miaolon's eyes, she said, "Is it truly the servant who is ignorant, or is it the master?" With that, she walked straight into the Marquis Manor. Su Miaolon turned to look at Gong Yimo's back, grinding her teeth in anger. Inside the manor, the crowd was bustling, and sounds of laughter filled the air. But when Gong Yimo arrived, it instantly fell deathly silent. At this moment, a group of three, led by elder Princess Gong Hanyun, Yu Qingqing, daughter of Prince Lu Jun, and Zhuxi, daughter of Jiangwan, began to mock and ridicule Gong Yimo. Just then, Su Miaolon deliberately stepped between them, saying, "Qingqing, sure, she is a guest. How can you be rude to Sister Gong?" However, Gong Yimo had long seen through her act. She walked directly to a table and sat down. Looking up at Su Miaolon, she asked, "Didn't you say this was a tea party? Where are the refreshments?" "The tea," Su Miaolon hastily replied. "It was my oversight in arrangements. Please wait a moment." Sister Gong was about to call for servants to bring refreshments, when suddenly Zhuxi, the daughter of a fallen house, grabbed her arm. Pointing a finger right at Gong Yimo's face, Zhuxi cursed, "Who do you think you are, daring to order Sister Su around like this? Everyone here is 1,000 times nobler than you. It's bad enough you don't kneel and pay respects, but now you dare to bully Sister Su? Truly ill-mannered." Gong Yimo didn't even spare her a glance. She turned directly to Su Miaolon and said, "You were the one who repeatedly invited me here for tea and conversation. Now, I merely mention arranging for refreshments, yet you just stand there, motionless, playing the victim. Are you planning to keep using others as your pawns, while you just watch the drama unfold?" Su Miaolon hastily shook her head, indicating that wasn't her intention. Seeing this, Zhuxi immediately stepped in front of Su Miaolon. "Insolent creature, you lowly commoner, stop trying to sow discord. If you know what's good for you, kneel down at once and kowtow in apology to everyone present." Gong Yimo couldn't help but let out a stifled laugh. She immediately stood up and addressed the crowd. "Are you all certain you want me to kneel and kowtow?" Looking at the disgusted expressions on their faces, Gong Yimo casually drew a dagger from her sleeve. Toying with the dagger in her hand, Gong Yimo mused aloud. "I once killed over a dozen assassins right before the emperor and all the ministers. Killing is practically second nature to me. You insist on making things difficult for me like this. Are you perhaps eager to taste death?" The moment she saw Gong Yimo draw the dagger, she collapsed to the ground in terror. Gong Yimo looked quite pleased with her reaction. "I just love it when people like you despise me, but can't do a thing about it." But suddenly, the elder princess pushed through the crowd. "She may not have the authority, but surely I do. It seems you've forgotten you are no longer a princess, but a mere commoner. Now hurry up, crawl over here and kneel. Do you intend to defy imperial authority?" Beside them, Su Miaolon rejoiced inwardly. Good thing she had arranged a backup plan and invited the elder princess as well. "Let's see how you escape this time, Gong Yimo." Gong Yimo faced the elder princess and stated, neither servile nor overbearing. Has the elder princess perhaps forgotten? His Majesty may have stripped me of my title and status, but His Majesty also decreed that I have the privilege of meeting anyone without needing to bow or curtsy. What? Has His Majesty revoked this privilege as well? The elder princess snorted coldly. However, you spoke insolently before me, this princess. I still retain the right to punish you. Guards, Gong Yimo has behaved improperly and spoken rudely in public. This princess orders you to throw her out. Gong Yimo almost laughed aloud at her antics. Your Highness, the elder princess, have your male companions drained not only your body, but also your mind. The elder princess shrieked in fury. Gong Yimo, shut your mouth. I do not keep male companions. What are you standing around for? Hurry up and kill her for me. In the next instant, several servants charged towards Gong Yimo. Just then, Shun Shurye stepped in front of Gong Yimo. I am the heir apparent of Prince Ping. Let's see who dares to harm her. As long as I am here, no one will touch a single hair on her head. Su Miaolon was greatly surprised by Shun Shurye's sudden appearance. She quickly spoke up. Brother Shun, what are you doing interfering? This is a matter between members of the imperial family. How can we possibly get involved? Meanwhile, Gong Yimo stepped out from behind Shun Shurye. Elder Princess, you truly are remarkably foolish. If I were as foolish as you, I would definitely hide myself away rather than running around being used as someone else's pawn. The elder princess's face twisted with rage. She raised her hand to slap Gong Yimo across the face. Gong Yimo, however, unhurriedly took out a jade tablet. Engraved upon it were 4 gleaming golden characters, as if we ourselves were present. Everyone present was utterly stunned. With a collective thud, a large number of them fell to their knees. They cried out in unison, "Blessings upon His Majesty." The elder princess stared at the jade tablet, her expression blank with disbelief. How do you have Father Emperor's personal token? How could Father Emperor possibly give this token to you? Gong Yimo retorted bluntly. If not to me, should he have given it to a fool like you? She then turned back to Su Miaolon. Weren't you insistent on inviting me to this gathering? We can begin now. Su Miaolon was now completely flustered. She stammered, "It will be ready right away." Meanwhile, miles away in a military tent on the border, the Duke roared at the soldiers kneeling on the ground. My imperial sister was demoted to a commoner, and you all dared to conspire to hide it from me. A soldier, still kneeling, spoke nervously. Your subordinate was merely acting on the princess's orders. Please, Your Highness, understand the princess's painstaking efforts. The Duke furiously grabbed him by the collar. Am I supposed to just stand by and watch my imperial sister suffer? Pass down the order. Prepare the horses. We return to the capital. Just as the Duke started walking out of the tent, the soldier quickly blocked his path. Your Highness, please think carefully. If Your Highness returns just like this, aren't you afraid of betraying the princess's painstaking efforts? The princess is highly skilled in martial arts and resourceful. She will surely be fine. Your subordinate still maintains, if you go back now, not only will all your previous efforts be wasted, but think how disappointed the princess will be with you. Hearing this, the Duke halted his steps. She would be disappointed. He would never let her be disappointed. Meanwhile, in the capital city, late at night, Shun Shurye supported the intoxicated Gong Yimo, escorting her back. Looking at Gong Yimo's state, Shun Shurye couldn't help but remark, "Seeing how bold you were before, I didn't expect you to get drunk after just a few cups." Gong Yimo grabbed his collar, insisting she wasn't drunk. Seeing her like this, Shun Shurye changed the subject. "Seeing you drunk reminds me of my late mother. When she drank, she also liked to be difficult like this." Gong Yimo pulled away from Shun Shurye's support. "What nonsense are you talking about? Who's being difficult? And don't wear such a long face. Your mother would surely want you to live happily." Then, she began to dance by herself, momentarily dazzling Shun Shurye. But suddenly, Gong Yimo lost her balance and stumbled forward, falling directly into Shun Shurye's arms. Emboldened by the alcohol, Gong Yimo leaned close to Shun Shurye's ear and whispered, "I've heard about your family situation. You need to be careful of your stepmother." Shun Shurye was quite surprised to hear this. Just as he was about to say something, suddenly, a man's voice came from behind them. "What are you doing?" Shun Shurye turned his head and frowned instantly. Wasn't this His Highness the Crown Prince? It was truly strange for the Crown Prince to appear here so late. Gong Che walked up to Shun Shurye. "Heir apparent, please return my imperial sister to me." Shun Shurye countered sharply. "If I recall correctly, she no longer has any relation to Your Highness. She is now my friend." Gong Che smelled the strong scent of alcohol on Gong Yimo. He instantly became furious. "You actually took her drinking? Do you know she's a woman?" Shun Shurye retorted. "So what? We are friends. It's not the sordid affair you're imagining." Gong Che couldn't be bothered arguing with him. He directly picked up the drunken Gong Yimo and walked away. Staring at Gong Che's retreating back, Shun Shurye secretly clenched his fists. Inside the Crown Prince's private residence, Gong Che placed Gong Yimo on his own bed. Watching Gong Yimo's sleeping face, Gong Che couldn't help but smile. "What a little rascal. Your crown prince brother has been worried sick. Not only did you not send word, but you're sleeping so soundly." He then leaned forward, intending to kiss Gong Yimo. But Gong Yimo mistook him for the duke, crying and telling him not to bother her. Hearing this, Gong Che flew into a rage. Even drunk like this, her heart was only filled with Gong Ju. Just then, a servant rushed in to report, "Your Highness, it's bad. Something has happened to Her Majesty the Empress." Hearing that his mother was in trouble, Gong Che was instantly alarmed and demanded to know exactly what had happened. The servant explained, "Someone has uncovered evidence that Her Majesty the Empress has been harming imperial heirs since she entered the palace. His Majesty is furious." Upon hearing this, Gong Che immediately ordered his carriage prepared. He needed to enter the palace at once to see his father emperor. The next day, inside Chaoyang Hall, Gong Che knelt before the emperor. The emperor looked at this son of his and began, "For over 10 years, the empress has been harming imperial heirs in the inner palace. Now the evidence is conclusive. What else do you have to say?" Gong Che respectfully replied, "Father Emperor, Mother Empress did this, ultimately, to protect my position as crown prince. If Father Emperor can spare Mother Empress this once, I am willing to renounce my status as crown prince." The emperor gripped his chin. "Your position as crown prince was granted by us. Why do you have to renounce it? Pass the order. The empress has failed in virtue. She is confined to 7 Phoenix Palace to await further judgment. As for the throne, the most capable shall take it." Hearing this, Gong Che couldn't help but smile bitterly inwardly. Then what difference did it make whether his title as crown prince was abolished or not? As Gong Che walked out of Chaoyang Hall, he heard distant palace servants gossiping about him. Although he was angry, there was nothing he could do right now. Just then, a servant ran up to Gong Che. "Your Highness, Her Majesty the Empress heard His Majesty's decree just now. Unable to accept it, she tried to commit suicide. Please hurry and persuade Her Majesty." Gong Che immediately rushed towards 7 Phoenix Palace. As soon as he entered, he saw his mother holding a knife. Gong Che snatched the knife away at once, supporting his mother and saying, "Your son begs Mother Empress not to do anything foolish. Didn't Father Emperor say the throne belongs to the most capable? Please, Mother Empress, believe in your son one more time." The Empress said through tears, "My child, can't you see the reality? In this situation, we truly have no chance of turning things around." After Gong Che managed to calm the Empress down, he returned to his own residence. Upon entering the room, Gong Che embraced Gong Yimo, confessing how tired he was. He didn't want to be the crown prince anymore. After speaking, he buried his head in Gong Yimo's embrace. Gong Yimo looked upon Gong Che's current state, her heart softening despite herself. Thus, she said to him, "Crown Prince brother, the only solution now is for the Empress to surrender the Phoenix Seal, while you must leave the capital. Father Emperor stated that the future throne belongs to the capable. Why then, can you not be that capable one?" Having spoken, she showed Gong Che the sketch of the straw boats she had just drawn. Gong Yimo looked at Gong Che and said, "The court is currently rife with undercurrents, a chaotic mix of dragons and snakes. How many more times can you withstand situations like today's? It will be better to head south and build the canal, letting them fight amongst themselves first. Besides, didn't Father Emperor say, the throne must go to one with political achievements and the people's support. Once you go south, I can also contribute financially, and I have ways to prevent those ministers from causing trouble. You need not worry about time either. I have methods to ensure you connect the north and south within 2 years. By then, let alone the Eastern Zhou, even the entire Du Empire will be free from floods. And if you accomplish this, it will be a monumental achievement celebrated through the ages. Who then could possibly challenge you based on merit?" Upon hearing this, Gong Che's eyes couldn't help but light up. But at this moment, Gong Yimo added, "While I can fully support you in this matter, you must agree to one condition. Gong Ju must also participate." Hearing that Gong Yimo was once again bringing up Gong Ju, Gong Che's gaze dimmed slightly. Gong Yimo, however, continued speaking as if to herself, because Gong Ju is heading to Western Zhou, and with Prince Jinqi's help, he will soon be free. Moreover, Gongju's territory is not far from the canal excavation site. So, rather than waiting for others to snatch the opportunity, it's better to share it with Gongju. Yet, Gongche was somewhat concerned that Father Emperor would not agree. Gong Yimo leaned close to his ear, whispering that she already had a strategy to persuade Father Emperor. After hearing it, Gongche immediately prepared to enter the palace, while Gong Yimo arranged to meet him at the city gate. Ever since Gong Yimo confirmed the plan to head south and build the canal, many people sought to claim a share of the benefits. First came Li Ku, the son of the Minister of Revenue, followed by Jin Yu, the second prince of the Yuhing Empire. Lastly, there was Shun Shurya, for whom she had eliminated his stepmother. Gong Che, upon hearing Gong Yimo's suggestion, immediately went into the palace to discuss it with the emperor. Meanwhile, Gong Yimo arrived at their agreed meeting spot to wait. Seated at a stone table, Gong Yimo was contemplating the matters of the southward journey. Suddenly, she heard a faint rustling sound and sharply turned her head towards the courtyard wall. There, she saw Shansha furtively peering over. Gong Yimo couldn't help but tease. Isn't this the heir apparent? Why resort to climbing walls instead of using the main gate? Shansha immediately gestured for her to keep her voice down, explaining, "Isn't it because of your deranged crown prince forbidding anyone from visiting you? Otherwise, why would this young master climb a wall?" He then added that he had found an interesting place and invited Gong Yimo to go out and have fun together. Hearing there was fun to be had, Gong Yimo readily agreed. But upon arriving at the location, Gong Yimo was dumbfounded. The fun place this fellow spoke of was actually a brothel. Watching the endless stream of people around them, Gong Yimo asked Shun Shurya, "This is the fun place you mentioned?" Shun Shurya calmly replied, "Have a little patience, will you? The fun part will start soon. Let's talk business first. The few of us, we all drank together at Sister Sue's tea party." Before he could finish, his mouth was covered by a youth dressed in green, standing beside him. This green-clad youth was also of significant background. He was the son of the current Minister of Revenue, named Li Ku. Li Ku looked at Gong Yimo somewhat sheepishly, saying, "Your Highness Princess, we indeed have matters to discuss this time. We wish to follow you and the Crown Prince south to build the canal and earn some merit." Gong Yimo was momentarily speechless. "You caused such a commotion just for this. I might not be able to help you at other times, but this matter is manageable." Seeing Gong Yimo agree, the group immediately cheered aloud. Gong Yimo looked towards Shun Shurya at the side. "Aren't you going?" A youth dressed in black spoke up. "He is the heir apparent. How could his father let him join us in digging a river?" Just then, a sudden uproar erupted from the crowd downstairs. It turned out the number one beauty under heaven was about to make her appearance. Amidst waves of red silk gauze, a woman of devastating beauty slowly emerged. The woman, named Jin Yun, though residing in a brothel, was a virtuous performer who remained chaste. At this moment, the brothel's madam addressed the crowd with a smile. "Since so many esteemed gentlemen have graced us with their presence today, Miss Jin Yun wishes to find the youngest gentleman present to perform a duet with her. We hope you will all understand." Upon hearing this, the entire crowd instantly erupted, clamoring, "Choose me, choose me." The madam scanned the upper floor, her gaze circling, before pointing directly at Gong Yimo. "This young gentleman looks the most handsome. Let it be you." Gong Yimo felt utterly bewildered, completely oblivious to the fiery glares directed at her from all around. Left with no choice, Gong Yimo could only descend the stairs. She walked up to the red gauze curtain and stopped, carefully observing the beauty within. Suddenly, she noticed a petal-shaped birthmark on the other person's neck. A smile touched Gong Yimo's lips. She had just been worrying about finding a sponsor for digging the canal, and unexpectedly, someone had immediately come to deliver the money. Gong Yimo instantly reached out towards the beauty behind the curtain, saying, "Miss Jin Yun, this young scholar has arrived. Are you ready?" The moment her voice fell, a hand reached out from within the gauze curtain and rested upon Gong Yimo's. Miss Jin Yun's voice followed. "Thank you for your patronage, young master. Jin Yun is deeply honored." Subsequently, Gong Yimo led Miss Jin Yun to the center of the main hall. Miss Jin Yun first curtsied to the crowd. Then, she began to perform her self-choreographed dance. Miss Jin Yun's dance movements constantly shifted, drawing waves of admiration from the surrounding men. Just as Jin Yun lowered her head, covering her face, the look in her eyes changed. The silk ribbon in her hand instantly shot towards Gong Yimo's face. Yet, Gong Yimo remained calm and composed. With a single hand, she caught the incoming ribbon, then suddenly exerted force. In an instant, she pulled Miss Jin Yun right in front of her. Jin Yun leaned close to Gong Yimo's ear, her breath like orchids as she whispered, "I wonder if the young master would be willing to enter this humble lady's private chamber for an intimate discussion?" Gong Yimo smiled. "And how does the young lady wish to talk?" Jin Yun lifted Gong Yimo's chin. "The young master will know by following me." Immediately, the two went straight upstairs, leaving behind a stunned crowd. Shun Shurya, who had taken everything in, looked towards Li Ku. "She just left with someone else like that? Want to be dangerous?" Li Ku replied, "No matter. This Miss Jin Yin clearly has a request for the princess. She absolutely wouldn't harm her." At this moment, inside a private chamber, Jin Yin directly exposed Gong Yimo's identity. "I didn't expect Princess Chuyang to be such an interesting person. What do you think you are?" Gong Yimo pushed Jin Yun's hand away, saying, "This princess was born an interesting person, and also someone who doesn't get up early without a profit. If you can't tell me something sufficiently tempting this time, don't blame this princess for not letting you off easily." Seeing this, Jin Yun stated the purpose of her visit. "I heard that the princess will be heading to Dongzhou with His Highness the Crown Prince to dig a canal. What this servant wishes to discuss is precisely related to the canal excavation. Since the princess needs to both dig the canal and help the ninth prince secure his prospects, the demand for funds must be immense. If the princess is willing to dig a few hidden channels towards Yuheng during the canal excavation to establish mutual trade with Yuheng, this servant guarantees the princess will make a fortune." Gong Yimo looked at the beauty beneath her. It's indeed a highly profitable method. However, while these hidden channels can promote trade, they also require dedicated personnel to guard the checkpoints and ensure the stability of trade. Perhaps sensing Gong Yimo's lack of interest, Jin Yun wrapped her arms around Gong Yimo, saying, "Then this servant will fund the entire canal excavation for the princess. What do you think?" Hearing this, Gong Yimo couldn't help but tease. "The funds required for digging a canal are no small sum. Are you sure a mere brothel woman can produce it? Or perhaps you aren't a brothel woman at all?" Suddenly, with a fierce tug, she ripped the clothes off Jin Yun's body. Gong Yimo looked at the naked person on the bed, clicking her tongue inwardly. "Am I right? The second prince of Yuheng, Jin Yun." The naked man pointed a trembling finger at Gong Yimo. "Fine, since you found out. Wait for me a moment." A short while later, a man, fully dressed, walked out. Gong Yimo pointed at him and burst into laughter. "It seems I really didn't guess wrong. Why are you, a grown man, playing dress up as a woman?" Having reverted to his true identity, Jin Yun became much more composed. He asked, puzzled, "How did you see through my identity?" Hearing this, Gong Yimo couldn't help but recall memories from her past life. In her previous life, Jin Yun had defied an imperial edict just to protect her, ultimately dying in her arms. So, speaking of it, Gong Yimo still owed him a life. Seeing her dazed, Jin Yun waved his hand. "Why aren't you speaking?" Gong Yimo abruptly snapped back to reality, saying she had changed her mind. "We'll do as you said, and I don't want your benefits either." Jin Yun was quite surprised by her words. "Why have you suddenly become so indifferent?" Gong Yimo said, "My goal was never these petty gains before me. Naturally, I look down on those benefits of yours. One day, I will have the gates of the foreign nations thrown open, accommodating trade from all directions." After Gong Yimo and Jin Yun finalized their plan, she went straight back to the Crown Prince's residence. As soon as she entered the room, a servant came to relay a message from His Highness, the Crown Prince. His Highness asked this servant to inform the princess that you can leave the capital in 3 days. Gong Yimo felt somewhat curious. Why didn't he tell me himself? But what she didn't know was that Gong Che was standing just outside the door at that very moment. The reason he had a servant relay the message was because he had realized he was falling in love with Gong Yimo. He was shocked by this thought, that he, her brother, harbored such improper feelings for his own sister. This realization made him deliberately avoid Gong Yimo. Meanwhile, inside the room, Gong Yimo remained oblivious to Gong Che's inner turmoil. As she prepared to rest, she suddenly heard a strange noise outside her window. Instantly grabbing her sword, she rushed out. Taking a closer look, she saw it was Shun Shurye. At this moment, Shun Shurye was covered in injuries. Gong Yimo hurried forward, asking what had happened. Shun Shurye explained that his stepmother was trying to kill him. You said before that I could trust you, he pleaded. So please, don't hand me over. Just as Gong Yimo was helping Shun Shurya up, she heard the sound of many footsteps approaching from the courtyard. Shun Shurya looked at Gong Yimo and said, "Her people are out in full force this time. You can't fight them all. Just hide me somewhere safe." Gong Yimo immediately told him to stop talking. She also fed him a medicinal pill before swiftly lifting Shun Shurya into her arms. Shun Shurya was somewhat bewildered. "Where are you taking me?" Gong Yimo had already leaped into the air. "Where else?" "To Prince Ping's mansion to crash their party. Remember to repay me well in the future, okay?" Meanwhile, inside Prince Ping's mansion, the princess consort was listening to a servant's report. She slapped the servant across the face. "You couldn't even catch one injured person? What are you doing back here? Get out and keep searching." Seeing her mistress so enraged, a nearby maid quickly tried to soothe her. "Please calm your anger, Your Highness. His lordship said that even if he truly escaped, there's no need to worry. He has his ways to ensure that little beast meets his end." Hearing this, the princess consort gritted her teeth, even more furious. "Killing his mother brought me no satisfaction at all. Just let me get my hands on that little beast. I swear I'll torture him to death." Before she could finish her sentence, Gong Yimo, carrying Shun Shurya, leaped down from the rooftop. The princess consort's face instantly changed. She immediately ordered her guards, "Seize them." Receiving the command, the guards immediately charged towards Gong Yimo and Shun Shurya. Seeing this, Gong Yimo couldn't help but smile grimly. It seemed she would have to unleash a massacre today. Without hesitation, she plunged into the crowd, cutting a swath through them. Every swing of her sword was meant to take a life. In no time at all, Gong Yimo, holding her blood-dripping sword, walked up to the princess consort. By now, the princess consort was utterly terrified. Trembling inwardly, she stammered, "You're just a commoner now. Trespassing in a prince's mansion is a capital offense. If you harm me, Prince Ping and His Majesty will not spare you." But as soon as the words left her mouth, the cold steel of a sword pressed against her throat. Gong Yimo sneered, "A commoner, so what? Ultimately, His Majesty is still my imperial father. He won't spare me? What a joke. No one can save you now, princess consort." The princess consort immediately collapsed to the ground, begging loudly for mercy. She claimed it had nothing to do with her, that it was the prince's order, and she was merely carrying it out. After hearing the princess consort's words, Gong Yimo turned to look at Shun Shurya. "Aren't you usually quite arrogant out there? Yet you let a woman like this force you into hiding." With that, she tossed the sword in her hand to Shun Shurya. Gong Yimo looked at him and uttered only two words, "Kill her." Shun Shurya seemed momentarily stunned, unable to react. Closing his eyes, he pondered for a long moment before gripping the sword and walking straight towards the princess consort. Terrified by this sight, the princess consort burst into tears, pleading, "Child, you can't do this. I'm your aunt, your mother's own sister." Shun Shurya, however, showed no mercy and cut her down. Staring at the body on the ground, Shun Shurya seemed somewhat dazed. Beside him, Gong Yimo patted his shoulder comfortingly. "Don't feel burdened. Your mother would be gratified to see you personally avenge her." Shun Shurya looked at her gratefully. "Don't worry. From this day forward, I won't let anyone bully me anymore. That includes my father, the prince." Seeing that Shun Shurya had come to his senses, Gong Yimo was very satisfied. She directly gave him the Qingling command token bestowed upon her by the emperor. "As long as you have this token in the capital," she told him, "no one can touch you." Shun Shurya looked at the command token in his hand, deeply moved. He immediately pledged to Gong Yimo, "Shun Shurya owes you his life. I will definitely repay you in the future." Gong Yimo couldn't help but be amused by his words. "I never wanted your life. If you truly wish to repay this kindness, then strive to become the imperial city's commandant of the left metropolitan cavalry as soon as possible." Half a month later, Gong Yimo and Gong Che arrived at the site where the canal was being constructed. Gong Yimo currently stood on a small island that needed to be excavated, while on the banks, the incessant sounds of labor echoed endlessly. Gong Yimo picked up a torch. Addressing the crowd on the bank, she announced, "Next, watch closely as I perform a trick for you all and raise this small island to the ground." With that, she ignited a fuse lying on the ground. After a short while, a deafening explosion roared. Shattered rocks flew like festival fireworks, scattering in all directions. The onlookers on the bank were startled by the sudden blast, stumbling backward repeatedly. Once the smoke from the explosion cleared, the small island that had stood in the lake was gone. As far as the eye could see, there was only the rippling blue water of the lake. The people on the bank exclaimed that it was a divine miracle, hailing Gong Yimo as a goddess sent down from the heavens to the mortal world. Gong Che, however, sharply sensed something was amiss, because Gong Yimo had vanished. Previously, Gong Yimo had successfully excavated the canal, turning a project originally estimated to take 2 years into one nearly completed in just a few months. She herself had become deeply beloved by the common people. Subsequently, Gong Ju had defended Shizhou against Lui and even personally slain the enemy commander. This thwarted Lui's ambition to invade Dayu. Seeing Gong Ju achieve merit while Yimo disappeared from the lake's surface, Gong Che instantly panicked. He hastily jumped into the water, shouting Gong Yimo's name. But only the boundless lake water answered him. Just as Gong Che's heart sank to the depths, Gong Yimo suddenly leaped out from beneath the water. Gong Che tightly embraced Gong Yimo, his voice trembling. "Yimo, it's wonderful that you're all right." Gong Yimo rested on Gong Che's shoulder, saying playfully, "Scared you, didn't I? Serves you right for ignoring me for so long." Hearing this, Gong Che said angrily, "Are you mad? Why would you scare me like that?" "What?" Seeing Gong Che was genuinely angry, Gong Yimo quickly explained, "I didn't mean to scare you. I just said that to provoke you." He then pulled Gong Yimo ashore. The common folk on the bank, seeing the princess safe and sound, instantly cheered. Then they asked the princess, "Why did such a large island disappear in an instant? How was that done?" Gong Yimo pondered for a long while, then knelt directly before the people. This completely bewildered the crowd. Gong Yimo performed a salute. "Everyone, please accept my bow. I have a request. You all witnessed the scene just now. That was no miracle but dynamite." The people were somewhat shocked upon hearing this. "Isn't that used for making fireworks? How could that substance possess such immense power?" Gong Yimo explained that she had modified it, its power far exceeding that of ordinary black powder. This explosive will make excavating the canal twice as efficient. But if it falls into the hands of those with malicious intent. Gong Yimo trailed off, not finishing her sentence. Gong Che added, "Then the skies will fill with the flames of war, and blood will flow like rivers." Hearing this, Gong Yimo closed her eyes, recalling events from her past life. In her previous life, it was precisely because she hadn't properly managed the use of gunpowder that it was exploited by certain individuals with ulterior motives, plunging the entire nation into the fires of war. In this life, she absolutely would not allow such a tragedy to happen again. Therefore, I, Gong Yimo, implore everyone present, under no circumstances should you leak any information about the dynamite. The common people immediately declared, "We hereby swear an oath. We will never reveal a single word about this matter." Seeing the people's assurance, Gong Yimo finally felt relieved. The next morning, Gong Yimo watched the busy workers, feeling a wave of emotion. First, use explosives to blast out the river channel ahead of time, then follow up with manual finishing. The canal could be completed in less than 2 years. Just then, a little girl ran up to Gong Yimo's side, handing her a letter she held. She said an older brother had asked her to do so. Gong Yimo opened the letter and couldn't help but smile. It was actually from Gong Ju. But as she read on, Gong Yimo's expression grew solemn. Reading between the lines, Gong Ju's words seemed to carry a hint of desire to seize power. Meanwhile, inside the Jinshi royal mansion, Gong Ju was persuading the king of Jinshi. "Grandfather, living constantly under the protective net you've jointly created, what kind of respectable achievements can I possibly build? What can I use to protect Imperial Sister? I must establish a legacy admired by all. Only then will I have sufficient standing to be worthy of Imperial Sister." The king of Jinshi spoke earnestly. "Even so, you cannot break your Imperial Sister's heart. I won't stop you from reclaiming control over all your power bases, but no matter what, you should inform the princess." A faint smile appeared on Gong Ju's lips. "Rest assured, grandfather. Imperial Sister will agree." After leaving the Jinshi royal mansion, Gong Ju walked along streets crowded with disaster victims. Seeing Gong Ju arrive, the victims quickly knelt in salute. Gong Ju hurriedly helped them up, indicating that there was no need for such formalities. After getting up, the disaster victims praised Gong Ju one after another. If his lordship hadn't arrived in time, bringing us food and medicine, none of us would have survived until today. Actually, there was a reason the victims respected Gong Ju so much. Since his arrival in Western Zhou, he had already become one with the common people here. Normally, he not only handled military affairs, but also personally visited severely affected areas to care for the victims. Even many children affectionately called him Big Brother. However, he sometimes faced skepticism from some who believed he was merely putting on a show using his common folk. Hearing this, Gongju immediately pointed to the sky and swore an oath. Heaven bears witness. I, Gongju, am absolutely sincere in leading everyone to resist the epidemic. From now on, I will eat and live alongside everyone, personally caring for the sick until the epidemic disappears. The crowd of commoners stirred, and even those who had previously doubted him fell silent, raising their hands and shouting, "The ninth prince is benevolent." Meanwhile, in Eastern Zhou, Gong Yimo was pondering Gong Ju's plans detailed in the letter when she suddenly heard someone call her name. Turning around, she was surprised to see it was Gong Che. Li Ku and the others hurried forward to greet him. Gong Che looked at Gong Yimo with some confusion. "Why do you look so troubled? Is something weighing on your mind?" Gong Yimo cleared her throat guiltily and quickly pointed aside, saying, "I do have something on my mind. The riverbed is currently too high and severely silted. Working in the water is not only troublesome, but also inefficient." Gong Che stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Then, "Do you have any good ideas?" Gong Yimo explained, "We just need to dam the flow and then excavate in sections. This way, we can avoid the trouble of working underwater and thoroughly clear the river channel." Gong Yimo's proposal immediately gained the approval of the common people. Gong Yimo promptly said to Gong Che, "Crown Prince Brother, you can issue the orders now." Gong Che immediately commanded Su Yuan to head to the Huai River, Yu Ziqing to go to Hengze Lake, and Li Ku to excavate the stagnant water near Niliu. He himself would work with Yimo to clear the main channel of the Yulong River. They immediately accepted their orders. Watching the departing figures, Gong Che sighed to Gong Yimo. "Yimo, you truly are a lucky star." Gong Yimo smiled and replied, "Crown Prince Brother, you flatter me." But just then, a passerby accidentally bumped into Gong Yimo and slipped a note into her hand. Gong Yimo opened the note and read it. It clearly stated, "Tonight at midnight, let's meet." Gong Yimo arrived punctually for the appointment. The person who invited her was indeed Jin Yin. Seeing Gong Yimo had truly come, he couldn't help but smile. "Long time no see, Princess Zhaoyang." Gong Yimo got straight to the point. "You sought me out at this time, presumably because the river channel excavation on Yuheng's side is almost ready, and you wish to discuss the subsequent shipbuilding matters with me?" Jin Yin couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. It seems the princess's mind is as sharp as ever. He then took a letter from his robes and handed it to Gong Yimo. "This is the deed to a shipyard I own by Hengze Lake. Consider it a token of sincerity for our cooperation." Gong Yimo accepted it directly and said, "You didn't come looking for me today just for this, did you?" Jin Yin looked at Gong Yimo and smiled. "I know you care deeply about that young man from Western Zhou." According to reports from Yuheng's spies, Liu has been frequently active near the Western Zhou border recently. Although they can't stir up major trouble, it's enough to keep that young man busy for a while. Hearing this, Gong Yimo's brow furrowed instantly, somewhat worried about Gong Ju's safety at the border. Meanwhile, inside the Jinshi royal mansion in Western Zhou, a guard urgently reported, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, Liu Yi has suddenly stationed a large number of troops at the border. Their intentions are unclear." The king of Jinshi was immediately alarmed. Gong Ju spoke up, "Grandfather, their arrival is too peculiar. Should I lead some men to investigate?" The king of Jinshi patted Gong Ju's shoulder. "No need to be nervous. Even if Liu Yi truly dares to invade with a large army, the forces of RDU are not to be trifled with. Just have everyone remain vigilant and keep an eye on their movements." With that, he stood up and left. A nearby guard asked Gong Ju, "Are we really going to remain passive?" Gong Ju replied, "Absolutely not. Liu Ye's troop deployment this time is quite sudden. They will definitely try to launch a surprise attack while we are unprepared. Moreover, once war breaks out, tens of thousands of civilians at the border will suffer. Who knows how many will die tragically under the enemy's blades. Therefore, I will absolutely not stand by and ignore Liu Ye's movements." relay my command. Secretly assemble a small team of elites. Tonight, they will accompany me to scout the enemy's situation. At this moment, Liu Ye's army had already encamped 20 li from the border. Soldiers in the tents were warming themselves by the fire, warding off the severe cold. Taking all this in, Gong Ju immediately ordered someone to quickly return and report, telling his grandfather to prepare for defense. He also had several men infiltrate the enemy camp separately to gather intelligence. However, they were discovered almost as soon as they slipped in. Liu Yi's soldiers immediately shouted, "Enemy spies in the camp! Quick, catch the spy!" Instantly, the camp erupted into chaos. Gong Ju and his men seized the opportunity, stealthily approaching the central command tent. As they drew near, he heard the sound of a woman crying from within. Inside the tent, a man struck a woman hard across the face. After hitting her, he stormed out angrily. Once the man had left, Gong Ju slipped inside. His sudden appearance startled the woman inside, who was about to scream. Fortunately, Gong Ju lunged forward in a swift motion and covered her mouth. But just outside the tent, soldiers swarmed, looking as if they might burst in to inspect at any moment. In this critical situation, Gong Ju whispered to the woman, "Let's make a deal." Before he could finish, soldiers outside the tent entered. Taking a quick look, they saw nothing but two beautiful women inside. Gong Ju turned to face the soldiers, feigning anger. "What do you think you're doing? We are about to perform a dance for the commander. If you delay us, can you bear the responsibility?" Hearing this, the soldiers sheepishly retreated. Seeing that they were alone again, Gong Ju handed a fire starter to the woman. He instructed her that he would take her place performing the dance, while she must set the grain supplies outside ablaze. Then, amidst the chaos, she could escape back to Dayu. The woman nodded firmly, promising she would do exactly as told. Just then, the soldiers outside began to urge them to hurry. Gong Ju rose and walked out of the tent. Once outside, he was led by the soldiers towards the commander's tent. Upon arrival, the commander was instantly captivated by Gong Ju's beauty, beckoning him closer for a better look. A cold smile touched Gong Ju's lips as he approached the commander, saying, "Commander, you are a man of great stature. Ordinary dances might not catch your eye. This servant has newly choreographed a sword dance, guaranteed to satisfy you." He then drew his sword and began to perform. As his figure swayed, the crowd within the tent cheered in approval. But outside the tent, the woman had already reached the grain storage area. Swiftly, she ignited it. Flames shot towards the sky, attracting numerous soldiers. Instantly, the sounds of fire crackling and shouts echoed through the night sky. Even the commander in the central tent heard the commotion outside. Seizing the moment, Gong Ju leaped forward. He pressed his sword directly against the enemy commander's throat. "Commander, how could you let your attention wander? You'll make this servant angry." Seeing this, a nearby soldier immediately drew his saber and charged at Gong Ju. Gong Ju blocked with his sword, and in the next second, cut the soldier down. Glancing at the fallen body, Gong Ju sneered, "Did you think your blade could stop me?" Before long, Gong Ju had eliminated numerous high-ranking officers, including the commander. However, he found himself surrounded by enemy troops. In the end, at the cost of sustaining heavy injuries himself, Gong Ju fought his way out. Meanwhile, far away in eastern Zhou, Gong Yimo remained completely unaware of these events. At this time, Gong Che was troubled by the lack of available ships after the canal's opening. Just as he was racking his brains, Gong Yimo walked in. Seeing his expression, Gong Yimo asked puzzledly, "Crown Prince Brother, why the long face? Could be you're worried about finding ships?" Seeing Gong Che's reaction, Gong Yimo knew she had guessed correctly. She then said that she had actually made preparations in advance, telling him not to worry. Gong Che still looked a bit skeptical. Gong Yimo took his hand and explained, "Actually, right when the canal digging started, I acquired a shipyard nearby. We've been working hard building ships all this time. Crown Prince Brother, why don't you guess how many ships your little sister has now?" Gong Che shook his head with a wry smile, admitting he really couldn't guess. Gong Yimo stopped teasing, held up 2 fingers, and said, "There are already 20. However, they aren't large vessels, but 20 medium-sized cargo ships." Hearing this number, Gong Che was utterly astonished and immediately asked how she had managed it. Gong Yimo didn't answer the question, adding that she had more good news. She then led Gong Che to the docks. After removing the hands covering Gong Che's eyes, Gong Che was so stunned by the sight before him that he was speechless. Moored in the lake was a large, majestic dragon-headed ship, radiating an imposing aura. Gong Yimo explained that this was something she had meticulously crafted. Her imperial father's birthday was approaching, she said. When the time came, they would present it to him as a celebratory gift. Gong Yimo could never have dreamed that the very tool in her hands, meant for excavating the canal, would actually attract the covetous attention of her own father. And just then, the crown prince was ambushed by assassins, his life hanging precariously in the balance. The emperor dispatched messengers with 2 consecutive imperial edicts demanding their return to the capital, completely disregarding the life-or-death situation of his own son. He was even willing to use Gong Ju's life as leverage to obtain the weapon. Just as Gong Yimo was preparing to send the exquisitely crafted dragon ship to her imperial father, she remained blissfully unaware that the emperor himself was currently in high spirits. Reports from the couriers detailed how the 9th prince, Gong Ju, had been diligently working in western Zhou, achieving remarkable feats, even personally infiltrating the enemy camp to foil Liu Ye's sneak attack plans. The emperor's face lit up instantly. "This child truly surprises us," he declared. "When he returns to the capital, we shall reward him handsomely." Setting down the report, he then inquired about the canal construction progress in eastern Zhou. A eunuch standing beside the throne reported, "Your Majesty, the crown prince and the princess have employed some unknown method. The project, originally estimated to take 2 years, is progressing more than twice as fast. Furthermore, the common people along the riverbanks hold the crown prince and princess in extremely high regard." The emperor smiled upon hearing this. "Isn't that excellent?" The eunuch, however, expressed concern. "Your Majesty, the people along the canal now only recognize the crown prince. They seem unaware of the great Yu dynasty or even of your Majesty. This is clearly a case of subjects' achievements overshadowing the ruler. Moreover, your servant has heard a rumor circulating among the populace. They say the crown prince's rapid progress in constructing the canal is due to divine assistance, and that divine helper is Princess Chuyong. This rumor exists solely to conceal the secret weapon in her possession." The emperor froze upon hearing this. "Secret weapon? Indeed, your Majesty. Legend claims this weapon can level mountains and fill seas, possessing the power to devour heaven and earth. If used in warfare, it's feared that nothing in this world could possibly withstand it." Upon hearing the full account, the emperor erupted in fury. What a dutiful crown prince! What divine assistance! He dared to secretly build such a weapon behind our back. Is he planning a rebellion? We absolutely forbid such a weapon from falling into anyone else's hands, not even our own children. Meanwhile, in eastern Zhou, Gong Yimo was still lost in pleasant thoughts, imagining her imperial father's reaction upon receiving such a magnificent gift. Suddenly, however, a servant burst in, shouting, "This is terrible." Gong Yimo looked at him, asking, "What has happened?" The servant explained that while excavating the riverbed, they had unearthed a peculiar object from the river. The common folk were deeply unsettled and panicked by this discovery. When Gong Yimo arrived at the scene, she immediately tore the red cloth covering the object away. Beneath it lay a bronze tripod, inscribed with 8 large characters. "He who repairs the canal shall bless the world." Seeing this, Gong Yimo's heart sank. This was bad. The surrounding commoners, witnessing this scene, immediately fell to their knees, kowtowing and rising to loudly proclaim, "The crown prince and princess bless the world." Gong Yimo stared at the bronze tripod, her mind reeling. This wasn't some auspicious sign from heaven at all. This was someone manipulating public sentiment, aiming to push her and the crown prince towards their deaths. She instantly ordered the tripod to be buried. She needed to find Gong Che immediately. This was clearly aimed directly at him. Just as she had taken a few steps, someone blocked her path. The person urgently reported, "Your Highness the Crown Prince has been attacked." Gong Yimo's face turned pale with shock. Hurrying to Gong Che's residence, she found him covered in injuries. He lay unconscious on the bed. Gong Yimo anxiously asked the physician, "How is he?" The physician reported gravely, "The situation is dire. The assassin's sword pierced the crown prince's lung. If not for the timely administration of a great recovery pill to preserve his life, I fear he wouldn't have lasted this long. He must rest now and absolutely cannot continue traveling with the excavation team. Gong Yimo mulled over the situation. Her crown prince brother had been inspecting the riverbanks, surrounded by his trusted guards. Who could have possibly leaked his movements? And who planted that so-called auspicious omen in the riverbed? Everything fit together too perfectly. There had to be a traitor within. With this realization, Gong Yimo immediately stood up. She had to dispatch someone to report this to her imperial father at once. Any further delay, and even 100 mouths wouldn't be enough to clear their names. But just then, a servant rushed in again. "Princess, it's bad. His Majesty's imperial edict has arrived." As his words fell, 3 eunuchs walked straight in. Unfurling the imperial edict, one announced, "The crown prince is summoned to receive the decree." Gong Yimo countered, "My crown prince brother was attacked and lies unconscious. I shall receive the edict on his behalf." The lead eunuch immediately snapped back. "Insolence! How can His Majesty's sacred edict be received by proxy? This is contempt for imperial authority. By law, it is punishable by death." Gong Yimo pointed towards the unconscious Gong Che on the bed. "The crown prince's life hangs by a thread. How can he possibly receive the edict? If I am showing contempt for imperial authority, then what crime are you committing by disregarding the crown prince's life?" Looking at the unconscious crown prince, the eunuch was momentarily speechless. Left with no alternative, he had to permit Gong Yimo to receive the edict in his stead. "We have heard today that the crown prince intends to let the dragon rule the world. We do not comprehend his meaning and wish to hear his explanation in person. Order the crown prince to return to the capital immediately." Upon hearing this, Gong Yimo's heart went cold. This wasn't about hearing her crown prince brother explain. This was clearly summoning the crown prince back to the capital to face punishment. After listening, the physician stated that the crown prince was currently severely injured and simply could not withstand the jolting journey back. The eunuch, however, wore an expression of sheer arrogance. "So, according to you, we must wait until the canal is open for the crown prince to travel back to the capital by boat? When will that be? In the year of the monkey and the month of the horse." At this moment, Gong Yimo stood up. "Who said anything about waiting? I will clear the main north-south channel of the canal within 1 day. Then, we will naturally return to the capital by boat." Hearing this, the eunuch sneered, "Very well then. We shall wait for you for 1 day. If the canal isn't finished after 1 day, you could just wait to lose your head." After dealing with these eunuchs, Gong Yimo immediately mounted her horse and rushed towards the main channel. She had only one thought now: dig the canal. Upon arriving at the location, Gong Yimo directly retrieved a type of explosive from her interdimensional space. "Who says one person cannot dig a canal? For my crown prince brother, I'll risk everything." Then, she buried the explosives in the areas that needed excavation. In the early morning of the next day, the common people were still lost in their dreams. Suddenly, they were jolted awake by a deafening explosion. Hurriedly, they ran to the riverbank to see. They discovered that a section of the riverbed, which had previously blocked the water surface, had been blasted apart, sending rubble flying everywhere. The people excitedly cried out, "Heaven has shown its power. It must be the crown prince's benevolence that moved heaven. This is simply a miracle." Gong Yimo also rushed over at this time. Seeing the flowing water before her, she thought inwardly, "The canal is finally open. But I fear the matter of the explosives can no longer be hidden." Thus, she turned to the people and said, "I wonder if you all have heard a saying? He who repairs the canal lets the dragon rule the world." The commoners looked at each other, their faces filled with confusion. Yimo looked at the crowd. This phrase is inscribed upon the bronze ding unearthed during the excavation. This was originally an auspicious sign. It was heaven, through the crown prince's hand, praising the emperor for undertaking the grand project of the canal, letting the dragon rule the world. Unfortunately, the crown prince was falsely accused because of this, slandered as having treacherous intentions, and even assassinated. That is why heaven became furious and sent down this thunderclap today. Therefore, the crown prince is innocent. Fortunately, heaven has eyes. It sent down a thunderclap to clear the way. Today, let us board the dragon boats together and return to the capital. Immediately, she shouted loudly, "Heave-ho!" As she finished speaking, 2 enormous dragon boats came cutting through the waves. Immediately, Gong Yimo began ushering the common people onto the boats to head towards the capital city. Just then, Eunuch Chong, she rushed over. Princess, His Majesty has decreed, by the mandate of heaven, the Emperor proclaims, Crown Prince Gongche has defied the imperial edict and delayed his return to the capital. Effective immediately, he is temporarily stripped of his title as imperial prince, deprived of his military command, and is to be escorted back to the capital under arrest. Depart at once, without delay. Therefore, Eunuch Changshi looked at Gong Yimo and said, The emperor was already furious upon learning you delayed by one day. If the crown prince now travels back to the capital by boat, it will take even longer. I fear His Majesty will become even angrier then. It is best to follow His Majesty's decree and travel by carriage. Hearing this, Gong Yimo was instantly enraged. Crown Prince brother is severely injured. How can he endure the bumps and jolts of the road? This is clearly an attempt on my Crown Prince brother's life. If Father Emperor insists on this, then I can only defy the edict. Chang, she shook his head. Princess, you think only of the Crown Prince. Do you not care about the Ninth Prince's life or death? The Ninth Prince saw through Liu Ye's conspiracy. Single-handedly, he killed the enemy commander, burned their grain supplies, and turned a sneak attack into nothing, achieving a world-shaking merit. Unfortunately, Liu Ye's main army arrived ahead of schedule. Although His Highness managed to escape, he became lost in the desolate plains. Those desolate plains are a place of death. Even a mist contains deadly poison. The Ninth Prince has been lost within for 7 or 8 days now. His Majesty's meaning is clear. If the princess hands over the item that blasted open the river channel, His Majesty will immediately dispatch the most elite cavalry to rescue His Highness. Gong Yimo could hardly believe her ears. What merit threatening the ruler? Immediate return to the capital. These were all just bargaining chips he used to demand I hand over the explosives. His goal was always the explosives. And I even painstakingly crafted a birthday gift for you. Thinking of this, Gong Yimo burst into bitter laughter. Did I hear correctly? Gong Ju achieved such incredible merit, yet instead of rescuing him, you use him to threaten me? Suddenly, she coughed up a mouthful of blood from anger. He doesn't care one bit that both his sons' lives are in danger. Do you think I will care? In a flash, she appeared behind Chang Shi, grabbing his neck and saying coldly, Go back and tell the emperor that Gong Yimo insists on traveling by water. If he has the guts, let him come and punish me. 10 days later, the dragon boat finally approached the waters near the capital city. This event even startled the emperor, who personally ascended the city wall to watch. The citizens stared, utterly astonished, at the colossal dragon boat that had appeared. Poised at its prow, Gong Yimo gazed down towards the city walls. It has been a long time, Your Majesty. The emperor instantly roared in fury. Gong Yimo, what is the meaning of this? To construct such a vessel, it is nothing short of treason. Gong Yimo calmly replied, I have come to present grievances. The emperor's face darkened, his teeth clenched. And who, he ground out, do you intend to accuse? Gong Yimo bowed formally. Your daughter has 3 grievances to present. I pray Your Majesty will hear them. My first grievance concerns certain imperial princes, while my brother, the crown prince, and I toiled ceaselessly repairing the Grand Canal. Some princes not only failed to contribute, but actively sought to obstruct our efforts in secret. Their conduct is utterly contemptible. My second grievance is against certain ministers. They deliberately concealed the honors bestowed upon the crown prince, leading imperial father to issue multiple edicts that nearly drove my brother to his death en route. Stirring such discord, how can they be considered pillars of our nation? And my final grievance is against Your Majesty. Her voice resonated. I accuse you of disregarding the bonds of marriage, betraying the late empress's deep affection, unworthy as a husband. I accuse you of disregarding the bonds between father and son, listening to slander, and forcing the crown prince into exile, unworthy as a father. I accuse you of disregarding the welfare of the common people, unworthy as a sovereign. The emperor trembled with rage upon hearing these 3 accusations. Since we ascended the throne, we have governed diligently day after day, easing the burden of taxes. On what grounds do you dare claim we have failed our people? Because, Gong Yimo declared, her voice carrying clearly, you intend to wage war. A wave of panic rippled through the crowd below at the mention of impending conflict. The emperor turned away slightly. What nonsense is this about us wanting war? Our actions are solely intended to defend the nation without undue effort. It is you who possesses a weapon that could shake the world. What are your true intentions?" Hearing this, Gong Yimo burst into laughter. "I wonder how the one who betrayed me described that thing to you? Did they claim it could shatter mountains and rivers? That it could dim the sun and moon? Very well then, allow me to demonstrate." With a flick of her wrist, she produced a bundle of explosives. Without hesitation, she hurled it into the river below. A moment later, a deafening boom echoed, and a colossal plume of water erupted skyward from the river's surface. High upon the city wall, the emperor flinched, startled by the sudden, violent blast. He watched as the cascading water slowly settled. The emperor stared, awestruck by the weapon's devastating power. "Magnificent," he thought. "With such a device, what need is there to fear sneak attacks from a Liu Yi? With its aid, we might even unify the central plains and become the supreme ruler of all under heaven. We must possess it." Gong Yimo observed the emperor's reaction. "Imperial father," she called out, "you find this weapon impressive, do you not? But look again, look at them." She gestured towards the common people. "Once this weapon is used in warfare, every nation will scramble to replicate it. By then, I fear, long before you become hegemon of the Central Plains, this world will be scarred beyond recognition, its people devastated. Life itself will be scorched from the earth." Finishing her words, she sank to her knees upon the deck, tears streaming down her face. "Gong Yimo holds a powerful weapon," she cried out, "yet refuses to employ it for war. I have implicated the crown prince, causing him to suffer suspicion, his fate uncertain. Worse still, I have caused the ninth prince, Gong Ju, to become a pawn, unable to receive aid. I am willing to accept any punishment, but I only wish to ask you one thing. Imperial father, do you still remember that I am your daughter?" Faced with such a public confrontation, the emperor could not easily vent his fury. He merely stated stiffly, "Your 3 grievances? We have heard them." Seeing the emperor yield slightly, Gong Yimo kowtowed deeply. "Your daughter has 3 wishes to request your majesty's grace. First, concerning the common people below the walls who escorted me here, I implore your majesty not to hold them accountable. My second wish is that imperial father acknowledges the crown prince's contributions and restores the honors rightfully due to him. As for my final wish..." Gong Yimo's gaze met the emperor's. "In all of this, the most innocent party is Gong Ju. I hope Imperial Father will look after him for me henceforth. Do not let him suffer solitude again." Listening to her words, a sense of unease prickled the emperor. Something felt terribly wrong in her tone. He was about to demand clarification when he saw Gong Yimo trigger an explosion that engulfed the entire dragon boat. Amidst the fiery wreckage, Gong Yimo looked towards the emperor one last time. "Imperial father," she called out, her voice strangely calm. "This boat, it was meant as a birthday gift for you. But it seems that is no longer necessary." With those final words, she sank beneath the waves along with the shattered remains of her creation. The emperor watched, his eyes wide with horror, as if they would split from their sockets. Scene shifts / narrative jump. Gong Yimo, poisoned by an arrow while saving Gong Ju, now lay hovering between life and death. Gong Ju desperately gathered the most renowned physicians from across the land to treat her, never imagining they had attracted the attention of Cho Si Wuyen from the ghost realm. This entity ultimately deceived Gong Ju, convincing him that only his own blood could save Gong Yimo. Since the dramatic events surrounding Gong Yimo and the dragon boat, the capital city, Jincheng, had experienced a period of long overdue tranquility. The crown prince, Gong Che, after 7 days of careful nursing, finally regained consciousness. His very first words upon waking were, "How is Yimo?" The empress looked at her son, her expression filled with heartache. Yet, she recounted, for your sake, she endured the emperor's threats, was pushed to the point of coughing blood. To ensure your safety, she cleared the canal in a single day, brought you back to the capital, presented her 3 grievances and 3 wishes, all to clear you of those baseless accusations. Supporting himself weakly, Gong Che pressed urgently. And then, what happened afterwards? The empress, too, wore a look of sorrow. In the end, she and that were rumored to have been blown to pieces together. Hearing such an outcome, Gong Che couldn't accept it for a moment. He fainted straight away. Meanwhile, within Prince Ping's residence, Shenshria looked at the person on the boat and said, "You're finally awake." The person on the bed was none other than Gong Yimo. Gong Yimo sat up and asked how long she had been unconscious. Shenshria stretched lazily, saying, "About 7 days." Gong Yimo was instantly alarmed and hurried to get out of bed. Seeing this, Shenshria quickly stopped her. "What are you doing? It took me over 1,000 men to find you. You've just woken up. What trouble are you trying to stir now?" Gong Yimo explained that Gong Ju was trapped in danger in Shizhou and she had to go save him. Shenshria gripped her shoulders. "Do you know how badly injured you are? Going to save someone like this? You're clearly going to your death." Gong Yimo completely ignored his persuasion. After getting dressed, she spoke, "Thank you for saving me, Your Highness. I will repay you when I return. If there's a chance, please let the Crown Prince know I'm safe." Hearing this, Shenshria couldn't help but feel puzzled. "I say, Gong Yimo, you just came back from the gates of hell, and now you're rushing off to save Gong Ju and even sending word to Gong Che. Don't you have any space for yourself in your heart?" Gong Yimo smiled wryly. "Isn't that why I still have you to care about me? Speaking of which, you mobilized over 1,000 men to find me. That's not the number of people Prince Ping's residence can command. You must have become the left commander of the Imperial Guard, haven't you? Congratulations." With that said, she quickly ran out of the residence. Meanwhile, in the desolate plains of Shizhou, heavy goose-feather snow had begun to fall. Gong Ju hid behind a large boulder, evading the pursuit of the Lui people. At this moment, Gong Ju also knew clearly that being found was only a matter of time. His only option was to find life in death's embrace. Thus, he deliberately hung the corpse of a Lui man onto a tree. This move successfully attracted the attention of the Lui people. By the time they arrived, they realized they had fallen into a trap, but it was already too late. Gong Ju leaped down fiercely, cutting down a swath of them. Looking at the corpses on the ground, he sneered, "Trying to catch me with just this? Your movements are too slow." But suddenly, his expression changed. He actually saw Gong Yimo here. After Gong Yimo shook off those Lui people, she crashed straight into Gong Ju's embrace. Gong Ju held her tightly, but as he held her, he discovered Gong Yimo had actually fallen asleep. Looking at the sleeping face in his arms, Gong Ju felt a pang of tenderness. He immediately carried Gong Yimo into a cave he had previously hidden in. Gazing at Gong Yimo's appearance, Gong Ju thought, "Imperial sister traveled thousands of miles to find me. She must be exhausted." At this moment, Gong Yimo murmured so cold in her sleep. Gong Ju pulled her into his arms, wrapping her in his clothes as they slept. After an unknown amount of time, the sleeping Gong Yimo opened her eyes. Looking at the sleeping Gong Ju, a smile emerged on her lips. Gong Ju has truly grown up. His features are becoming more and more refined. The more I look, the more he has the bearing of the future Regent King. When the two awoke again, it was entirely because they were woken by hunger. Gong Ju immediately set a wolf leg over the fire to roast. Seeing this scene, Gong Yimo was quite surprised. "You've been eating this all this time? The wolves in this wasteland grew up eating human flesh. You should eat fruits with me." But Gong Ju refused. "There are only a few fruits in total. Imperial sister should eat them." Seeing this, Gong Yimo didn't say anything more. She just walked to the fireside, tore off a piece of wolf meat, and was about to put it in her mouth. Suddenly, the hand holding the meat was grabbed by Gong Ju. "Imperial sister, you can't eat this meat. My Imperial sister should receive the best, no matter the circumstances." Witnessing this, Gong Yimo couldn't help but think of the food in her interdimensional space. But if she took it out, how could she explain it? "Forget it. I can't worry about that much right now." Immediately, with a stretch of her hand, a large quantity of items fell straight down from the air. This scene left Gong Ju dumbfounded, exclaiming that Imperial sister was truly no ordinary mortal. Gong Yimo scratched her head. "Actually, it's nothing much. It just allows me to store things." Gong Ju knew his Imperial sister was quite extraordinary. Thus, he spoke up, "Imperial sister, will you leave me one day?" Gong Yimo seemed unprepared for Gong Ju to ask this question and froze on the spot. After coming back to her senses, she turned away. While rummaging through the items, she said, "This is my home. Why would I leave?" Suddenly, Gong Yimo found something overjoyed. I didn't expect there to be a bottle of good wine. She immediately turned her head to Gong Ju. Stop letting your imagination run wild. It's afternoon now, and it's snowing heavily again. Let's rest first. We'll move tonight. An hour later, Gong Yimo leaned on Gong Ju's shoulder, sighing, the snow in Shizhou is so beautiful. Gong Ju looked at the tipsy Gong Yimo, feeling quite helpless. Imperial sister, sleep well. I'm here. But just then, the sound of horse hooves echoed from the distance. Gong Ju was instantly alarmed. He hastily scooped Gong Yimo into his arms and fled outwards. Not long after the two had departed, a troop of Lui riders arrived at the spot. They discovered the campfire in the cave, still smoldering, the licorice root still warm. Deducing that the pair couldn't have gotten far, they immediately gave the order to pursue. At this moment, Gong Ju was desperately running forward, clutching Gong Yimo tightly. As he ran, he cursed himself inwardly. Gong Ju, oh Gong Ju, how could you be so careless? Just then, Gong Yimo was jolted awake by the biting cold wind. What's happening? She asked. Gong Ju explained that the Lui cavalry was catching up. Gong Yimo slapped her forehead sharply. How could I forget about this? Drinking really does mess things up. She immediately told Gong Ju to put her down, gazing at the vast expanse of white before them. Gong Yimo couldn't help but feel a plan forming. We can't outrun them like this. We absolutely must seize a horse. Gong Ju agreed that capturing a horse was essential, but our tracks are impossible to hide now. If we fight them head-on, the variables are too great. Gong Yimo stroked her chin, lost in thought for a moment, before her eyes lit up. I've thought of a way. She was seen taking out a dark, round object from her dimensional space. This is called thunderfire, she explained. Swiftly, Gong Yimo hid behind a large boulder nearby, and, just as expected, the Lui cavalry approached, completely unaware. Gong Yimo, seizing the perfect moment, hurled the thunder fire in her hand. With a deafening explosion, the Lui cavalry formation instantly fell into chaos. The horses, startled by the blast, bucked wildly, throwing their riders off. Gong Ju, seizing the opportunity, immediately snatched a horse. After some time, the Lui cavalry managed to regroup their formation. They began to pursue Gong Yimo relentlessly. Fortunately, Gong Ju arrived just in time. He swiftly pulled Gong Yimo onto the horse's back. Then, the two began a frantic gallop towards the border of Shizhou. They rode madly for an unknown length of time. Just as they were about to be surrounded by the Lui people, suddenly, the cavalry of the Diyu dynasty appeared before them. Seeing this scene, Gong Yimo was overjoyed. These are the elite troops sent by Imperial Father. They've finally arrived. Gong Ju immediately shouted loudly, I am Gong Ju, the 9th Prince of Diyu. Quickly escort me back to Shizhou. The Diyu cavalry instantly moved to shield Gong Ju and Gong Yimo from the enemy forces. Gong Ju seized the chance to break away from the battlefield. In the distance, a city wall came into view. On the wall, the king of the west, Jinshi Wang, saw it was Gong Ju and was elated. He immediately ordered, block the Lui people, open the city gates quickly to rescue the 9th prince. At this moment, the Lui cavalry finally broke free from the Diyu cavalry's entanglement and closed in on Gong Ju and Gong Yimo from both sides, unleashing a dense volley of arrows. Seeing the dire situation, Gong Ju immediately abandoned the horse, pulling Gong Yimo with him to escape on foot. Instantly, the two were surrounded by the Lui soldiers. They fought their way through, bathed in blood. Finally, they reached the city gate. Just as they began to relax, an arrowhead emerged from the tall grass behind them. The next second, an arrow shot towards Gong Ju's back. Seeing the arrow, Gong Yimo instantly threw her own body in front of Gong Ju. The moment the arrow pierced flesh, blood spurted like a fountain. Gong Ju turned, his eyes wide with fury and grief. Clutching the heavily wounded Gong Yimo, he roared, Quick, open the city gate. Once the gate opened, Gong Ju sprinted into the city, shouting, Where is the doctor? A city guard pointed towards a building ahead. The doctor is in the clinic. Hearing this, Gong Ju charged straight into the clinic. Upon entering, He grabbed the doctor by the collar. "Save her, quickly." After examining Gong Yimo's injuries, the doctor shook his head gravely. "Her condition, it doesn't look good." Hearing this, Gong Ju erupted in fury. "You must save her. Otherwise, I'll have your entire family buried with her." The doctor, terrified, pleaded repeatedly for mercy. Just then, the king of the West arrived. Witnessing the scene, he quickly told Gong Ju to stop. He then turned and ordered the arriving imperial physicians to treat the princess. However, these imperial physicians seemed intimidated by Gong Ju's earlier actions, hesitating to step forward. Gong Ju's gaze turned icy. "Come here and save her. Otherwise, D." Hearing this, the imperial physicians hurriedly stepped forward. Watching the imperial physicians treating Gong Yimo, Gong Ju felt extremely worried. The king of the West patted his shoulder. "Don't be anxious. The princess will surely be all right." After the imperial physicians examined her, they reported to the king of the West, "Your Highness, the situation is dire. We initially thought it was an external wound, but who knew the arrow was poisoned? The princess's internal injuries were already severe, and now, with excessive blood loss compounded by poison, we fear she is beyond saving." Upon hearing this, Gong Ju's expression changed drastically, and he was immediately ready to execute this incompetent physician. Fortunately, the king of the West stopped him. "Your Highness, do not be hasty. I've already posted notices summoning renowned physicians from far and wide. The princess will surely be all right." Indeed, the notices posted by the king attracted many people. The reward for successful treatment started at 5,000 taels and steadily rose to 100,000 taels of gold. And this notice also caught the attention of a man dressed in red within the crowd. He immediately tore the notice down. "Cure her for 100,000 gold taels?" Interesting. At this moment, inside the king of the West residence, Gong Ju held the unconscious Gong Yimo, his eyes filled with worry. Suddenly, a man's voice sounded from behind him. "I can save her." Gong Ju walked towards the man in red. "You say you can save her? State your name." "Yam Si Wuyan." Hearing this, Gong Ju's eyes lit up. It was unexpectedly Ghost Dread Si Wuyan. Rumor had it that his medical skills were miraculous, though his temperament was somewhat peculiar. He hadn't expected to encounter him today. Gong Ju immediately said, "Save her. What are your conditions?" Si Wuyan, however, asked a question. "Who is this person you wish to save to you? And what price are you willing to pay?" Gong Ju's expression dimmed as he said, "The one to be saved is my dearest kin. I am willing to give my everything for her." Si Wuyan couldn't help but smile. "Does that include your life?" After Si Wuyan's treatment, Gong Yimo finally regained consciousness. Gong Ju was overjoyed at the sight. He immediately stood up, intending to find Si Wuyan. However, his hand was tightly grasped by Gong Yimo. Immediately, Gong Yimo sensed something was amiss. Lifting Gong Ju's sleeve for a look, she saw his wrist covered in knife marks. Gong Yimo instantly demanded, "What exactly is going on here?" Just then, Si Wuyan walked in. "Naturally, it's all for you. I told him that your excessive blood loss had damaged your constitution, and only by using the blood of a close relative to brew medicine could you be awakened. Therefore, all these wounds on his body were made from letting blood for you." He then stroked his chin, adding, "You have lost so much blood now, and the poison remains uncleared. It seems your good younger brother hasn't contributed enough blood yet. If this continues, the poison will eventually invade your vital organs, rendering you incurable. But if your brother lets more blood, his body will surely be overwhelmed, and he will die from excessive blood loss. Tell me, what is the best course of action?" Gong Ju immediately patted his chest, insisting he was fine. As long as his imperial sister could be cured, he would do anything. Gong Yimo slammed her palm onto the table in fury. She immediately ordered someone to bring the medicine she usually used. Then, she warned Si Wuyan, "For the medicinal catalyst, use pig's blood or chicken's blood. Anything will do. In short, you are forbidden from using Gong Ju's blood." To alleviate the worry in Gong Ju's heart, she promptly drank the medicine that had been brought in one gulp. Seeing that Gong Yimo was fine after drinking the medicine, Gong Ju was overjoyed. Over the past few days, he had given a lot of blood for Gong Yimo. Overcome by this wave of emotion, he instantly fainted. Witnessing this scene, Si Wuyan teased, "It's rare to see such a fine spectacle of a younger brother letting blood and harming himself to save his sister, only for you to ruin it like this." Gong Yimo furiously rebuked Si Wuyan, "You shameless scoundrel. Si Wuyin laughed. Don't think you can do anything to me. The residual poison in your body is not yet cleared, and you also carry the Li's most famous scorpion venom. Without me, you'll undoubtedly die. Gong Yimo gently placed Gong Ju onto the bed. Who doesn't know that the renowned ghost dread, Si Wuyin, is famously cold-blooded? You never intended to truly save me, but you should not have harmed Gong Ju. As she finished speaking, she violently seized Si Wuyin by the neck. Do you believe I won't kill you right here, right now? Si Wuyin struggled desperately. You cannot kill me. I poisoned Gong Ju during this time. Apart from me, no one can cure him. Gong Yimo was amused by his threat. The child I raised myself, even if he might be distracted because of me, would absolutely never fall victim to your schemes. Si Wuyin's expression changed drastically in an instant. Just as he was about to suffocate, Gong Yimo suddenly released her grip. Si Wuyin collapsed to the ground, gasping desperately for air. Looking at Si Wuyin's current wretched state, Gong Yimo smiled. I often hear people say that Ghost Red is a man of his word. If he says he will save someone, he absolutely will not let them die. So, regarding me, will you continue to save me or not? Si Wuyin was somewhat intimidated by Gong Yimo's actions. Crouching on the floor, he indicated, I will save you. Hearing the satisfactory answer, Gong Yimo turned to leave. But Si Wuyin called her back. Si Wuyin leaned close to her ear and whispered, Take a good look at your little brother. He has another surprise waiting for you. Gong Yimo had awakened, but now Gong Ju was unconscious, and it seemed he had also been poisoned by Si Wuyin. Hearing Si Wuyin's words filled Gong Yimo with a sense of foreboding. She remained steadfastly by Gong Ju's side, waiting for him to awaken. When Gong Ju finally woke up, he looked at Gong Yimo, one hand resting beside him, deeply moved. Imperial sister, are you still feeling unwell anywhere? How was the poison in your body? Gong Yimo lifted his sleeve. Annoyed, she said, You still have the nerve to lecture me? Look at you, neglecting your own body like this. Take off your clothes. Royal sister will wipe you down and clean the wound on your arm. Hearing this, Gong Ju quickly waved his hands, indicating that Royal sister didn't need to go to such trouble. He could manage himself. But after just one glare from Gong Yimo, Gong Ju had no choice but to obediently comply. She immediately grabbed Gong Ju's arm to apply medicine, nagging as she worked. You really are a fool. You believe whatever he says? If I had woken up just a little later, would you have let him drain you of all your blood? Gong Ju replied, As long as Royal Sister could live, I was willing to do anything. Hearing these words, Gong Yimo couldn't help but be moved. After re-bandaging his arm, Gong Yimo told Gong Ju to roll up his trouser leg so she could wipe down his leg. Upon hearing this, Gong Ju quickly waved his hands. No need, Royal Sister. I can do this myself. You should go rest quickly. Gong Yimo instantly sensed something was amiss. Leaning closer to Gong Ju, she asked, Are you hiding something from me? Gong Ju immediately shook his head, denying it. But before he could react, Gong Yimo grabbed his trouser leg and pulled it up. A wound wrapped in bandages was starkly revealed, still oozing blood. Gong Yimo was stunned by the sight. Could this be the secret Si Wuyin mentioned about Gong Ju? Regaining her composure, she asked in a trembling voice, What happened here? Why is your leg injured like this? Gong Ju explained, It's because Si Wuyin needed blood and flesh as a catalyst. That's why it's like this. But it's all right, Royal Sister. Look, it's almost scabbed over. Hearing this, Gong Yimo's eyes reddened, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Are you stupid? Why did you just obediently do whatever he asked? What if he asked you to die? Would you have gone then too? Gong Ju gently wiped the tears from Gong Yimo's face. As long as he said it could save you, I would do it, even if it cost my life. So, Royal Sister, I don't regret this. After Gong Yimo applied medicine to the wound on Gong Ju's leg, she immediately ran back to her own room, frantically rummaging through the items in her interdimensional space. But after searching for a long time, she couldn't find a single useful ointment. Suddenly, she thought of something. Since that Si Wuyin was known as Ghost Fright, he must have plenty of potent medicines on him. She immediately went to Si Wuyin's bedchamber. Seeing his visitor, Si Wuyin's mouth twitched. What are you doing here? Gong Yimo tilted her head and said, I just want to know, with the renowned Ghost Fright supporting you, When will you be able to completely cure the poison in my body? Si Yin confirmed she wasn't there to attack him, and the stone in his heart finally dropped. He promptly poured himself a cup of tea, saying, "Rest assured, with me here, you won't die." Gong Yimo leaned closer to Si Yin. Saving one is saving. Saving two is also saving. If you're willing to contribute some medicine, I won't pursue what you did to Gong Ju earlier. Si Yin replied nonchalantly, "You're so close to me. Aren't you afraid I'll poison you?" Who knew that Gong Yimo's next sentence would make Si Yin spit out the tea he had just sipped? "If you dare to poison me, I'll chop off your fingers one by one. How about that? Don't think I don't know your background. Although you were the puppet emperor of the Yuchi dynasty, you were also raised by the Yuchi Empress Dowager herself. Would she really begrudge you even this little bit?" Si Yin immediately retorted, claiming he had no idea what she was talking about. Gong Yimo's lips curled slightly. "You don't know? How about this then? The weather is nice today. Let's go for a ride outside the city." Subsequently, the two rode out of the city. On the way, Si Yin asked Gong Yimo, "How did you guess my identity?" Gong Yimo replied dismissively, "If you could figure out my identity, why couldn't I figure out yours?" Gong Yimo asked Si Yin with some curiosity, "What reason made you want to target me in Gongju? I know you made Gongju give blood and cut his flesh because you couldn't get close enough to harm him directly. So you wanted to use this method to weaken him. Then you would seize the opportunity to kill him. And you saved me, yet didn't clear the residual poison from my body in order to continue controlling his siblings. But these excuses about the poison being difficult to cure are truly laughable. Your mother is the world's foremost expert in poisons. How could mere scorpion venom possibly stump you?" After hearing this, Si Yin's face turned grim. "So what if you know? Right now, I'm the only one who can save you. Do you dare to threaten me?" Gong Yimo burst into laughter. "Why wouldn't I dare? If I expose your identity as the Yuchi Emperor right now, adding the crime of plotting against the Ninth Prince, do you think you can keep your life?" Si Yin immediately rebuked Gong Yimo angrily. "Don't think I wouldn't dare kill you. Try provoking me again." Gong Yimo retorted, "Save it. If you really had that kind of ruthlessness, how could you still be a puppet emperor? Why don't we make a deal? As long as you leave behind the antidote and the miraculous medicine that can regenerate flesh and bone, I promise to keep your secret." Upon hearing this, Si Yin chuckled and retrieved a porcelain bottle from within his robes. "It seems you came quite prepared. But even if I give you the medicine, do you dare to take it?" Gong Yimo snatched it directly from his hand. "Why wouldn't I dare?" In the next second, she poured the entire contents in her mouth. The moment she swallowed, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and shortly after, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. But just then, the horse beneath Si Yin whinnied sharply, as if startled. Gong Yimo wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said, "I forgot to tell you, the horse I picked for you has a peculiar aversion to blood." Si Yin's face turned pale with shock. Gong Yimo had calculated correctly. Instantly, the horse beneath him bolted, carrying him away at a full gallop. Cold sweat beaded on Si Yin's face as he cursed inwardly. This time, he had truly lifted a stone only to drop it on his own foot. Behind him, Gong Yimo spurred her horse onward, charging after Si Yin. Si Yin glanced back over his shoulder and was startled. He hadn't expected Gong Yimo's first words upon catching up to be, "This horse, affected by the blood, will keep running forward relentlessly. Not far ahead lies the territory of the Lily people. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Jump down quickly. I will definitely catch you." Si Yin's heart was in turmoil. He had given Gong Yimo Fen Xian San, heart-burning powder. The moment she circulated her internal energy, it would feel like 10,000 arrows piercing her heart. He never imagined this seemingly delicate woman possessed such endurance. Seeing his hesitation, Gong Yimo extended her hand. "Since you know my identity, you should have heard of my deeds. Gong Yimo, never disappoint." After a moment's consideration, Si Yin pushed off from his saddle and leaped towards Gong Yimo. Although Gong Yimo caught him, the momentum was too great, sending them tumbling across the ground for more than a dozen rotations before finally coming to a stop. Once they steadied themselves, Si Yin quickly administered the antidote to Gong Yimo. When she had recovered somewhat, Si Yin gripped her shoulders, demanding, "Gong Yimo, why did you do that? I was trying to poison you. Why did you still save me? Gong Yimo simply replied, why couldn't I? Si Wuyin lowered his head, his voice heavy. Because people like you shouldn't exist in this world. I envy Gong Ju for having such a wonderful relative like you. I don't have anyone like that, and he doesn't deserve it either. Gong Yimo was rendered speechless by his words, thinking inwardly, this must be some kind of personality disorder. Subsequently, Gong Yimo extended her hand towards Si Wuyin. I saved you this time. Shouldn't you give me some form of reward? Si Wuyin knew exactly what she wanted. He reached into his robes and produced a wooden box. This is the Sheng Ji Gao, personally concocted by my mother. Just apply a little to the wound. Within a day, the injury will be fully healed. After handing over the ointment, Si Wuyin rose to leave. Gong Yimo asked curiously, where are you going? Si Wuyin replied, did you think the scorpion poison in your system is easy to remove? I need to go back and prepare a new antidote. When the two returned to the king of the West's residence, sharing one horse, they found Gong Ju already waiting outside the gates. Gong Yimo was somewhat surprised to see him. Your leg injury hasn't healed yet. Why did you suddenly come out? Gong Ju swiftly lifted Gong Yimo down from the horse, then gently draped his own outer coat over her shoulders. Royal sister, you should wear more clothes when you go out. And all this dirt, did you take a tumble somewhere? Gong Yimo found herself momentarily lost for words. She quickly grabbed Gong Ju's arm, saying, I'm hungry. Let's go back inside and eat first. Gong Ju immediately took her hand and led her towards the residence. Just as they were about to enter, he cast a glance back at Si Wuyin. The warning in his eyes was unmistakable. Si Wuyin merely smirked at the sight, thinking, as long as your royal sister is here, let's see you dare to touch a hair on my head. Upon entering the residence, Gong Yimo led Gong Ju straight to her bedchamber. As Gong Ju looked at her with curious eyes, Gong Yimo promptly took out the Sheng Ji Gao from her robes. She explained to Gong Ju, this was made by the most formidable poison master of our time. It can revive the dead and regenerate flesh and bone. In the next moment, a wicked expression crossed her face. Quick, quick, take off your trousers. Let your elder sister pamper you properly. Gong Ju's face instantly turned crimson at her words. Just as he stood there flustered, Gong Yimo pushed him down onto the bed. Sister is just teasing you. I won't really take off your trousers. Upon hearing it was just a joke, a flicker of disappointment crossed Gong Ju's face. At that moment, Gong Yimo lifted his trouser leg to apply the medicine. Seeing the wound on his leg, her voice caught slightly with emotion. Gong Ju comforted her. Royal sister, you don't need to be like this, because everything I have is yours. Later, deep in the night, a knock sounded on the door of Gong Yimo's bedchamber. Opening the door, she found none other than Si Wuyin standing there. He casually waved the wine bottle in his hand. Care to find a place for a drink? Immediately, the two arrived at Kaishiku, the place of the execution platform. Gong Yimo was instantly speechless. Why would it be an execution ground? Beside her, Si Wuyin spoke. Since you know my identity, do you look down on me like those others? Gong Yimo quickly shook her head, indicating she had no such thoughts. Si Wuyin then began to speak of his past. I am the adopted son of a Yuchi Empress Dowager. Although I inherited her true teachings, becoming unmatched in both medicine and poison, she never trusted me. To prevent me from seizing power, she crippled all the meridians in my body. What's even more laughable is that she found my looks pleasing and wanted me to be her male favorite. A puppet emperor and the Empress Dowager's pet. Isn't that the greatest joke? Gong Yimo then voiced her own view of Si Wuyin. Actually, I think you are a good emperor. Your desire to kill me and Gong Ju stems merely from the fear that we might eventually endanger your country. So you decided to strike first, didn't you? But you truly don't need to be so wary of Gong Ju and me. Neither of us wishes to be drawn into war. After hearing Gong Yimo's words, Si Wuyin fell into deep thought. Abruptly, he raised his hand, murmuring softly, you are very clever. But have you forgotten what I told you? That you cannot trust me. As his voice fell, a wine bottle shattered on the ground. Gong Yimo clutched her throat, forcing out the words with difficulty. The wine is poisoned. Si Wuyin watched the poisoned Gong Yimo, his face utterly calm. First, I do not need friends. Second, compared to Gong Ju, I'm far more wary of you. At such a young age, your accomplishments are already outstanding. If one day you harbor ambitions, all four nations could be plunged into war. To prevent you from endangering Yuchi and its people, I can only kill you. Gong Yimo's vision began to blur slowly. Finally, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Si Yin crouched down, gazing at Gong Yimo with a conflicted expression. He wanted to kill her to protect his country, yet deep within his heart, a voice held him back. In the end, Si Yin administered the antidote to Gong Yimo. The next time we meet, he vowed softly, I will surely kill you. An hour later, Gong Yimo groggily pushed herself up from the ground. As she lifted her head, she saw Gong Ju. Gong Ju's merits in pacifying the Lui were immense. The emperor had specifically ordered him to return to the capital to report on his duties. He had also been in theft as Prince Shi and granted command of 50,000 imperial guards stationed within the imperial city. Gong Yimo opened her eyes and saw Gong Ju right before her. Gong Ju leaned down, asking with concern what had happened to Gong Yimo. She didn't speak, however. Instead, she sat cross-legged and began to circulate her internal energy, looking inward. She discovered, to her surprise, that the residual poison within her had been completely cleared. Gong Ju directly swept Gong Yimo into his arms, preparing to return to their residence. After carrying Gong Yimo back to her bedchamber, just as Gong Ju was about to rise and leave, Gong Yimo suddenly grabbed his arm. How did you know I was at Kaishiku today? Did you have someone follow me? Gong Ju pressed down on Gong Yimo's hand, saying, someone saw you leave with him. I was worried, so I came out to look. Hearing this, Gong Yimo understood. Gong Ju had secretly cultivated a group of people in Shizhou, and the purpose of these people was likely not what she had imagined. Seeing the expression on Gong Yimo's face, Gong Ju sat down, took her hand, and said, Royal sister, if you have something to say, just say it. Gong Yimo looked towards Gong Ju. Did you send people to kill Si Yin? Can you let him go? Hearing this, a wicked smile touched Gong Ju's lips. You want me to let him go? Gong Yimo was instantly frightened by this smile on Gong Ju's face. In her past life, she had died beneath such a smile from Gong Ju. She hadn't expected that even though she had raised him since childhood, he remained inherently cold and ruthless to the bone. Gong Ju looked at Gong Yimo's reaction, perplexed. Royal sister, are you afraid of me? How could you be afraid of me? I am your most obedient younger brother. Gong Yimo retorted. If you are truly obedient, then order your men to let him go. Gong Ju lifted Gong Yimo's chin. Who is he to you, that you plead for him time and time again? Gong Yimo slapped his hand away. Gong Ju froze for a moment, then questioned Gong Yimo furiously. Tell me. Gong Yimo was rendered speechless by his questions. She immediately tried to push Gong Ju away, but he seized both her hands and pinned her down onto the bed. Staring into Gong Yimo's face, Gong Ju spoke word by word. You were forced to vomit blood for Gong Che's sake, faked your death, and fled. I know everything. But since returning, you haven't mentioned a single word. Tell me, why did you help him? But unexpectedly, at this moment, Gong Yimo began to cry. For a moment, Gong Ju was somewhat at a loss. Gong Yimo explained that her reason for helping the crown prince build the canal was entirely for Gong Ju's sake. I was merely thinking, she said, that you could have more money to rely on in the future. I wanted to see our family shops spread across the land. Otherwise, do you think I'm short of money? Si Yin was from Yuchi. The emperor assumed her actions were for the future trade between the four nations. But not only did you not believe me, you questioned me. For a moment, Gong Ju was rendered speechless by her words. Gong Yimo buried her face and wept bitterly. Seeing this, Gong Ju was taken aback. He quickly bent down towards Gong Yimo, saying, Imperial sister, I'm sorry. It was my fault. Please stop crying, all right? But Gong Yimo merely let out a cold snort, showing no intention of forgiving Gong Ju. Helplessly, Gong Ju straightened up. He secretly clenched his fists, then instructed his subordinates, call back all the men we sent out. After doing so, he turned back to comfort Gong Yimo. Imperial sister, I've done as you asked. Please stop crying, won't you? He then pleaded pitifully for Gong Yimo's forgiveness. With tears blurring her vision, Gong Yimo looked up at him. Will you still be fierce with me in the future? Gong Ju immediately pointed to the heavens, swearing an oath, guaranteeing he would never make such a mistake again. Gong Yimo finally broke into a smile through her tears. Soon, the sounds of their playful banter echoed throughout the entire residence. However, what they didn't know was that the Jinshi Wangfei was right outside the door at that moment. When Gong Ju emerged from Gong Yimo's bedchamber, he turned and saw Jinshi Wangfei, quite surprised. Grandmother, is something the matter this late? The Wangfei replied, the moonlight is lovely tonight. Your Highness, accompany this old woman for a stroll in the plum garden in the rear courtyard. As the two walked into the plum garden, the Wangfei subtly probed Gong Ju. Your Highness, you are no longer young. Your mother passed away early. As your grandmother, it is time I started looking for a suitable match for you. But Gong Ju decisively refused. How could he not understand the underlying meaning of the Wangfei's words? It was simply about him being too close to Gong Yimo. Yet, Gong Ju didn't care. Even if she was his imperial sister, so what? He then instructed the attendants to escort the Wangfei back to rest. The next morning, a carriage stopped before the residence's main gate. Gong Ju was bidding farewell to the Jinshi Wang, as he had to return to the capital to report for duty. Although reluctant to see him go, the Jinshi Wang still reminded Gong Ju, be careful on your return to the capital this time. Sitting inside the carriage, Gong Yimo also felt a faint sense of unease, a premonition that something significant would happen on this trip back to the capital. After bidding farewell to the Wangye, the group set off towards the capital. After 2 days of travel, they arrived at Hezhou City. Gong Yimo pulled Gong Ju along to wander through the night market. In that moment, it felt as though she had returned to her childhood, to those carefree days. Suddenly, she held up a stick of candied hawthorns and presented it to Gong Ju. Happy birthday. There are no candles or birthday cake this year, but let's not be particular. Just make a wish to this river god. Gong Ju immediately clasped his hands together and silently prayed in his heart. If the heavens have spirits that listen to earnest pleas, I, Gong Ju, in this life and forevermore, ask only to spend my days together with Gong Yimo. After making his wish, Gong Yimo personally put a gift on Gong Ju. Gong Ju gently touched the item Gong Yimo had given him, extremely fond of it. In his heart, anything given by Gong Yimo, even if it were just a leaf, he would treasure it forever. 10 days later, the group finally arrived at the capital city. Because Gong Yimo was now a commoner, Gong Ju had to enter the palace alone for an audience. When he arrived at Chaiyang Hall, the emperor was overjoyed. We heard you single-handedly broke through the Lü encampment. Truly, heroes emerge from young ages. Gong Ju immediately responded with humility. This is merely your son's duty. Father Emperor praises too highly. Hearing this, the emperor couldn't help but feel a touch of sadness. You've heard about Yimo's matter, haven't you? This matter, Father Emperor handled it poorly. Gong Ju replied, this is not Father Emperor's fault. I know Imperial Sister's thoughts. If Imperial Sister were here, she would surely understand. Hearing that Gong Ju could actually understand him, the Emperor couldn't help but reveal a smile. Indeed, the child who grew up with him. You are a good child too. You have achieved great merit this time. We shall reward you handsomely. Go back and rest first. Tomorrow's morning court will be the day of your rise. Emerging from Chaiyang Hall, Gong Ju felt somewhat preoccupied. He had intended to go find Gong Yimo directly, but there were too many matters to handle. Tonight, he could only stay in his own residence. Suddenly, a figure appearing ahead made him stop in his tracks. It's been a long time. Ninth brother, I trust you've been well. The person approaching was none other than the Crown Prince, Gong Che. Gong Ju clasped his hands in salute. Greetings, Crown Prince. I am heading to pay respects to Imperial Grandmother, so I won't keep you company for long. Gong Che replied, I am also heading there. Let's walk together then. Walking ahead, Gong Che thought to himself, Gong Ju has achieved such merit at such a young age. After tomorrow, I fear everyone in the capital will know of his existence. He then turned his head and asked Gong Ju, is Mo doing well? A smile touched Gong Ju's lips. Whether she is well or not, what concern is it of yours? Gong Che abruptly grabbed Gong Ju by the collar. Where exactly is she now? Is she here in the capital? Gong Ju retorted. What right do you have? You trample upon the years she spent doing so much for you, even being forced to suicide by the emperor in the end because of you. And what did you do? What right do you have to trample? Since you couldn't protect her, then I asked the crown prince not to bring her trouble. After all, she now holds something everyone desires. Imperial sister has me, and that is enough. I implore your highness the crown prince to mind your own affairs. With that said, he bypassed Gong Che and proceeded to leave. In truth, within Gong Ju's heart, anyone in the world who dared to snatch Imperial sister from him would not be allowed to live. Meanwhile, in the Empress's chambers, the Empress pulled Gong Che into the main hall. Pointing to the portraits on the table, she said, "Now that you are about to leave the capital for the Huai River, we must settle your marriage before then." These young women are all daughters of esteemed, scholarly families. Their backgrounds, appearances, and temperaments are all exceptionally outstanding. Yet, Gong Che refused without hesitation. The Empress was somewhat perplexed. You are nearly 18 now. Your younger and older brothers were all married by 15. The imperial family places great importance on heirs. You must make plans early. Gong Ju, however, demurred, saying, "Let's discuss this matter after I have completed the canal construction." The Empress suddenly grew slightly angry. Completing the canal will take at least 2 years. If we don't decide on these women soon, where will Mother find suitable candidates for you then? After speaking, she cupped Gong Che's face and persuaded him softly. I know you are grieving over Gong Yimo's death, but the dead cannot be brought back to life. Sooner or later, you must marry and have children. Gong Che, somewhat agitated, grasped her hand. Mother, she didn't die. She is right here in the capital. The Empress seemed unsurprised by this news, instead saying to Gong Che, Mother knows you are very grateful to Gong Yimo. But sometimes, one cannot confuse gratitude with affection. You must distinguish clearly. But Gong Che was clearly resolute this time. Mother, during the corruption case, when the court officials wanted to bring us down, it was Mo who pleaded for us. When the verdict was overturned, preserving the Empress's position and preventing my title as crown prince from becoming a mere formality, it was she who devised strategies for me. And for the canal construction, she brought out the item coveted by all for my sake. I know this isn't right, but I cannot help but love her. If none of this counts as love, then what does? The Empress couldn't help but sigh deeply. Things having reached this point, I have nothing more to say. But if you wish to have her, only by becoming emperor can you possess everything you desire. And ascending the throne is not simple. The best way is through marriage alliances. Only by grasping power can you hasten the process of becoming emperor. Otherwise, how long will it take for you to finally become the ruler? You might be able to wait, but will Gong Yimo wait for you? Don't forget, behind her stands the gradually rising Gong Ju. Gong Che finally compromised. The matter of selecting a consort shall be decided by Mother. The next day, Gong Ju, for his outstanding merit in pacifying the border, was in theft as Prince Qi, granted the Prince Qi mansion, and given command of 50,000 imperial guards responsible for the capital's security. Gong Ju didn't particularly care about these rewards, but he was still very happy. He and Gong Yimo finally had a home. As soon as Gong Yimo entered the Prince Qi mansion, she pulled Gong Ju along, running everywhere. Looking here, peeking there. What delighted her most was that there was actually a hot spring inside. Gong Ju also smiled and teased. If I ever get tired someday, Imperial Sister must allow me to come over for a soak. After familiarizing herself with the mansion, Gong Yimo lay down on a lounge chair, leisurely enjoying snacks. Even when Xi'er arrived, Gong Yimo didn't feel like getting up. Xi'er couldn't help but remark, the princess's disposition is truly carefree. At this moment, Gong Yimo was also soaking in the hot spring. Feeling the warmth, Gong Yimo couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Ah, this is the life. She casually picked up the wine beside her and drank it down in one go. Life is short. It's best to live as one pleases. By the way, isn't the Emperor celebrating Gong Ju's achievements tomorrow? I really want to go have fun. There will surely be many ladies present then. It should be time to scout some prospects for Gong Ju. But suddenly, someone speaking from behind startled Gong Yimo. Turning her head, she saw it was Gong Ju. Gong Yimo was somewhat puzzled. Weren't you busy attending the banquet? How did you return so early? Gong Ju lay languidly beside the hot spring, saying, because those people were utterly boring. He casually gathered a lock of Gong Yimo's fine hair and held it to his nose. Imperial sister's hair smells so fragrant. Gong Yimo also understood why, in her past life, so many women had cried and begged to enter his harem. Which woman could resist those cool, clear eyes? Seeing Gong Yimo staring blankly at him, Gong Ju said, "Imperial sister, soaking in the hot spring without tying up your hair can make you ill. Let me help you dry it and tie it up." He then gently began to arrange Gong Yimo's hair. After completing this task, Gong Ju and Gong Yimo soaked back-to-back in the hot spring. It had been a long time since she had spoken properly with her royal brother. Gong Yimo felt rather shy. Although they had often bathed together as children, it felt strange now. Just then, Gong Ju rose and leaned close to Gong Yimo's ear, whispering, "Older sister wants to choose a consort for me. Shouldn't you ask about my requirements?" Gong Yimo, somewhat embarrassed, turned her back to him. "My younger brother naturally deserves the best. Tell me, what are your requirements?" Hearing this, a smile touched Gong Ju's lips. He slowly moved closer to Gong Yimo. "Older sister, I want the best woman in this world." Seeing Gong Yimo lower her head silently, Gong Ju amended, "As long as she is better than you, that will suffice." Gong Yimo's face instantly turned as red as an apple. Seeing her like this, Gong Ju stopped teasing her. He turned, got up, and left. Gong Yimo called after him, "You still haven't said if you'll take me to the banquet." Gong Ju cupped Gong Yimo's face. "Look, older sister, just kiss me once and I'll agree." Gong Che had expressed his feelings to Gong Yimo, but Gong Yimo had still rejected him. Heartbroken, Gong Che decided to let the Empress choose a consort for him. Ultimately, the confirmed candidate turned out to be Gong Yimo's arch-nemesis, Su Miaolon. Early the next morning, Gong Ju led Gong Yimo, disguised as a man, along the palace paths. Gong Ju felt a pang of regret. He shouldn't have agreed to older sister's request last night. Those lively eyes clearly didn't belong to a servant. He repeatedly instructed her not to leave his side after entering the palace and not to look up at others. Gong Yimo nodded vigorously. When they arrived at Chaoyang Hall, the ministers arriving for the banquet continuously flattered Gong Ju. The crown prince, Gong Che, also arrived at this moment. His eyes swept around and immediately spotted Gong Yimo disguised as a servant behind Gong Ju. He instantly wanted to step forward and speak to her. However, Gong Ju blocked his path, standing between them. Just as the tension between the two reached a breaking point, the emperor finally made his entrance. Raising his cup towards the assembled officials, the emperor declared, "Today's banquet is held solely to celebrate the meritorious achievements established. Everyone, feel free to drink to your heart's content today." At this time, Gong Che's thoughts were entirely focused on Gong Yimo, while Gong Ju was surrounded by various ministers, toasting him in turns. Even the emperor personally came down to Gong Ju, suggesting he take a walk over to the female seating area. Perhaps he might meet a woman who caught his eye. Gong Ju was about to refuse, but the next moment, the emperor was pulling him towards the women's section. Seeing the biggest obstacle removed, Gong Che walked straight towards Gong Yimo. On the way, he deliberately arranged for a minister to spill wine on his clothes. Seeing this, the minister immediately apologized profusely. Gong Che then pointed to Gong Yimo, standing nearby, and said, "You there, quickly help the crown prince back to the palace to rest." Gong Yimo felt utterly bewildered, but Gong Che had already placed a hand on her shoulder, gripping her hand tightly. Gong Yimo had no choice but to escort Gong Che back to his chambers. While passing through the imperial garden, Gong Che suddenly said he wanted to go see the small boat by the bank. After Gong Yimo helped Gong Che into the small boat, she turned to step back, but Gong Che abruptly grabbed her hand, pulling her directly into his embrace. Gong Yimo hastily pulled away, pushing Gong Che back. Gong Che then got down to business. "Are you willing to go with me to the Huai River? If you come with me, not only can you start your logistics plan, but you can also open shops. Isn't that better than being restricted here in the capital?" Just as Gong Yimo was about to refuse, the curtain outside the boat was pushed aside by someone. Gong Ju stood at the boat's entrance, stating, "She will not go with you." He then pulled Gong Yimo off the boat, but Gong Che called out to stop them. "Gong Ju," she did Gong Yimo, facing Gong Ke. "Older sister is mine. She will only go with me. If you think you can take her away, you're dreaming." Gong Che retorted sharply, "Why can't I take her? She's restricted here in the capital. Only by leaving can she be free. Are you really going to keep Mo here with you, risking her discovery just for your own selfish desires?" Gong Ju stated he had the ability to protect her well. Gong Che couldn't help but scoff. You call this protection? She's not some cage canary. He is more outstanding than any man in this world. He once spoke of monopolizing transport and logistics, of opening shops through Hongluyi. And yet, you wish to bind such a person to your side. Gong Ju directly slapped away Gong Che's hand that gripped his own. So what if I do? Imperial sister said everything she did was for me. Since it was established for my sake, what's wrong with giving it up for me? Seeing the gunpowder-thick tension escalating between the two, Gong Yimo hastily stepped between them to mediate. As the brother and younger brother I value most, why must you argue here? Gong Che stroked Gong Yimo's head, saying, you probably don't know. Gong Ju is ruthless and merciless. I fear you'll be influenced by him. Gong Ju instantly retorted, haven't you also exploited the emperor's guilt, using his hand to kill quite a few people? What right do you have to criticize me? With that said, he led Gong Yimo off the boat. In the carriage returning to the prince's mansion, Gong Ju looked at the silent Gong Yimo, thinking his earlier words had wounded her. But Gong Yimo spoke, rest assured, no matter what, I will always side with you. After all, you are the one I depended on, the one I grew up with. Meanwhile, within the crown prince's bedchambers, Gong Che sat on the floor, hating himself. If only he possessed outstanding martial skills, how wonderful that would be. Then he too would have the power to protect Gong Yimo. On the other side, the empress had already set the date for selecting a consort for the crown prince. The next morning, Gong Yimo was combing Gong Ju's hair. Gong Ju said, there's a banquet in the empress's palace today. It's truly unavoidable. Imperial sister should just stay comfortably in the prince's mansion. Gong Yimo couldn't help but tease, this is clearly a matchmaking banquet. If you happen to take a liking to any young lady, you must tell me. Gong Ju turned his head and pressed down on Gong Yimo's hand, saying, the crown prince is the main focus of this banquet. I am merely making an appearance. Meanwhile, inside the empress's chambers, Gong Che slammed a teacup onto the floor. Mother Empress, why now? And selecting a consort right before Imoer, I won't go. The empress, exasperated by his lack of ambition, retorted, this matter was approved by his majesty. Whether you go or not is not up to you. Besides, don't forget, Gong Yimo is also approaching marriageable age. Do you think Gong Yimo will wait for you? You know as well that your feelings defy the world's conventions. If she reciprocates, it might be manageable. But if she doesn't, why must you persist so bitterly? And so, Gong Ju set off for the imperial palace to attend the banquet. Before leaving, he instructed the guards that no one was permitted to leave. Gong Yimo, utterly bored alone in the prince's mansion, settled onto a lounge chair to read and pass the time. But suddenly, she heard something and hastily sat up. Outside, a burst of fireworks exploded in the sky. Isn't that Crown Prince brother's signal? Could he be in some kind of trouble? She immediately threw on an outer coat, preparing to go out. However, she was blocked by two guards. The prince has ordered that no one is allowed to leave. Gong Yimo instantly flared up in anger. Are you trying to place me under house arrest? Gong Ju would never treat me like this. The guards respectfully stated they were merely following orders. The prince instructed us to ask the princess to remain peacefully in the mansion. Gong Yimo saw they were determined to stop her. She struck out directly, pushing the two back, and rushed out. Seeing this, the guards could only dispatch someone to the palace to report to Gong Ju. At this moment, Gong Yimo followed the guidance of the fireworks and arrived before a residence named Wanxiangju. Pushing the door open, she saw Gong Che was indeed there. Gong Yimo cut straight to the chase. Why did you summon me so urgently? What's the matter? Gong Ge gazed deeply at the Gong Yimo. Imoer, from the first moment I saw you, I felt that compared to you, all other women in this world fade into insignificance. Back then, when I suddenly fell ill, I initially intended to kill you to protect my position as crown prince. But you chose to save me, willing to keep my secret, even hiding it from Gong Ju. It was then that you entered my heart. Gong Yimo instantly understood. This was his confession to her. Thus, she stated firmly and decisively, Crown Prince, in this lifetime, I will not be with anyone, nor will I fall in love with anyone. Gong Che still wanted to hold on to her, but Gong Yimo directly pulled his hand away. Crown Prince brother, it will be too late if you don't return to the palace soon. As for the matter of taking a wife, your imperial sister hereby wishes you the early birth of a noble son. Having spoken, she leaped out from the windowsill. leaving only Gong Che collapsed powerlessly on the floor, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. At this time, in the Empress's banquet hall, the consort selection process was underway. Gong Ju also received the report from his subordinate. Upon hearing that the crown prince had sent a signal to lure Gong Yimo out of the mansion, his expression instantly turned grim. He immediately set down his wine cup and rose to leave. But as he looked up, he saw Gong Che returning, looking utterly dejected and crestfallen. Witnessing the crown prince in such a state, the court lady beside him was also taken aback. The crown prince had always been cool and detached. Today, however, he possessed the allure of a mature man. At this moment, Gong Che, clutching a wine flask, gazed blearily at the Empress. "Imperial Mother, are you selecting a consort for me?" Seeing her son like this, the Empress felt a pang of heartache. She immediately ordered the palace maids to lead Gong Ju to his seat. But the moment Gong Che laid eyes on Gong Ju, fury ignited within him. Shoving aside the supporting arm of the nearby palace maid, he strode before Gong Ju. "Do you know," he slurred, "I failed. She said she won't accept any feelings beyond those between siblings. So, I can't have her, and neither can you." Witnessing this scene, the Empress hastily commanded, "Support the crown prince. Your Highness is drunk. Quickly escort his Highness to the side hall to rest." Yet, Gong Che declared he wasn't drunk. "Continue the consort selection. If anyone is willing to marry me, I'll take her." The words had barely left his lips when, from among the assembled ladies, Su Miaolon stepped forward gracefully. "Your servant, Su Shi, greets the crown prince." She then presented Gong Che with a sachet of refreshing incense she had made herself. Gong Che accepted it and looked towards the Empress. "Imperial Mother, since she is willing to marry me, then let it be her." Hearing this, Su Miaolon was overjoyed and immediately knelt to accept the grace bestowed upon her. She hadn't expected to gain the crown prince's approval so easily. Henceforth, she would be the crown princess. As she reveled inwardly, the other ladies deeply regretted being a step too slow. Just then, Gong Ju suddenly felt something amiss within his body. It was highly likely the wine was poisoned. He quickly bowed to the Empress and took his leave. He was promptly escorted out by personnel dispatched by the Empress. Watching Gong Ju's retreating figure, Gong Che's eyes glinted with malice. A servant leaned in close to his ear and whispered, "Your Highness, it was a success." Prince Shi drank that different cup of wine. Meanwhile, Gong Ju was led by a palace made into a certain side hall. His face was flushed crimson, and the maid beside him persistently tried to entice him. Fortunately, his willpower held firm. After delivering a slap to the palace maid's face, he stormed out the door. At this very moment, Gong Yimo, having rushed back to the prince's mansion, heard Gong Ju had returned and immediately began searching everywhere for him. She searched high and low, inside and out, yet found no trace of Gong Ju. Suddenly, the sound of splashing water caught her attention. She saw Gong Ju emerging from the pool. Turning and seeing Gong Yimo approach, he swiftly pulled her towards him. Noticing something was wrong with him, Gong Yimo asked what had happened. Gong Ju turned his gaze away, admitting, "I've been poisoned with an aphrodisiac." Gong Yimo inwardly puzzled over why such a substance would be present at the banquet. She quickly fed Gong Ju a detoxification pill. Though it can't eliminate it completely, it should suppress it. After swallowing the pill, Gong Ju collapsed into Gong Yimo's embrace. His entire body burned with fever. He struggled to speak. "I've already arranged for the antidote. Imperial sister just needs to fetch it for me." Hearing this, Gong Yimo immediately turned and ran towards the house. Gazing at Gong Yimo's retreating back, Gong Ju felt somewhat dazed. Why was it so difficult to win someone's heart? In less time than it takes to drink a cup of tea, Gong Yimo returned, only to find Gong Ju missing. While searching for him, she heard a muffled sound coming from her own room. Gong Yimo pushed the door open, and her face instantly flushed crimson. She saw Gong Ju clutching her own bed quilt, murmuring her name. Gong Yimo quickly shut the door, feeling utterly awkward, unsure whether she should deliver the medicine in her hand. At that moment, Gong Ju inside seemed to sense someone outside and called out loudly. Gong Yimo hastily crouched down. Then, like a gust of wind, she fled. Late that night, Gong Yimo sat alone by the hot spring, reflecting on the day's events. Why had Gong Ju called her name? It all felt strangely unsettling. Finally, she stood up decisively and looked towards the sky. If she couldn't figure it out, she wouldn't dwell on it. Besides, she had been in the capital for some days now. She still owed someone a promise, and it was time to fulfill it. Meanwhile, within the Ping Prince's mansion, Shun Shurye was enjoying a quiet drink. Thanks to Gong Yimo's help, he had managed to become the capital garrison commander. Now, even his father, the prince, didn't dare to boss him around carelessly. Suddenly, a pair of hands covered his eyes from behind, accompanied by a voice asking him to guess who it was. Shun Shurye folded his arms. Who else could it be? He drawled. None other than that untrustworthy little scoundrel. Gong Yimo promptly twisted his ear, demanding, "Who are you calling a scoundrel?" Shun Shurye retorted, "Whoever failed to keep their promise after returning to the capital, that's who the scoundrel is." Upon hearing this, Gong Yimo couldn't help but laugh. She directly produced a bottle of wine. "You're in luck today. This is top-grade fine wine, reserved for the imperial court." Shun Shurye, however, looked disdainful. "Just this little bit? It's hardly enough for one gulp." After several rounds of drinks, Shun Shurye slumped over the table, muttering repeatedly how potent the alcohol was. Gong Yimo teased him. "Weren't you talking big just now? Looking at you, it seems you can't quite handle it." Hearing this, Shun Shurye immediately grabbed the wine bottle. "Who did you say can't handle it? Let's have more. Besides, how old are you now and still unmarried? Are you planning to remain an old maid?" Gong Yimo waved this off dismissively. "If I were to clarify things, there'd be no one left to drink with you." Shun Shurye, blushing, retorted, "Wouldn't it be fine if you just married me?" Gong Ju had expressed his love for Gong Yimo, only to be predictably rejected. Finding it hard to accept, he actually consumed a Sangong won for Gong Yimo's sake, declaring, "Even if you don't accept me now, one day you will." Hearing Gong Yimo wonder who would drink with him if she were married, Shun Shurye raised his cup and said, "Couldn't you just marry me?" Gong Yimo couldn't help but freeze for a moment, only to see Shun Shurye holding up the wine bottle, saying, "Marry me. I can't promise much else, but I guarantee there will always be enough wine." Gong Yimo couldn't help but be amused by him, yet she still refused. She explained that she had never considered marriage. She had grander ideals. She wanted to enable trade among the four nations, bringing wealth from all directions, so that the common people of the world would never lack food or clothing, no longer having to struggle for survival amidst chaos. Finishing her words, she rested her head on the table. "It's not that I don't want to like someone, but doing so would make me narrow-minded." Hearing this, Shun Shurye's eyes widened slightly in surprise. He hadn't thought a woman in this world could harbor such ambitions. She carried the great responsibility of planning for the welfare of all people under heaven in her heart. At this moment, Gong Yimo seemed truly drunk, her body slumping straight forward. Seeing this, Shun Shurye immediately caught her in his embrace. Gazing at Gong Yimo's sleeping face, he couldn't help but sigh. "If only you could marry me, how wonderful that would be." Subsequently, he carried Gong Yimo into a bedroom, intending to let her rest properly. Suddenly, a sharp sword was pressed against his neck. Shun Shurye turned his head to see Gong Ju, his face radiating killing intent, ordering him to put Gong Yimo down. Shun Shurye, with a look of disdain, asked, "And what if I say no?" Gong Ju's eyes turned colder. He swung his sword directly towards Shun Shurye's neck. Shun Shurye narrowly dodged the strike, but in doing so, his hold on Gong Yimo loosened. Gong Ju immediately pulled her into his own arms, pressing the tip of his sword against Shun Shurye. Yet, Shun Shurye showed not a hint of panic. Instead, he looked calmly at Gong Ju. "Sometimes, I'm truly curious. She is merely your elder sister. Must you watch her so closely? Could it be that you harbor unspeakable feelings for your own sister?" Gong Ju retorted that matters between him and his imperial sister did not require meddling from an outsider. Shun Shurye sneered. "An outsider? What if I were to marry her?" The moment the words left his lips, a thin line of blood appeared on his neck. Gong Ju looked down, his cold eyes fixed on the trembling Shun Shurye. "Imperial sister only needs me. As for you, if I recall correctly, you seem to have a very beloved grandmother, don't you?" Hearing this, Shun Shurye abruptly raised his head, glaring furiously at Gong Ju. Gong Ju smiled faintly. "You want to steal my most important person. Why shouldn't I kill your most beloved relative?" By the time Gong Ju brought Gong Yimo back to his prince's mansion, it was already late into the night. Gong Ju carried Gong Yimo back to her bedroom and personally tucked her in. Gazing at Gong Yimo's exquisite features, Gong Ju felt overwhelmed. Imperial sister, you truly are my poison. Why must I be your younger brother? If this is fate, then I shall defy the heavens and change it. Finally, he leaned down and pressed a kiss on Gong Yimo's lips. Then, he turned and left. Not long after Gong Ju departed, the supposedly drunk Gong Yimo sat straight up, feeling somewhat bewildered by Gong Ju's earlier actions. All these years, she had always regarded Gong Ju as a younger brother, but she absolutely could not see him as a lover. She needed to make things clear with him. Just as she thought of getting out of bed, she heard the sounds of fighting outside. Peeking through the window, she saw a dozen assassins clashing with guards. Gong Yimo understood immediately. These people were after her. I cannot implicate others. I fear I can no longer stay in this prince's mansion. At this moment, in the courtyard, Gong Ju faced the group of assassins, his expression murderous. Since you've come, don't even think about leaving alive. In less time than it takes to drink a cup of tea, all dozen assassins had fallen. Gong Ju immediately commanded his guards, investigate the backgrounds of all these people thoroughly. Since someone wants to play, then this prince shall play along. Suddenly, a guard rushed in anxiously. Your Highness, terrible news. The princess has disappeared. Your subordinate discovered this note in the princess's chamber. Please review it, Your Highness. Hearing this, Gong Ju's face drained of color. He snatched the note away. Upon it was written, tonight's events have made me understand that there is no longer a place for me, Gong Yimo, in the capital. I leave this letter as a farewell. After reading it, Gong Ju gripped the note tightly. Imperial sister wouldn't leave without reason. Although the handwriting on the paper was hurried, he knew she couldn't possibly be panicked merely by assassins. Unless she discovered my feelings for her. At this thought, Gong Ju abruptly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He understood then. This time, Gong Yimo would not return. He then collapsed into the arms of his guards. 3 days later, within the marketplace of a town named Gua City, Gong Yimo, disguised as a man, was leisurely strolling about. Then suddenly, she overheard vendors discussing, His Highness Prince Qi is critically ill. Gong Yimo seized one of them by his clothes, demanding urgently, What did you just say? Who did you say is ill? The vendor stammered fearfully, Sir, I wasn't speaking carelessly. It's true. His Highness Prince Qi is gravely ill. The imperial physicians are powerless. His Majesty is posting notices, seeking renowned doctors far and wide. Gong Yimo began to wrestle with her thoughts, uncertain if she should go back. Meanwhile, at Prince Qi's residence, a guard reported to Gong Ju, Your Highness, our men searched outward from the 4 city gates, pursuing every lead, yet found no trace of the princess. However, His Majesty's notices have been posted in every major city. The princess will surely see them. Upon hearing this, Gong Ju instructed them to recall all the dispatched men. The guard seemed perplexed. Gong Ju stated that he sensed Gong Yimo had already returned. Within a secluded courtyard, Gong Yimo vaulted over the wall in a single, swift movement. She then slipped into Gong Ju's chamber. When she saw Gong Ju lying frail upon the bed, Gong Yimo was consumed with worry. Just as she prepared to examine Gong Ju's condition, her wrist was suddenly seized in a firm grip by Gong Ju. He effortlessly pulled her into his embrace. He whispered beside Gong Yimo's ear, Imperial sister, stay by my side. If it were possible, I truly wish I could merge you into my very being, never to be parted again. Gong Yimo couldn't help the blush rising on her cheeks. Do you truly harbor feelings for me? Gong Ju confessed, Since I was 9 years old, you have been my sole focus. I know this is difficult for you to accept, but I can wait. As long as you remain within my reach, I can wait indefinitely. If you find this distressing, I can endure it. I can be your brother, your family, whatever you need. As long as I remain the most important person to you, I can transform into any version of myself that you desire. Hearing his words, Gong Yimo remained silent. After a long pause, she finally spoke to Gong Ju. You are my younger brother and also the most important person in my life. I shall never love anyone in this lifetime, let alone entertain such a forbidden affection. If you are willing to change, I will never leave your side. At her words, Gong Ju's hand involuntarily clenched, his body trembling faintly. So this is how it must be? He ultimately yielded, Imperial sister, I promise you, from this moment forth, I will relinquish these feelings. Having spoken, he rested his head upon Gong Yimo's lap. Yet, Gong Yimo, as if by reflex, withdrew herself. Seeing this, Gong Ju sat up, gazing at Gong Yimo. Even as your brother, am I forbidden even to touch you? Gong Yimo shook her head. No, it isn't that. I just recall that if I am to keep vigil for you, I must fetch my own bedding. I am particular about my bed, she finished, before quickly darting out of the room. Watching her retreating figure, a thin stream of blood trickled from the corner of Gong Ju's lips. He then slumped powerlessly back onto the bed. So this is the agony of a heart pierced by knives. When Gong Yimo returned carrying her bedding, she discovered Gong Ju collapsed on the bed, blood staining his lips. She frantically channeled her internal energy into Gong Ju, helping to stabilize his condition. The following day, at the break of dawn, as Gong Yimo opened her eyes, she was startled to find Gong Ju gazing intently at her. In the next instant, he leaned in to kiss her. Gong Yimo was utterly shocked. Just as she attempted to rise, she suddenly felt her entire body devoid of strength. She immediately interrogated Gong Ju. What have you done? Gong Ju smiled, playfully twirling a lock of Gong Yimo's hair. I have merely suppressed Imperial Sister's internal power temporarily. It will fully recover after 7 days. Imperial Sister, please forgive me. Gong Yimo retorted furiously. Why would you do such a thing? Have you forgotten your promise from last night? Gong Ju backed Gong Yimo against the wall, speaking slowly. Imperial Sister, asking me to let you go? I cannot do it. The mere sight of you near another man drives me beyond control. For me to relinquish you, only death could compel me. Imperial Sister, please think about it carefully. With that, he turned and left. Soon after, Exeter entered carrying steaming milk. Princess, you must be hungry. His Highness specifically asked someone to prepare this. Gong Yimo asked Exena, you knew long ago that Gong Ju liked me? Exiner smiled and replied, yes. I think it started when His Highness was young. Several times, this servant saw the way His Highness looked at you, full of longing. Besides, everyone in the entire mansion knows His Highness admires you. Gong Yimo was quite vexed, so she was the last one to find out. In the afternoon, Gong Ju specially prepared a table full of dishes for Gong Yimo. There was roasted chicken, there was lobster, all dishes Gong Yimo loved. Yet, Gong Yimo acted as if she didn't see them. Seeing this, Gong Ju directly picked up a piece of meat and brought it to Gong Yimo's lips. But Gong Yimo slapped away the approaching chopsticks. She declared that if he didn't produce the antidote, she would go on a hunger strike. Hearing this, Gong Ju leaned closer to Gong Yimo. Imperial Sister, if you don't eat, I might have to resort to force. Gong Yimo retorted angrily. I won't eat. I'll starve myself. What can you do about it? Gong Ju didn't say more, instead picking up a piece of meat and putting it into his own mouth. Then, he leaned in and kissed Gong Yimo directly. Imperial Sister, this is the only way I can feed you. He kissed her again. Reacting, Gong Yimo pushed Gong Ju away, her face flushed, thinking inwardly, it seems Gong Ju is falling deeper and deeper for me. I must find a chance to escape. Meanwhile, Gong Ju was thinking this can't wait. Today, I must make her completely mine. If she loses her virginity to me, she'll have no choice but to marry me. Imperial Sister is only concerned about status in the eyes of the world. At worst, we can go directly to my fiefdom and spend our lives together. At this moment, Gong Yimo looked at Gong Ju. Gong Ju, do you know? This goes against human ethics. It's wrong. You lost your mother when you were young, and you had no one else around. I was the one who took some care of you. So, it's understandable that you developed these feelings for me. You also understand that you are very important in my heart. But this kind of affection isn't romantic love. Perhaps it's familial affection and gratitude. Therefore, I think you've misunderstood. This isn't pure love. Gong Ju couldn't help but sigh deeply. I thought the hardest part would be getting you to accept my feelings. I never imagined it would be so difficult just to make you believe in my feelings. He then said to Gong Yimo, in this world, apart from you, I will never feel even the slightest stirring of heart for any other woman. Do you understand? Saying this, he stood up and knelt on the ground. I suffer from sleepless nights. You are the one I yearn for day and night. My urgent desire to become strong stronger is also because of you. One word of affirmation from you can make me happy for a long time. One sign of dissatisfaction can leave me utterly helpless. If this isn't love, then Imperial Sister, tell me what is? Seeing her persuasion was useless, Gong Yimo finally made up her mind. She had to leave, otherwise, it would only make Gong Ju fall deeper. Seeing Gong Yimo's silence, Gong Ju patted his chest and said, "Even if you can't accept it now, one day you will accept me." Just then, a secret guard approached Gong Ju's side. "Your Highness, news from the palace. Someone has informed the Emperor about the princess being held captive." Gong Ju immediately looked at Gong Yimo. "I need to go to the palace." "Imperial Sister, you stay here at home." He then left with the secret guard, instructing him to station men around the prince's mansion and find a few more people to protect the Imperial Sister well. Meanwhile, Gong Yimo, alone in her room, felt helpless, constantly thinking about how to leave. Based on her memories from her past life, although many things had changed, many had also remained the same. Suddenly, she remembered something significant. That's right. In 3 days, it's the Emperor's birthday celebration. Gong Ju is responsible for security within the palace. He absolutely cannot leave during such an occasion. So, he won't be back for these few days. I need to hurry. The detoxification pill in my dimensional space should be able to counteract the effects of the power-scattering powder. At night, Gong Yimo, asleep, suddenly sensed someone in front of her. Opening her eyes, she was startled. She immediately cried out in alarm. "Gong Ju, what are you doing?" Gong Ju, however, buried his head in Gong Yimo's embrace. "Imperial Sister, I don't want to do anything. I just want to hold you." Thinking about the events in the palace today gave Gong Ju a headache. Although Father Emperor hadn't confirmed that Imperial Sister was in his mansion, given Father Emperor's personality, he would definitely send someone to investigate. I need to find a way to move Imperial Sister somewhere else. Lost in thought, Gong Ju drifted off to sleep. Gong Yimo looked at the sleeping Gong Ju, her gaze complicated. Although she wouldn't fall in love with anyone in this life, Gong Ju had, after all, grown up with her. She couldn't sever this familial bond. But Gong Ju seemed unable to extricate himself. Finally, she could only let out a soft sigh. At the local banquet, someone actually presented poisonous herbs, but fortunately, Gong Ju saw through the plot. Unexpectedly, however, those people's target turned out to be Gong Yimo. When Gong Ju rushed to the scene, he found the prince's residence engulfed in flames, and Gong Yimo cornered by assassins, her life hanging by a thread. An unknown amount of time passed. When Gong Yimo opened her eyes again, she discovered Gong Ju had already left. She immediately rolled out of bed. A red light flashed in her hand, and 2 pills materialized in her palm. Gong Yimo gazed at the pills, praying that this antidote could suppress the Sangong poison within her body. With that thought, she tilted her head back and swallowed the pills. At noon, Gong Yimo lay languidly in the courtyard, basking in the sun. A wave of secret joy washed over her heart. The antidote was indeed effective. After just one morning, 1/10 of her internal energy had returned. At this rate, she would fully recover within 2 days. Just then, Exile brought up the matter of the crown prince and his crown princess consort. Hearing this, Gong Yimo smiled and said, "The crown prince probably quite likes the young lady from the Su family, hence why he personally requested to halt this marriage." Yet, despite her words, a trace of displeasure lingered in her heart. Gong Che had just professed his love for her, and in the next breath, he had chosen another as his consort. Moreover, this consort was her sworn enemy. "I cannot control the lives of others. Let him be," she mused. Exile looked at Gong Yimo's indifferent expression, feeling rather helpless. She covered Gong Yimo with a thin blanket and said, "Princess, for His Majesty's birthday celebration this time, many infeft princes and lords have returned. I heard they brought numerous rare treasures. It's said that the Southern King plans to present something truly magical to His Majesty this time." Hearing this, Gong Yimo couldn't help but recall something. In her past life, her imperial father had a volatile temper, was frail and often ill, gradually becoming fatuous and muddle-headed in his later years. But in this life, at least for now, he still seemed seemed like an enlightened ruler. The thought struck her as somewhat peculiar. 2 nights later, Gong Yimo lay alone in bed, feeling exhilarated. The internal energy within her body had been completely unsealed. In these past few days, Prince Chi's residence had been remarkably quiet. Those people spying on me will surely make a move. Perhaps my chance to escape lies with them. With that, she prepared to rest. She had to conserve her energy. A tough battle awaited her tomorrow. After Gong Yimo fell into a deep sleep, a pair of man's feet suddenly appeared in her bedchamber. The man slowly approached Gong Yimo. Finally, he leaned down and pressed a kiss upon her lips. This man was none other than Gong Ju. Having recovered her internal energy, Gong Yimo was highly sensitive to her surroundings. She immediately pushed Gong Ju away. Looking at Gong Ju with some wariness, she asked, "Why are you back?" Gong Ju removed his outer robe, saying, "Things in the palace have been settled, so I came back to see you." He then began to undress. Gong Yimo was startled by this scene. "What do you think you're doing?" Gong Ju looked at her and said, "I want Imperial Sister to become my woman." Hearing this, Gong Yimo backed away repeatedly. "Gong Ju, you cannot force me. Otherwise, I will never forgive you." Gong Ju moved closer to Gong Yimo, whispering, "I know you will resent me, but I have no other choice." With that, he pinned Gong Yimo beneath him. Gong Yimo was terrified, tears streaming down her face as she choked out, "Gong Ju, please, if you love me, at least let me fall in love with you first." Gong Ju paused at her words, then slowly rose. "Imperial Sister, I can refrain from forcing you, but I must give you one more Sangong pill." The next day, the Chaiyang Hall buzzed with activity. It was the emperor's birthday, and neighboring countries had sent envoys to offer congratulations. Outside the hall, Gong Che saw Gong Ju. "Ninth brother, why aren't you drinking at today's grand feast?" Gong Ju replied, "I have important duties and dare not drink." Gong Che couldn't help but chuckle. Such minor matters can be handled by subordinates. "Ninth brother, as a prince, must you attend to everything personally?" After speaking, he walked straight towards the hall. As he passed Gong Ju, Gong Che leaned in and said, "Tell Yimo, for the wedding ceremony 20 days from now, I await her presence alone." Gong Ju turned his head, staring daggers at him. But then, a thought occurred, and he relaxed. Letting Imperial Sister watch him get married. She would surely be very happy, wouldn't she? At this moment, the emperor raised his cup to the crowd, saying, "Esteemed envoys, representing your respective monarchs, you have traveled far to celebrate my birthday. I'm deeply grateful. Allow me to toast you all first." The envoys below chorused loudly. "May your majesty of Diyu enjoy boundless fortune and longevity. 10,000 years. The emperor gestured for them to dispense with formalities. Then, with the eunuch's announcement, "Let the banquet begin," the birthday feast officially commenced. Just then, the southern king stepped forward respectfully. "Your subject wishes your majesty blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity rivaling the southern mountains. Today, your subject has brought a magical treasure for your majesty." Hearing the word treasure, the emperor immediately bade him present it. The treasure mentioned by the southern king turned out to be an opium pipe and a box of paste. "Your majesty, this item is called cloud smoke, a specialty from the small border states. Just one puff can dispel fatigue." The emperor sniffed it. Indeed, it possessed a peculiar fragrance. He immediately prepared to try it. At this, Gong Ju stepped forward. "Father Emperor, Imperial Uncle speaks of it so wondrously. Even your son has grown somewhat curious. Perhaps it would be better to let your son try it." The southern king beside them saw this, and whispered to Gong Ju, "This substance has a strong delayed effect, your highness. You are still young. It would be best not to try it lightly." Gong Ju looked at him. "Then why didn't you say so just now?" The southern king was momentarily choked, unable to speak. Gong Ju picked up the pipe and took a drag, finding the sensation very similar to the addictive paste Imperial Sister had mentioned. Prolonged use would not only decay the body, but also cause addiction. This substance absolutely could not reach Father Emperor. Thus, he immediately bowed and said, "Father Emperor, this item indeed has a refreshing effect. However, this was the only pipe, and your son has used it. If your majesty is interested, perhaps later you could have Imperial Uncle prepare one for you." The emperor waved his hand, saying, "Then I shall trouble the southern king." After the southern king departed, Gong Ju said to the emperor, "Father Emperor, the gift presented by the Southern King will not only decay Father Emperor's body, but will also make Father Emperor addicted and susceptible to manipulation. There must be someone behind this, instructing the Southern King to act this way. Please, Father Emperor, issue an edict allowing your son to apprehend the Southern King and bring him to justice." The emperor immediately agreed to this matter. He then took the opportunity to praise Gong Ju as his good child, stating he would definitely reward him handsomely. Below, the Lui envoy witnessed this scene. He couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. Beside him, the fourth prince, Gong Shi, seized the chance to extend an olive branch. "Envoy, do not be vexed. It is merely the success of a petty person. This prince is the fourth prince of you. If the envoy trusts me, this prince is willing to help the envoy resolve this grievance with the Southern King." The Lui envoy agreed to the alliance. By the time Gong Ju emerged from the imperial palace, it was already the dead of night. He immediately noticed that Prince Qi's mansion was ablaze. Gong Ju was instantly alarmed. Imperial sister was in danger. He immediately summoned a troop of men. They rushed towards Prince Qi's mansion. Inside Prince Qi's mansion at this moment, chaos reigned. Gong Yimo was desperately evading the attacks of assassins. Watching the enemies gradually close in, Gong Yimo stopped before a floating bridge. Gong Ju, in this life, you were originally a person indifferent to fame and fortune. You only endured bitterly struggled to protect me. It is Imperial sister who has wronged you. I will not burden you any longer. She immediately turned, drew the sword from her waist, prepared to fight to the death right here. Seeing this, the assassins swarmed forward. Soon, Gong Yimo's arms and back were wounded. Kneeling on one knee, Gong Yimo panted heavily, her hand weakly loosening its grip on the sword. Seeing their chance, the assassins moved to deliver the killing blow. In the nick of time, Gong Ju arrived, shielding Gong Yimo's front. Seeing Gong Ju desperately protecting her, Gong Yimo's heart filled with self-reproach. "Gong Ju, I know you are good to me, but I cannot implicate you further. I must leave the capital." She immediately rushed towards the floating bridge behind her. Upon reaching the opposite bank, she severed the bridge ropes with one strike. Gong Ju saw this and turned pale with fright. "Imperial sister, don't go. I will protect you." Saying this, he began wading through the water towards her. Gong Yimo immediately raised a dagger, pressing it against her own neck, warning him not to come closer. "Gong Ju, you can no longer protect me. Now, if I turn back, what awaits me is either being seized by those people or hunted down by the emperor." Gong Ju argued, "That won't happen. Father Emperor likes you very much. He wouldn't bear to harm you." Gong Yimo heard this and shook her head with a bitter smile. "I understand him far better than you do. In the face of ambition, that little bit of affection counts for nothing. Go back, Gong Ju. There is no longer a place for me in the capital." Gong Ju clutched his chest, speaking with deep emotion. "Imperial sister, if they want to capture you, I will guard you. If they want to kill you, I will protect you, even if just for my sake. Can you stay?" Gong Yimo said resolutely, "Give up hope. You're the most important person to me. It's impossible for me to develop such feelings for the brother I spent every day with." Gong Ju pressed unwillingly. "Why is it impossible? Is it really because of worldly conventions? I don't want to be your family, nor do I want to be your brother. If this is destiny, then I will defy heaven and change fate." Saying this, he slashed his own wrist with a knife. Gong Yimo was instantly shocked. Gong Ju looked at Gong Yimo and said, "If you reject me again, I will drain half my body's blood and sever our kinship with you. How about that? I, Gong Ju, hereby swear an oath. From this day forth, my blood ties with Gong Yimo are severed. We are no longer sister and brother." Gong Yimo immediately grasped Gong Ju's hand. Crying, she shouted, "Gong Ju, don't be like this. I truly cannot repay this." Time flashed forward, arriving at dawn. Gong Yimo pushed Gong Ju away. "It must hurt terribly. Let me stop the bleeding." With a flick of her hand, she retrieved an anesthetic from her personal dimension. Gong Yimo poured the anesthetic in her mouth, then used her lips to tend to Gong Ju's wound, staunching the flow of blood. Gong Ju was quite astonished. He hadn't felt even a twinge of pain. Could it be related to what his imperial sister had just ingested? Just as he was about to ask something, his lips were suddenly sealed by Gong Yimo's. After a long moment, the two separated. Gong Yimo blushing, said, "Let's hurry ashore. I need a bandage or wound." Once ashore, Gong Yimo used a needle to suture his wound. Gong Ju felt no pain at all. In fact, his body felt strangely limp, and even speaking seemed a bit difficult. He immediately asked Gong Yimo what she had given him, but Gong Yimo remained silent. After tying off the bandage, she called out towards the shadows behind her. "How long do you intend to watch?" I wondered who was being so sneaky. "So it was you." Gong Shi emerged slowly with a group of people. Sneaking around is still better than certain people who defy worldly conventions and morality. Stronger indeed. Gong Yimo lifted Gong Ju, saying disdainfully, "Just this handful of you? You'll find it rather difficult to keep me here." After placing Gong Ju behind a large boulder, Gong Yimo stood up and said, "Fourth Imperial Brother, are you aware that colluding with outsiders is a capital offense?" Hearing this, Gong Shi laughed. "If everyone dies, who will know?" Gong Yimo picked up a branch from the ground, looking at them with utter scorn. "A disorganized mob. Why don't you come and try?" With that, she charged towards Gong Shi and his men. For a moment, they were too stunned to react. Gong Shi saw this and yelled, "What are you all standing around for? Get her! What are you afraid of? She's just a little girl." But inwardly, he thought, as long as I capture Gong Yimo, that weapon she hold will be mine. Meanwhile, the Lui envoy drew his bow, aiming squarely at the immobilized Gong Ju. Gong Yimo, amidst the crowd, saw this and was instantly horrified. She threw herself forward, taking the fatal arrow meant for Gong Ju in her shoulder. Blood dripped steadily down. Before she knew it, Gong Yimo was surrounded by bodies lying haphazardly. Her gaze locked onto the Lui envoy. The surviving men couldn't help but take a few steps back. Was she human or a demon? How was she still standing? Hearing the gasps around him, the Lui envoy drew his bow again. What's there to fear? She's nothing but a little girl. But Gong Yimo wouldn't give him the chance. She pulled the feathered arrow from her shoulder. In a swift countermove, she plunged it into the heart of an assassin, then dispatched several more with her dagger, her movements fluid and seamless. After finishing, she even made a throat-slitting gesture towards the Lui man. The envoy's face paled, terrified by what he had just witnessed. Meanwhile, Gong Ju watched Gong Yimo, trapped in peril, frantic with anxiety, hating that he couldn't protect her at such a critical moment. Trouble was also brewing on Gong Shi's side. The Lui envoy lowered his bow. He then called out to the men behind him, "We're retreating." To Gong Shi's bewildered look, the Lui envoy explained, "Your Highness, Fourth Prince, we originally agreed to besiege Gong Yimo with the intention of killing Gong Ju opportunistically. But their desperate protection of each other is truly admirable. My Lui will not make things difficult for a young lady. We take our leave." With that, he turned and left. Gong Shi was stunned speechless by this divine maneuver from his supposed ally. Soft-heartedness will ultimately prevent great achievements. He immediately ordered the remaining men, "Attack. Whoever captures Gong Yimo will be handsomely rewarded by this prince." Just then, a large contingent of imperial guards could be seen approaching rapidly in the distance. Gong Shi clenched his teeth in frustration. He had been so close. It seemed capturing Gong Yimo today was impossible. He promptly signaled for everyone to retreat. Seeing the arrival of the imperial guards, Gong Ju's suspended heart finally settled. Then his eyes fluttered shut and he fainted. Gong Yimo quickly caught him. Looking at his face, she murmured, "It's all over now. Sleep peacefully." After rescuing Gong Ju, Gong Yimo went to the Yuheng Empire. Unexpectedly, she ran into Jin Yun and also heard that the Yuheng Emperor planned to send Jin Yun to the Liying Prince as a favored consort. Gong Yimo gazed upon the unconscious duke, murmuring softly, "Let it all pass now. Sleep peacefully." Just then, Shan Shirya hurried to her side. "Gong Yimo, how are you?" Looking down at the duke cradled in her arms, Gong Yimo said, "Shan Shirya, I must trouble you to take care of him for me." Shan Shirya looked perplexed. "And what about you?" "There is no longer a place for me in this capital city. I will leave this place. I entrust him to your care." Time flew, and 10 days vanished in an instant. When Gong Yimo opened her eyes again, she found herself in an unfamiliar room. Beside her, Jin Yun watched her awaken, letting out a visible sigh of relief. "You're finally awake. If I hadn't chanced upon you collapsed on my journey back to the country, you'd likely be nourishment for wild beasts by now." Gong Yimo inquired immediately, "Where am I now?" Jin Yun replied, "We are currently in Yuheng, within my own princely mansion." As he spoke, he brought over a bowl of freshly brewed medicinal soup for Gong Yimo. Hearing his words, a smile touched Gong Yimo's lips. That arrangement suits my intentions perfectly. At that very moment, a servant entered the room. Your Highness, someone from the palace has arrived. Jin Yun instructed him directly, bring the person in. Shortly after, the servant led a eunuch into the main hall. The eunuch unfurled the scroll in his hand. A verbal decree from His Majesty. The emperor is hosting a banquet for the Luying Wang and commands the second prince to enter the palace immediately to attend. Having read the decree, the eunuch added pointedly, Second Prince, His Majesty specifically instructed that you are to enter the palace alone. He finished speaking and suggestively rubbed his thumb and forefinger together. Jin Yun understood instantly. He promptly retrieved a pouch of gold coins from his sleeve. Many thanks for your trouble, esteemed eunuch. The eunuch accepted the pouch, weighing it in his hand. A smile spread across his face. Your Highness should make preparations without delay. We mustn't keep the distinguished guest from Lui waiting. With that, he turned and departed. Jin Yun frowned, lost in thought. The Luying Wang is here to discuss a marriage alliance. Why am I specifically summoned to attend? Gong Yimo took this moment to remind him. This Ing Wang, Ru Cha, is hardly a virtuous man. Rumor has it he is built like a ferocious tiger, possesses immense strength, and harbors certain peculiar inclinations. In any case, you must proceed with caution. Within the grand hall of the Yu Hung Imperial Palace, the Yu Hung Emperor, Jing Sheng, was encircled by several palace maids. Looking down at the figures below, he declared, Ing Wang is truly a man of straightforward character. In the days to come, with our two nations allied, the destruction of the Yu shall be within our grasp. Ing Wang Ru Cha heard this and roared with laughter. With my Lui warhorses, trampling to Yu Flat will be effortless. However, when shall this king be permitted to view the collateral for our agreement? If the beauty is truly as peerless as your majesty claims, this king shall immediately command 1,000 horses be sent forth as an initial deposit. What say you? The emperor was instantly overjoyed. Ing Wang, rest assured, the person is already en route. A short while later, Jin Yun arrived in the main hall. Your son, Jin Yun, pays his respects to Father Emperor. The emperor gestured for him to dispense with formalities and then directed him to take a seat beside Ru Cha. Upon seeing Jin Yun's countenance, Ru Cha was visibly struck as if by a celestial being. He reached out, tilting Jin Yun's chin upwards, murmuring, My, the second prince smells so very fragrant. One wonders, how are the other parts? Jin Yun immediately recoiled several steps, glaring furiously. Is the Ing Wang intoxicated? The emperor erupted in anger. Yunea, the Ing Wang is our honored guest. He merely spoke and acted a bit freely under the influence of wine. What is the meaning of this behavior? Punish yourself with a cup at once and offer your apologies to the Ing Wang. Jin Yun felt he had no alternative. He could only lift the wine cup and take a sip. Jin Yun was discourteous. I humbly asked for the Ing Wang's forbearance. Yet in the very next instant, a tremor ran through his entire being. Immediately, he crumpled, falling to the floor with a soft thud. Witnessing this, the emperor promptly ordered attendants to carry the second prince to a side hall. When Jin Yun opened his eyes again, he discovered he was utterly devoid of strength, lying naked upon a bed. He immediately tried to roll off the bed, but the moment his feet touched the ground, his entire body gave way, and he collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. At that moment, the Ing Wang strolled into the room. Ah, the prince is awake. You certainly kept this king waiting for quite some time. Jin Yun scrambled back towards the corner of the wall. I am a prince of Yu Hong. You cannot do this. The Ing Wang couldn't help but burst into raucous laughter. You're still unaware, aren't you? It is precisely because you're a prince that I used 1,000 fine steeds as the price of exchange. Your father emperor truly sold you for a handsome sum. However, this price, it was absolutely worth it. You truly are a splendid rouge horse. In the next heartbeat, amidst Jin Yun's startled cries, the Ing Wang swept him up around the waist and tossed him directly onto the bed. Allow this king to dote on you properly. But abruptly, a hand materialized from behind him, striking heavily against the nape of his neck. The Ing Wang's vision plunged into darkness, and he collapsed forward, stiff as a board. Jin Yun stared, utterly astonished to see that his rescuer was Gong Yimo. Gong Yimo offered a smile. Second prince, I trust one haven't arrived too late. After a moment, Jin Yun turned his head, glaring at the Ing Wang with gritted teeth. He then snatched up a piece of wood and hurled it towards him. Just as it was about to strike, Gong Yimo seized his wrist. Jin Yun, utterly bewildered, demanded, "Why are you stopping me? I need to kill him right now. I can't wait another second." Gong Yimo advised, "Hold on. Have you considered the consequences of killing him? Even if you manage to escape, what about your mother? Let me be clear, I don't have the ability to escort a woman out of a heavily guarded imperial palace." Hearing this, Jin Yun's face darkened. "So we just let it go? Not just this beast, but that man too, selling his own son for 1,000 horses. I hate them." Gong Yimo replied, "Of course, we can't just let this go. Since your imperial father shows no benevolence, don't blame us for being unrighteous. I have a plan to deal with both of them." She then took out cosmetics and began applying makeup to Jin Yun, instructing him as she worked. "Later, you must pretend you've been favored and moan loudly." She then added some marks to his chest. Jin Yun asked confusedly, "What are these scratch marks for?" Gong Yimo explained, "Someone as rough as Ru Cha. If you don't have a single mark on you, who would believe you were favored by that brute?" Hearing this, Jin Yun blushed crimson. The two looked at each other, the moment suddenly feeling exceptionally awkward. Then, Gong Yimo told him to start moaning. But every sound Jin Yun made was barely a whisper. Unable to bear it, Gong Yimo pinched him hard. The next second, a blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the bedchamber. Shortly after, Jin Yun emerged. He presented the Ing Wang's golden token to the guard, saying, "His Highness wishes me to give this to you and have you carry out a task." The guard respectfully inquired, "May I ask what task His Highness requires?" Jin Yun smiled and replied, "Nothing much. Just go find my dear imperial father. Tell him the horse trade is off." When the emperor received this news, he flew into a rage. What does the Ing Wang mean by this? Does he want to change the terms? At this moment, Jin Yun entered without the chief eunuch announcing him. "So, father, you traded me for horses? Utterly shameless." The emperor roared, "Insolence! It is your honor to contribute to the nation. It's merely being favored by a man. You are always worthless anyway." Just then, from behind the screen behind Jin Yun, a voice emerged. Gong Yimo, mimicking the Ing Wang's voice, said, "Your Majesty of Yuheng, the more I think about this deal, the more I feel it's a loss. Since you're here, why don't we discuss the quantity?" The emperor immediately strode forward slowly. "You think I fear you?" But upon pulling back the curtain, he saw only an unfamiliar woman. The emperor was instantly startled. He was promptly knocked to the ground by Gong Yimo. At that moment, Gong Yimo and Jin Yun began stripping off his clothes. Then, they carried him into the bedchamber Jin Yun had previously occupied. Looking at the naked emperor and Ing Wang on the bed, Gong Yimo chuckled darkly. "You let your own son sleep with him? Old man, let's give you a taste of being tormented by that brute yourself." She then forced 2 pills into their mouths. After finishing, Gong Yimo looked at Jin Yun. "Feel better? These 2 shameless men will soon be tormenting each other. I estimate the drug will take effect soon. Now, pretend to be furious, storm out, and establish your alibi." Saying this, she took Jin Yun's hand and led him out, instructing, "If the emperor questions you tomorrow, just say Ru Cha summoned you out, and you don't know what happened afterwards." Reaching the doorway, Gong Yimo glanced back. Their grudge, let them settle it themselves tonight. The next morning, Gong Yimo was reading a book. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Opening it, she couldn't help but smile. "Oh, it's you. Has something happened?" Jin Yun entered, holding a box. "Of course, and it's something major." After entering, Jin Yun took medicine from the box and began applying it to Gong Yimo's wrist. Gong Yimo couldn't help but tease. "So this is your major event?" Jin Yun looked up at her. "You're a girl. Isn't a wrist swollen like this a major event?" Gong Yimo felt he was making a fuss over nothing. Jin Yun, however, ignored her and took out bandages. "Fine, say I'm making a fuss. But this injury, after all, happened when you saved me from Ru Cha. Applying this medicine now is my way of thanking you." Jin Yun noticed Gong Yimo seemed somewhat lost in thought. Jin Yun changed the subject from her cold. "News spread from the palace today. The deal between Yuheng and Lui has been cancelled. Moreover, that Lui bastard, Ru Cha, suffered serious injuries for some unknown reason and was carried back. That person," referring to his father, the emperor, "also decreed that he is feeling unwell and will not hold court for the next few days." Hearing this, Gong Yimo couldn't help but laugh out loud. With Ru Cha around, how could your imperial father possibly be well? Besides, I previously secretly hid a dagger under Jing Sheng's pillow. Ru Cha getting injured was most likely because your imperial father couldn't stand the torment and stabbed him. Speaking of which, what do you plan to do next? Jin Yin turned to look at Gong Yimo. I plan to take my mother and live a peaceful life. Gong Yimo was rendered speechless by his answer for a moment. After a long pause, she finally spoke. You underestimate yourself too much. As a man of ambition, how can you lack any drive? Though faced with adversity, you never give up hope. Even when everyone ostracizes you, you still manage to navigate the situation skillfully and strive to live well. After speaking, she patted Jin Yun's shoulder encouragingly. Moreover, you help the truly weak whenever you can. A sincere and kind person like you is far superior to others. Jin Yun felt quite elated by her praise. Could he really be that remarkable? Gong Yimo patted her chest, assuring him, with me planning for you, trust me, the throne of Yu Hong belongs to no one else but you. Time flew by, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. One day, on the streets of Yu Hong, Gong Yimo smiled, saying it's done. This final money house has been secured. Now, the entire economy of Yu Hong is grasped firmly in your hands. See, I didn't lie to you, did I? Jin Yun's face was wreathed in smiles today. You truly astonish me. In merely 3 months, you not only helped me gain control over Yu Heng's economy, but also assisted me in becoming Yu Heng's designated heir to the throne. Saying this, he grasped Gong Yimo's hand. Let me take you somewhere fun. Soon, the two arrived inside a music hall. Looking at the scene before her, Gong Yimo was somewhat puzzled. There's no one here. What's supposed to be fun? Jin Yun, however, said rather shyly, well, you can watch me. With that, he walked straight onto the stage. Yimo, I apologize deeply that I couldn't return in time for your birthday. Please accept this dance as your birthday gift. Hearing this, Gong Yimo walked towards a pipa placed to the side. Although I don't know why you suddenly have such an interest, how can there be a dance without musical accompaniment? Saying so, she picked up the pipa and held it in her arms. I shall accompany you. Jin Yun couldn't help but tease. When we first met, I asked you to play accompaniment, and you claimed you didn't know how to play anything. Gong Yimo retorted, this is the only instrument I know how to play, and I only know this one song. You should feel quite honored. Hearing her words, Jin Yun directly tossed the crown from his head onto the ground. Then, with graceful movements, he began to dance, occasionally stealing glances towards Gong Yimo with the corner of his eye. When the dance concluded, Jin Yun walked over to stand before Gong Yimo and took out a small box from within his robes. Kneeling on one knee, he said, Gong Yimo. Just as he was about to utter the words, I like you, a guard rushed in anxiously from outside. Your Highness, this is bad. The Imperial Guard has surrounded this place. Jin Yun was instantly alarmed. He immediately prepared to go out and see. Turning back, he instructed Gong Yimo, we don't know the situation outside. Stay here for now. Don't go out. But immediately, his shoulder was grasped by Gong Yimo. Looking at him, Gong Yimo said, you are the future emperor of Yu Hong. You cannot go out looking like this. Then, she picked up the crown from the floor and placed it properly back onto Jin Yun's head. Jin Yun couldn't help but gently touch Gong Yimo's head. Don't worry, everything will be all right. He then followed the guard out. Gong Yimo, however, understood clearly. These people were undoubtedly here for her. After all, a princess from a neighboring country possessing formidable strength was indeed making certain people uneasy. Upon reaching the main entrance of the music hall, Jin Yun discovered the leader was an acquaintance. He immediately spoke. Lord Li, what is the meaning of surrounding this prince's residence with the Imperial Guard? That man bowed respectfully. Reporting to your Highness, Second Prince. This humble servant is acting under imperial decree to apprehend a spy from a neighboring country. Specifically, the Diyu princess, Gong Yimo, who has been constantly lurking by your Highness's side. Jin Yun immediately rebuked him angrily. Lord Li, what nonsense are you spouting? Where is any princess from a neighboring country here? Lord Li, however, stated, Your Highness, please do not persist any longer. This time is His Majesty's decree. It would be best for your Highness to comply. Jin Yun's face was frosted with anger. And what if I say no? Lord Li immediately raised his left hand, and the imperial guards behind him drew their weapons. Seeing that the situation was untenable, Jin Yun immediately turned and rushed back towards the inner courtyard. Upon entering, he was struck by the sight of Gong Yimo sitting blankly in the center of the main hall. Seeing this, Jin Yun couldn't help the dimming in his eyes. He came before Gong Yimo and said, "They're certain you are here. This place cannot hold them for long." Gong Yimo rose with a smile. "If that's the case, then I shall leave. They cannot stop me. Do not worry." Jin Yun looked at Gong Yimo. "Take me with you," he pleaded. "Now, Yu Hang's finances are entirely in my hands. Besides, Father Emperor has only me as a son. He cannot possibly kill me. This time, listen to me." Gong Yimo bit her lip, hesitating, but finally, she agreed. She swept Jin Yun up by the waist in one smooth motion, leaped onto the rooftop, and began racing towards the city gates. But now, the city gates were heavily fortified, guarded by ranks of soldiers. Jin Yun strode before them, his voice booming, "Insolence! Am I, this prince, someone you could obstruct? Open the city gates at once." The leading commander knelt. "By His Majesty's decree, anyone attempting to force the city gates shall be killed without mercy." Hearing this, Jin Yun's fists clenched tightly in suppressed fury. His face darkened, and he spoke in a chilling tone, "I told you to open the city gates." Just then, a delicate jade hand reached out and grasped Jin Yun's arm. Gong Yimo spoke with worry etched on her face. "Jin Yun, let it go. If you open this gate, the Emperor will not spare you." But Jin Yun forcefully pulled his arm free from her grasp. "So what if it means the extermination of 9 relations? Father Emperor is the head of the clan. He wouldn't dare. What I have to fear. This prince is determined to open these gates." He then pointed his sword at the guard. "If you do not hand over the keys this instant, you won't have to wait for Father Emperor's judgment. This prince will kill you right now." The guard, trembling with fear, hastily presented the keys to the city gate to Jin Yun. Jin Yun snatched the keys. He thrust them into the lock. With a groan, the heavy city gates began to swing open slowly. The next moment, he pushed Gong Yimo out. After sending Gong Yimo out of the city, Gong Yimo, meanwhile, disguised herself and found refuge within Yu Hang's capital city. In the following days, she often overheard the common folk discussing Jin Yun. "Did you hear? The second prince has been punished. They say assassins infiltrated the palace last night. Quite a few bodies were thrown out this morning. I heard the reason His Highness was punished this time was for letting a spy from Yu escape. And they also say that spy possesses some kind of powerful weapon." Hearing this, Gong Yimo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as Jin Yun was all right, that was all that mattered. But immediately after, she felt she ought to leave. Remaining here would only bring him more trouble. Besides, they still had their cooperation. They would surely meet again sooner or later. Although she disliked being constrained by her status, she had also had enough of living incognito, hiding and skulking about. She was the Zhaoyang princess. Why couldn't she return to the Yu? Little did she know, the news of her presence in Yuhang had already reached her homeland. At this moment, within the Zhaoyang Hall, the Emperor of the Yu was rejoicing that Gong Yimo was still alive. To think she is still alive. Let it be. We also worried for her dearly. We will not hold it against her. Where is she now? Gong Ju bowed low. A short while ago, in Yuhang, she was falsely accused of being a spy for RDU. She was besieged by Yu Hang's imperial guards, but fortunately, someone aided her escape. She is now on her way back. Hearing that Gong Yimo had been framed as a spy by Yu Hang, the emperor erupted in fury. "Yu Hang, what gives them the right? How dare they dispatch troops to corner our daughter? And calling her Yu spy? Is Yu Hang even worthy of us, sending a princess to be a spy?" The emperor immediately commanded Gong Ju, we order you to lead an escort and bring Mo back with grand ceremony, and proclaim to the world, the Yu's Zhaoyang princess has gloriously returned to the imperial dynasty. Gong Ju immediately accepted the order. Moments later, he was leading the city garrison out through the central gate. At that very time, a horse-drawn carriage arrived at the capital city of the Yu. Inside was Gong Yimo. She parted the door curtain, gazing out with a wave of emotion. This capital city, it was still the same as she remembered. It had been so long since she'd returned. She truly felt a pang of nostalgia. The people on the streets also recognized Gong Yimo, realizing her identity as the Zhaoyang princess. One after another, they held up fruits and snacks from their stalls, offering them to her. Gong Yimo accepted their gifts with a warm smile. But suddenly, the bustling, noisy crowd fell into an eerie silence. Gong Yimo turned her head to look and saw it was Gong Ju arriving. Gong Ju strode quickly to the carriage. Wang Jia, older sister, let me help you down. The onlookers watched this scene, astonished. Just recently, Prince Qi Gongju had handled numerous cases with decisive, even ruthless, efficiency. Yet, the moment the princess returned, the prince's gentle affection also returned. After Gong Yimo descended from the carriage, she gently pushed Gong Ju away. Many thanks to Father Emperor. Gong Ju beamed. He took Gong Yimo's hand. Come, let's go see Father Emperor. Just then, several commoners hurried over, pulling a carriage adorned with flowers. Princess, you must be weary from your long journey. We have prepared this flower carriage for you. Please sit, Princess. The fragrance of the flowers might help soothe your fatigue. Gong Ju glanced at the flower carriage with disdain. How can such a carriage be worthy of my imperial sister? But Gong Yimo found it quite novel. Since it didn't matter what she did, she leaped onto the flower carriage in a single bound. Turning back, she extended a hand towards Gong Ju, inviting, you should come up and sit too. Gong Ju, however, simply shook his head. Imperial sister, let's proceed. As long as I can watch over you, that is enough. And so, amidst the roaring cheers of the populace, the pair proceeded towards the imperial palace. Partway there, Gong Yimo and Gong Ju suddenly caught the strains of a song. Tracing the sound with their eyes, they looked ahead. They saw a dashing young gentleman barring their path. Princess, your beauty could topple cities and nations. Allow this humble one to present a song, an ode to express my profound admiration for you. Upon hearing this, Gong Yimo couldn't suppress a chuckle, while Gong Ju's expression instantly turned grim. Yet, this gentleman remained utterly oblivious to Gong Ju's simmering fury, continuing blithely. Princess, you truly embody the phrase, a single smile from you, captivating beyond compare. At this point, Gong Ju, his face a thundercloud, instructed his subordinate, this man, ascertain his identity. If he is unwed, arrange a match for him with a formidable woman. The daughter of the West City butcher seems like an excellent choice. Hearing his master's decree, the subordinate felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. The West City butcher's daughter was infamous for her shrewish nature, having reportedly driven 4 previous husbands to an early grave. This young scholar, he mused grimly, can only pray for good fortune now. Just then, Gong Yimo's eyes lit up as she spotted a basket brimming with hawthorns. She immediately plucked one out and popped it in her mouth, then offered one to Gong Ju, exclaiming, "These are truly delicious." "Try one," she urged. Gazing at Gong Yimo's bright expression, Gong Ju found himself taking it. Snapping back to reality, he put the hawthorn into his mouth. Indeed, it was sweet. At that very moment, a figure dashed towards them in panic, screaming, "Run quickly! There's killing!" In the next instant, a horde of black-clad figures surged forward, swords drawn, yelling, "Slay the enchantress! Execute heaven's justice!" Gong Ju instantly commanded, "Protect the princess!" His shadow guards responded with a unified, sharp cry, immediately charging forward to clash violently with the assassins. Gong Yimo moved to join the fray, but Gong Ju held her back. "Imperial sister, do not worry. These are warriors I have meticulously trained. They are more than capable of dealing with these assailants." Then, turning to the panicked crowd, Gong Ju raised his voice. "Now all of you, follow me. I, Gong Ju, shall escort you safely to the palace gates. Whatever dangers lie ahead, I alone shall bear them." The surrounding citizens, deeply moved by his declaration, rallied behind him, shouting, "We swear to escort the princess safely back to the palace." Witnessing this, Gong Yimo felt a surge of emotion. Gong Ju has truly matured, she thought, matured enough to protect me. As the procession reached the Chaohua Gate, a palace eunuch emerged, announcing, "By His Majesty's decree, Princess Gong Yimo is summoned for an immediate audience." Gong Yimo immediately performed the ritual curtsy. "Princess Zhaoyang, Gong Yimo, receives the imperial command with gratitude. With that, she leaped down from the flower carriage. She walked over to Gong Ju. First, arrange for your men to escort the citizens safely home, she instructed gently. I shall wait for you inside the palace. Gong Ju hesitated for a fraction of a second, then understood. His imperial sister was concerned for his safety. He promptly ordered his subordinates to ensure the citizens' safe return. Once that was done, he returned to Gong Yimo's side. Imperial sister, he declared firmly, we shall enter together. No matter what awaits us, we face it side by side. With that, he took her hand and helped her onto the waiting carriage. Once inside, Gong Yimo produced a small wooden box. I prepared a gift for you, she said softly. See if you like it. Gong Ju accepted the box and opened it. Nestled inside lay a dagger, its surface shimmering with a cold light. A short sword, forged from pure steel. He murmured, his voice thick with emotion. So, imperial sister, you truly held me in your heart all along. He lifted the blade, examining it intently. This sword, arriving now so pristine, could it herald a new beginning for us? Seeing Gong Ju lost in thought, Gong Yimo prompted gently, do you like it? If you do, perhaps you should give it a name. Gong Ju pondered for a moment before replying. Then, why not call it Yimo? Gong Yimo blinked in surprise. My name? Isn't that rather informal? But before she could fully process it, Gong Ju leaned in and captured her lips with his own. An indeterminate time later, the carriage finally rolled to a halt within the imperial palace grounds. A guard standing nearby announced respectfully, Your Highnesses, we have arrived. Hearing they had reached their destination, Gong Yimo hastily moved to alight, but Gong Ju caught her arm. Flustered, Gong Yimo asked, What are you doing? We're here already. Stop fooling around. Gong Ju merely smiled, a playful glint in his eyes. You wish to get down? Very well. Just give me a kiss as well, and I shall let you pass. Hearing his demand, Gong Yimo bit her lip, her cheeks flushing. Then, leaning forward swiftly, she planted a quick kiss on his cheek. Having done so, she immediately scrambled out of the carriage, Gong Ju following closely behind her. This left the nearby guard utterly bewildered. Why are both their highnesses' faces so flushed? Inside the Grand Jiaoyang Hall, Gong Yimo and Gong Ju formally greeted the emperor. The emperor, seeing Gong Yimo alive and standing before him, was greatly pleased. Just as he was about to say something, the left chancellor below stepped forward. Your Majesty, I have 3 charges to bring against this daughter. First, she carried a sharp weapon but refused to surrender it, demonstrating disloyalty. Second, she faked her death and fled, showing intent to deceive the monarch and superiors. And third, she colluded with Yu Hong, suggesting treason and collaboration with the enemy. Your Majesty, I have detailed this daughter's actions in Yu Hong. Please review it. Having spoken, he respectfully presented a memorial. The emperor took it, glanced through it, and then abruptly threw the memorial at Gong Yimo's feet. What do you have to say for yourself? Gong Yimo, however, calmly picked up the memorial. Opening it, she saw it was indeed detailed, but the wording was deliberately misleading. She pondered, then understood. To know her actions in Yu Hong in such detail, it must be related to that official, Lord Li, who had troubled Jinyun in Yu Hong that day. Seeing Gong Yimo remain silent for a moment, the left chancellor assumed she had no defense and immediately pressed. What benefits did Yu Hong promise you? That you would abandon your home and country? And what is your purpose in returning this time? Confess the truth now. The emperor also spoke then. Gong Yimo, is everything written in this memorial true? Gong Yimo nodded, saying it is true. The emperor couldn't help but find it strange. Then why did you return? Did you come back for us to execute you? Gong Yimo thought for a moment. She spoke, returning, I know the death penalty is unavoidable. Therefore, I wish to buy my life from your Majesty. The emperor was taken aback. Buy life? Whose life are you buying? Gong Yimo replied, Naturally, I am buying my own life. The emperor was astonished. The 3 crimes you committed all warrant death. How can you possibly buy your life? Then please, your Majesty, dismiss your attendants. Allow me to present 3 items to your Majesty in private to explain. Hearing this, the left chancellor beside him grew anxious. Your Majesty, absolutely not. Gong Yimo possesses martial skills. We cannot give her a chance to be alone with you. This might be a conspiracy by Yu Hong. The emperor, however, wanted to see just how this girl intended to buy her life. Thus, he ordered everyone to withdraw outside the hall and wait. After the officials left, the emperor looked at Gong Yimo. Now, you can present your 3 items. Gong Yimo directly retrieved a rectangular wooden box from behind her. Opening it revealed a scroll painting. Gong Yimo explained, "This is an improved design for battle armor that I created. This type of armor is not only lightweight and warm, but also impenetrable by blades and spears. However, even good armor requires funds to produce. The solution lies in the contract with Yu Heng's bank. The contract clearly states that I, Gong Yimo, hold a 10% share in the Jin Yun Bank controlled by Jin Yun. The profit from this 10% share is equivalent to the annual earnings of 5 small nations. I offer these 2 items to buy back 2 of my lives. What does Father Emperor think?" The Emperor couldn't help but be tempted, yet he worried about what would happen if Gong Yimo married in the future. If this talent no longer belonged to him, what then? Gong Yimo seemed to perceive the Emperor's thoughts and spoke. "This 3rd life I will not buy but sell. I am willing to sell myself to you, to sell myself to this country. As long as you allow me to stay, I vow to remain unmarried for my entire life." Hearing this, the Emperor was visibly moved. Gong Yimo looked up at the Emperor. "I did indeed help Jin Yun and Yu Hong. Therefore, I cannot refute this 3rd crime. I do not wish to convince you with empty words. Hence, I have decided to remain unmarried for life, dedicating myself to the nation. Please grant your grace, your majesty." Seeing this, the Emperor agreed. He then immediately had the court officials summoned back in. As soon as the left chancellor entered, he eagerly asked, "Your Majesty, how shall we deal with this woman's 3 major crimes?" The Emperor became evasive. "What major crimes? Our daughter is intelligent as ice and snow, possessing both courage and strategy. Her loyalty and contributions are no less than any man's. Effective immediately, we bestow upon Gong Yimo the title of Princess Fenggue Rongji, with status equivalent to the Crown Prince, and grant her residence in the Ziji Hall." Gong Ju looked towards Gong Yimo, an inexplicable unease stirring in his heart. Into you, no princess had ever received such an extraordinary honor. Royal sister, the more she gained from this, the greater her sacrifice must have been. As night fell, Gong Ju and Gong Yimo walked home together. On the way, Gong Ju couldn't resist teasing. "I've always called you royal sister. I didn't expect you to still be royal sister now." Gong Yimo also felt a pang of melancholy. "Do you resent me? Back then in the ice river, you cut your wrist, letting your blood flow to sever our ties. Now I become a princess again. Don't you feel any resentment in your heart?" Gong Ju smiled and gently tapped her head. "No matter who you are, in my heart, your place is singular.